Negotiations with the National Iranian Oil Company. The contract for the deal was to be signed in Athens in July 1970. I flew there and joined up with Bill Bolano, my then president and chief operating officer, Claude Geismar, and John Tigrat, our consultant. NIOC sent a troop of negotiators. When the contract was all finished, I signed it. That's what you do with a finished agreement, you sign it. The Iranians, however, said that before they signed it, they would like to read it over again. All right, I said. It seems odd to me, seeing as we've just been going over it in every detail and I've already signed it. Why don't you read it again while I go to the bathroom? I was out of the room for not more than 5 minutes. When I returned, the Iranians had vanished. Where are they? I asked Bolano and Geismar. They left, they said. Did they sign the agreement? No, they said. What? I exploded. You let them go without signing. They said they wanted to show it to the Shah. They said that they'd sign it as soon as they got to Tehran, they answered weakly. You fools. I shouted. How could you let them get away with that? They were supposed to have full authority to sign. That was the basis of the meeting, that's why we're here. Don't you see what they're going to do? The Shah will show the agreement to the Seven Sisters. With my name on it, and then they'll sing his tune. They'll do anything to keep us out of Iran. That's what the Shah did. The Seven Sisters took the Shah's oil, paying him more than had been agreed on with Occidental and taking the loss to keep us out. Shortly afterward the price of oil rose steeply. Without the contract we lost several $100 million. This display of chicanery wasn't enough for the Shah. Next, he gave it to us over Al-Kuwain. 4 days before the British Protectorate Treaty expired, under threat of forcible occupation by Iran, the ruler of Sharjah surrendered to the Shah and agreed that Iranian troops should occupy Abu Musa and fly the Iranian flag there. The agreement further provided that the territorial waters of Abu Musa should be extended to 12 miles, to include the concession area granted by Sharjah to Buttes. In other words, the concession originally granted to Occidental by Al-Kuwain and invaded by Buttes as a result of Sharjah's fraudulent action had now been annexed by Iran through an extension of the territorial waters of the island of Abu Musa. I realize that sentence is hard to follow. To put it in simple terms, we were robbed. Our concession area was farmed out by Buttes to other oil companies, including City Service and Ashland. They eventually developed an important oil field. The total loss to Occidental, including development costs, legal expenses, and lost revenues, amounted to hundreds of millions of dollars. No legal remedy was available. We tried to bring suit for compensation, arguing our case in United States courts and in the Royal Courts of Justice in the Strand in London. We got nowhere and we got nothing. The essential obstacle was that the laws of sovereign states do not provide for other sovereign states to be sued for commercial misconduct. If a sovereign state chooses to annex a corporation's rights and properties, and can get away with it, there is no recourse in law. That, of course, is how wars get started. One benefit came out of the general fiasco of Al-Kuwain. The legal advisor to Al-Kuwain on behalf of the British government had been Sir John Foster KBE, a fellow of All Souls, Oxford, and one of the most distinguished men in Britain. I was enchanted by his mind and dazzled by his abilities, and I had the good luck to be able to persuade him to become my attorney and join the board of Occidental. For the rest of his life, until his untimely death in February 1982, Sir John brought wisdom, charm, and gaiety to the councils of the Occidental board. I wish I had him beside me today. The last consequence of the Al-Kuwain imbroglio was the most bizarre. The Shah of Iran tried to buy Occidental. When I saw him in Tehran, the Shah had toyed lightly with ideas of mutual ventures between Occidental and the National Iranian Oil Company. We had super tankers on our inventory then, with which we could freight crude from Iran's Karg Island, and there were other commercial possibilities between us. Nothing came of these notions, however, and after the Shah's perfidy over the matter of Al-Kuwain, I was not in much of a mood to follow them up with him. Then, with no notice or warning, on May 5, 1976, one received a baffling telex from A. Hovida, the Shah's prime minister. He informed me that Amr. Cyrus Ansari brother, it turned out, of Iran's Minister of Economics and Finance, Hashang Ansari was on his way to meet me. Why, he didn't say. Cyrus Ansari duly came to see me at my office in Los Angeles. He did not beat about the bush. Dr. Hammer, he said, I am empowered to inform you that the Shah would like to buy shares in Occidental Petroleum. Well, I said, the Shah is quite welcome to buy shares in Occidental. In fact, there is nothing to prevent him. Shares are available on the stock market. No, he said. The Shah wishes to buy a block of shares directly from Occidental. How much of a block has he in mind? I asked. He would like to obtain 10% of the company's shares now, with an option to purchase a further 10%. I controlled my expression. A 10% holding in the company's shares would make the Shah by far the biggest stockholder. It would also cost him at least $125 million in cash. At that moment the corporation was strong in cash and had no urgent need for more, but the Shah was leading a drive for modernization in Iran, which opened immense opportunities there for us in the manufacturing and sale of chemical fertilizers. On the other hand, 10% of the company would give the Shah a commanding position from which to take over Occidental or mount a raid. Mr. Ansari assured me that the Shah's motives were wholly friendly. He wanted to benefit from the company's present management, not to replace it. As a mark of good faith, he wanted only one nominated director to be included on Occidental's board. I let Mr. Ansari know that we were willing to discuss the offer and take it further. He relayed that message to Tehran and the instructions came by return that the deal should be consummated with all speed. Crews of lawyers were hired by both sides and convened in New York. There may have been as many as 30 lawyers working for weeks on end to refine the draft agreement which, by mid-August, was nearly an inch thick and ready for signing. I had insisted on one able point: if the Iranians ever wanted to sell their block of shares, they had to offer them first to us and they should not be allowed to sell to anybody else until and unless we had turned them down. That point was acceptable to the Iranians throughout the negotiations. Finally, word came that Hashang Ansari would meet me in Paris to sign the deal on behalf of his government. All the lawyers on both sides promptly loaded themselves into a plane and took off for Paris, while I left from Los Angeles with Arthur Groman in my own plane. When Fred Gross put the plane down in Newfoundland to refuel, he was told that there was no fuel. The airport was clean out of gas. Fred came to me with the news and a long face. "When will they get some more?" I asked. "In 2 weeks," he replied, his face growing longer. 2 weeks. I cried. Is this a joke? I went to the payphones and called Pierre Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. No, I did know him. Within 2 hours we were on our way to Paris. Our team occupied the Ritz Hotel and the Iranians took a floor in the Meurice Hotel. The last details of the deal were being stitched into the agreement when I received a call from Hashang Ansari asking me to visit him in his hotel suite. He said that it was vital that I should go alone, without a lawyer. I was suspicious. I had an urgent conference with Arthur Groman and he said, "I don't like the sound of this, Armand. I think I'd better come along with you, regardless of what they say." When we got into the minister's suite, he and his brother Cyrus received us with emollient charm. Nothing was wrong, they assured us. The deal was fine and Hashang was ready to sign. "There is just one small detail which the Shah would like to modify," he added. "Which detail is that?" I asked. "The Shah does not approve of the stipulation that he can't sell the stock to anybody else without offering it to you first. He would like that clause deleted from the agreement." I got out of my chair and said, "The deal is off." "You can't mean that," exclaimed the dumbfounded minister. "I certainly do," I said. "The deal is off. Come on, Arthur. Let's go." Arthur and I marched right out of the room, got in our car and were driven to the Ritz. There we assembled all our lawyers and told them to pack. Within an hour and a half we had flown out of Paris. The perfidy of the Shah would be hard to beat. That was the third time he had tried to stick it to me. I was insulted that he could think I would fall for such a crude tactic. It wouldn't have deceived me when I started out in business as a boy with my Hupmobile delivering candy. If the Shah had been entitled to sell his block of stock where he chose, he could have overturned the existing management of Occidental with a takeover tender at slightly above the market value of our shares. Or he could have delivered us, chained and bound, into the hands of one of the Seven Sisters, which could have done the same and we wouldn't have had a chance of a fight. In view of the Shah's ultimate fate and the tragic fate of Iran at the hands of the mullahs, it was a mighty good thing for Occidental that he blew the deal by being so devious. Desperately complicated and exacting as it has been to manage our Libyan interests, I count myself fortunate that I never had to try to bargain with the Ayatollah Khomeini. I might have been able to fend off a possible takeover attempt by the Shah, but he wasn't the only shark in the waters. In the mid-70s the corporate raiders were out in full force. The one I had to repel was mounted by Standard Oil of Indiana, one of the mightiest of the majors. I guess they must have thought of themselves as a full-scale battleship and of Occidental as a single-mast tub. When the chairman of Standard, John Swearingen, came swinging aboard Occidental with his corporate cutlass in his teeth, he probably thought he was going to capture us without a fight. He called from Chicago on November 13, 1974, and asked if he could see me in my office in Los Angeles the next day. I thought he probably wanted to talk about our oil shale operations in Colorado, where we had recently been attracting a lot of publicity because we had successfully experimented with extracting oil from shale underground. I guessed that he might want to mount a joint venture. That would have been very welcome as a topic for negotiation. I invited him to come along. He arrived in the company of Robert Greenhill, a senior executive of Morgan Stanley. Our preliminary exchanges were very courteous. I told them all about the latest development in our shale venture. They were politely attentive. It was obvious, however, that they had not come to talk about shale. John Swearingen shifted in his chair and said, "I've come here, Dr. Hammer, to make you an offer for your company." My answer was direct. "The company's not for sale," I said. "Well," he said, smiling patiently, "I think you'd be wise to listen to my offer before you turn it down. We will pay you $17 a share for all your shares and take care of the preferred as well." That day Occidental stock was trading at $14 a share on the New York Stock Exchange. 55 million shares of common stock and 15 million shares of preferred were outstanding. Swearingen's offer was thus for $1.35 billion. Naturally, he went on, "We'll take care of key Occidental personnel, including, of course, yourself. We'd encourage your exploration program in the North Sea and elsewhere and provide fresh capital for your oil shale experiments in Colorado." The merged company would be one of the top 10 industrial companies in America. Our joint sales in 1974 would be nearly $17 billion. He must have thought that I would be unable to resist the temptation of the $20 million profit which I would personally make on my shares in Occidental. I disabused him. I'm willing to discuss this offer with members of our board, I said, but I can tell you now that I will not recommend this. The company is worth more than $17 a share. Think it over, he said. I'm going to my hotel now. I'll call you tomorrow. As soon as they had gone, I called a meeting in my office of all the company's top executives and those directors who lived in Los Angeles. We're about to go to war, I told them. What had particularly gotten under my skin was that Swearingen had more or less told me that Indiana Standard was taking over. He hadn't asked. He was about to push even harder. He called me the same afternoon and said, in accordance with the SEC rules governing disclosure, I'm issuing a press release to say that we have had talks about a possible merger. I couldn't believe my ears. I can't stop you putting out a release, I said, but I will absolutely deny that we have shown any interest in your offer. The release was published. I instructed our lawyers to issue a denial of any interest in their offer, which was grossly inadequate, and to bring suit against Morgan Stanley for conflict of interest in representing Standard of Indiana. They had only just been representing us in a major real estate acquisition. I kicked up a storm all over Washington, complaining to the Federal Trade Commission that Standard Indiana was in violation of antitrust regulations, and on December 3 I appeared before a Senate subcommittee on the oil industry. I opened my remarks by saying, I believe these hearings are of greater national importance than any in which I have previously participated. The freedom and independence of Occidental Petroleum is at stake. This is a matter of vital importance to our 300,000 shareholders, to our 32,000 employees and to the many companies, large and small, with whom we deal in the free marketplace. If Occidental falls into the hands of one of the major oil companies, then the American people will have lost the largest independent oil company and, with it, a strong champion of competition in the world of oil, coal, chemicals, fertilizers, and international trade. What Standard is embarked on is conquest, plain and simple, conquest insidious to its anti-competitive consequences and overwhelming in its economic implications, a conquest which is an unprecedented challenge to the antitrust policies of the United States. If Standard succeeds, it will accomplish the largest corporate seizure ever consummated in the United States, and a message will reverberate through every competitive zone of American business: free enterprise and independence are dead. If Standard can so arrogantly pull this off, then how can any businessman consider himself safe? Standard apparently believes that they can accomplish their monopolistic drive because no power can stop them. I say this time they can be stopped. I say that Occidental's management and shareholders will stop them. I say that our government will stop them, not because it defends Occidental but because I believe the laws of our land are designed to prevent rapacious takeovers. John Swearingen acted as if he were pained and mystified by the vehemence of my attack. He said he found it difficult to understand my or anybody else's fear of bigness. Those who took this position, he said, displayed economic know-nothingism on a par with Chairman Mao's injunction to the Chinese to make steel in backyard furnaces. The senators listened, however, and referred the takeover bid to the Federal Trade Commission, which immediately prepared for lengthy hearings and a possible antitrust action. We had subpoenaed all of Standard Indiana's records and had subjected them to minute scrutiny by our lawyers. In those records, our attorneys dug up a document which had the explosive power of a blockbuster. It was a report, prepared by an executive of Standard, which gave details of a plan to put some of their independent competitors out of business. It proposed, for example, that in the Chicago area, Standard should open its own filling station opposite the filling stations of every independent. They should then cut prices at their pumps well below the price any independent could afford to sell at, even though it would mean a loss to Standard Indiana and thus drive the independents to the wall. No document could more vividly have illustrated Standard's monopolistic drive, and it would have created a scandal if we could have published it. We were bound, however, by the conditions under which we had obtained the document, which swore us to confidentiality. My attorneys warned me that I must not divulge the information to anybody. The dilemma drove me nearly crazy with frustration. Here I was with the weapon in my hand to kill the Standard Indiana takeover bid, and I was stayed from executing the fatal blow. The FTC investigators appointed to examine the takeover bid came first to Occidental's offices in Los Angeles. We met them in our boardroom and I sat in on the preliminary discussions. They said that they were going, next day, to Standard of Indiana's offices in Chicago. When you get there, I said, may I recommend that you be sure to look very carefully through their files in connection with competition from independents. That question, after all, is the nub of our opposition to this takeover bid. The FTC investigators must have taken the bait, because immediately after their visit to Standard Indiana headquarters in Chicago, UPI carried a wire story headline: Standard of Indiana drops Occidental bid. As Forbes magazine put it, hammer in the first round by knockout. No major ever attempted a serious bid again, although, just to make sure, we asked Joe Flum, the greatest expert in takeovers, to devise a series of legal measures which would safeguard our independence. He came up with a detailed plan which will make it decidedly impractical for any hostile takeover to be attempted in the future. There are other kinds of takeover attempts, however, the kind that come from within. Most of the directors on my board have been loyal to me through the years, but there have been times when dissident groups formed, usually around the figurehead of the incumbent president, with the ambition of bringing me down. It's a common enough occurrence in business, and it keeps you on your toes, to say the least. The last two battles I have to describe have to do with exactly those circumstances, though in vastly different ways. The first is the story of Joe Baird. In 1973 I nominated Joe Baird, an investment banker who had been with Smith Barney and had formed a bank of his own in London, to be the president of Occidental. It was a time of worldwide oil crisis. Oxy was threatened with nationalization in Libya, the stock had slumped to as little as $7, the banks were pressing us very hard, and I thought we should have a banker as president to deal with them. Everything was fine through most of the 70s. Until he got the idea that we should take over the Mead Corporation. He led me to understand that James McSweeney, the chairman of Mead, would welcome a bid, and that was good news. With its extensive interests and resources in lumber and the manufacture of paper products, Mead looked to have an ideal fit with Occidental. I hastened to meet M.R. McSweeney at the Mead headquarters in Dayton, Ohio. Joe Baird came with me. Our reception was less than enthusiastic. M.R. McSweeney looked at me coldly across his desk and said, "Let it be plainly understood, Dr. Hammer, that this company is not for sale. I have nothing more to say. You will be hearing from our attorney, M.R. Joe Flom." I was surprised, since Joe Flom had already represented us in a proposed acquisition of a Canadian-American company. He was the outstanding corporate attorney on takeovers in America. It is a great comfort to have Joe on your side and a sore distress to have him against you. We left the room in confusion. I turned to Baird and said, "What have you got me into here? I thought this was going to be a friendly takeover." "Take no notice of McSweeney," Joe said. "If we go on with our bid, he won't be able to carry his shareholders with him. We've made them a very generous offer and they'll have to accept it. We'll win. You'll see." However, I pointed out to him, since Joe Flom had represented us previously, he knew a lot about our company. There was an obvious conflict of interest, and I told Baird to call him and get him to withdraw as Mead's attorney. Flom said he hadn't really done much for Occidental, and so didn't know much about our business, but if Oxy insisted, then of course he'd withdraw. Joe Baird never insisted. He said, "We'll let him continue to handle Mead's case." The next thing I knew, I was walking into my office and found the corridors almost blocked with packing cases piled almost to the ceiling. Joe Flom had subpoenaed all of Occidental's corporate records for years. A whole warehouse full of documents had been emptied for him. My attorneys tried to calm me down. "Don't worry," they said, "we've given him so much that he'll never be able to get through it." You don't know Joe Flom, I thought. Joe hired a team of 20 top-flight attorneys to examine our records. They worked in shifts, day and night, minutely scrutinizing every document in Occidental's 20-year history. They were looking for any material which might embarrass us and make the Mead shareholders less willing to accept our bid. They found it. Joe Flom assembled a raft of allegations against Occidental, many of which resulted in SEC complaints, and though we took care of them all, he had achieved his purpose. No acquisition was worth this battery of problems. I told Joe Baird that we had to pull out. To my astonishment he disagreed and said that he would oppose me. Now it had become more than a ghastly messed up takeover bid. Now it was a fight to see who was CEO of Occidental. "All right," I said, "we'll go before the board and see who they support." He made his speech to the board. I made mine. The vote was taken, and only 3 hands were raised in Joe's favor. That was the end of Joe Baird's presidency. I had survived that internal takeover attempt without much difficulty. The one that followed, however, was much worse, the most bruising and bloodiest round of all. David Murdoch, the prominent California financier and developer, began his attack on my job from a position of natural advantage. His office was and remains above me. When we first met, he had offices, formerly occupied by Howard Hughes, on the 16th floor of Occidental's building. My office was then directly beneath his on the 15th floor. At that time he was constructing Murdoch Plaza, a tower of some 18 stories, on the corner diagonally across the street from our building. When David topped out his building and moved his own office across the street, I took over the 16th floor of our building and installed my office there. David Murdoch is one smart man, and he may be characterized as a business barracuda. Gifted with a sharp intelligence, he is a street fighter who got his start in business slinging hash to customers in his own diner. The combination makes him a deadly adversary. He is also capable of an ingratiating charm one day and a steely abruptness the next. It took some time for this picture of his character to form clearly in my mind. By the time it had come into focus, it was almost too late. He was poised to strike and get the company in his jaws. My place in his plans was in the trash can. I had met Murdoch occasionally in the elevators at our building, but I did not know him at all well before he called me one day and invited me to lunch. The invitation was not purely companionable. He wanted my help. He had already made a name for himself as one of America's leading breeders of Arabian horses. At his spread in Ventura, he had dozens of the most magnificent specimens in the Western world. He drew me a very enthusiastic and convincing picture of his Arabian's business, presenting me with figures which showed terrific appreciations in value on his investments. Like everybody involved in breeding Arabian horses, Murdoch knew that many of the greatest Arabians were in the Soviet Union. He wanted to buy horses from the Russians, but he had no experience of dealing with Soviets. He asked me to help him, make introductions, smooth the bureaucratic formalities and generally support him with my name. For providing these favors, my reward was to be in heaven, I guess, because nothing was offered on earth. I said, look, I'll be glad to help you, but I want you to take me in as a partner, and I'll put up my money to bring in these Russian horses. He said, I already have a partner. So why don't you have a partnership of 3, with me as the third? I said. He looked doubtful. I don't know. Well, think it over, I said. If you want my help, that's what it will take. It didn't take long. Murdoch talked to his partners. They said that they would welcome me. We drew up an agreement and set off for Moscow on June 20, 1981. The trip was highly successful and a lot of fun. Murdoch was very attentive to me and Francis, a delightful companion, witty, warm and charming. His business brain was indisputably first-rate and I found his conversation very interesting. We wanted to acquire Pesnier, the greatest of the Russian Arabian stallions. The Soviets didn't want to discuss a sale. They froze us out. I used my contacts and took the matter all the way to the top, persuading the Minister of Agriculture to look favorably on our proposition. We got Pesnier for $1 million. I became a partner with David Moore. Doc. I also created a division of Occidental called Oxy Arabians to develop an independent interest in this fascinating business. During one of our talks on the trip, Murdoch interested me in the Iowa Beef Processors, Inc., in which he was the controlling stockholder. He talked the company up very well, telling me that it had 25% of the whole box beef market and praising Iowa Beef's chief executive, Bob Peterson. We made a deal. Iowa Beef merged with Occidental, and David Murdoch exchanged his 20% stake in that company for $135 million in Occidental stock, which made him the biggest shareholder, with about 5%. I told him that we were under no obligation to put him on Occidental's board of directors. He said he accepted that position. I just want to be an investor, he said. He wasn't content to remain on the sidelines for long. One day shortly after the acquisition of Iowa Beef had been completed, he told me that he had changed his mind and now wanted to join the board and be elected to the executive committee. He wasn't sticking to our bargain, but I couldn't very well refuse him and, in any case, I didn't want to provoke a fight. I did, however, get Joe Flum to draw up an ironclad agreement, putting a ceiling of 5% on the amount of stock David could own. As soon as he got on the inside, David Murdoch began to throw his weight around, opposing most of our corporate strategies and, in particular, criticizing me in board meetings. Murdoch even had one of his own men constantly in Occidental's president's offices as his representative. I did not object, as we had nothing to hide. During the FRE Quently stormy board meetings, Bob Aboud, our president and chief operating officer, generally maintained a neutral silence, neither opposing me nor supporting Murdoch. Nevertheless, it was getting nasty. After he had been on the board for several months, David Murdoch called one day to invite me to lunch again, this time in his Genki Club at the top of his new building. There was to be an executive committee meeting that afternoon and he said he wanted to discuss some details in advance. He sounded friendly, conciliatory. I took the short walk across the street, little suspecting that he was going to try to cut off my legs. We had our lunch in a private room. It was an enjoyable, relaxed meal. As we finished our dessert, he said, I want to be elected chairman of the executive committee at this afternoon's meeting. Just like that. I took a moment to compose myself before I replied. I am the chairman of the executive committee. Yes, he said, but I think you should resign. I think you're too old to be running Occidental. Very few people on earth would have the nerve to speak to me like that. David Murdoch was as cool as a cucumber. I answered quietly. You may think I'm too old, but I don't. And the directors and stockholders don't either. I'm going to finish my term. In that case, he said, you and I are at war. He paused as he looked levelly at me and added, and I never lose. I got out of my seat and looked straight back at him. I never lose. Either, I said. If we're at war, we're at war. I walked out. Murdoch came to the executive committee meeting and acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't ask to be elected chairman, he didn't make an open declaration of war between us. Nonetheless, I knew that he was in earnest and I started organizing my forces. Evidently he thought that there must have been ways to break our contract. He wouldn't sell. He refused, several times, to consider any offer for his shares. He let it be known that he was determined to fight me to the finish. A standoff began which lasted some weeks. Then, suddenly, and without warning, he collapsed. He called me and said, does Oxy want to buy my stock? The price is $40 a share. Occidental stock had reached $3.53 2 weeks earlier, and was selling at that moment for around $31 or $32. His demand was in the range of acceptability for a block of stock that size. I decided to go for it. I told him I would be over to see him. I drove to Murdoch's extremely grand house in Bel Air. Inside the house, Murdoch and I sat around for a while with drinks, and then he said, I am ready to close if you are ready to pay my price of $40. Well, then, I said, let's close tonight. You send for your lawyer and I'll send for mine. I was joined by my executive vice president and senior general counsel, Jerry Stern, my legal right hand within Occidental. Max Messmer was Murdoch's lawyer. We all four stayed up far into the night, and by the early hours of the morning we had completed the agreement, which was approved by the Oxy board the next day. The war was over. Robert Aboud resigned. In came Dr. Ray Irani as president and chief operating officer. Ray had been the highly successful president of the Olin Chemical Company before I engaged him as chairman of our chemical division and as executive vice president of Occidental. Thus he was well suited for the job, and he has since proved to be exactly the man I have been seeking to be president and chief operating officer ever since I started with Occidental. I don't want to leave the impression that I feel any enmity toward David Murdoch. He, who is a gifted and imaginative businessman, fought me in the only way he knows how to fight, hard and tough. As he once said about himself, I'm pushy about everything. I'm aggressive about everything. All my life I've had one desire to be number one. Anywhere but Occidental, David. I am always being asked when I am going to retire, and this is my answer: when Occidental stock hits 100, then I'll leave it to the directors to decide if they wish me to carry on. As must be obvious by now, I don't believe in premature retirement. 22 The eighth sister. In the spring of 1968, J. Paul Getty wrote to me from Sutton Place, his country seat in England. I had sent him a copy of Occidental's annual report for 1967 and, unknown to him, he was about to play a big role in Occidental's development. As for Occidental's development now, he wrote, it is an amazing story of what one man can do today. We all know there were titans in the past, but most of the present generation believes that conditions today do not permit a small independent to become a great major oil company. You have proved that it is still possible. His flattery aside, Paul squarely hit a truth. The conventional wisdom of that time and of this decrees that the great monopolies of American capitalism are too broadly entrenched in their powers to be challenged, that they will always gobble up or erase any minnow enterprise which threatens their hegemony. The skeptics insisted that Occidental could never grow big enough to challenge the Seven Sisters. If I had listened to all the people who have told me, it can't be done, I would never have done anything. I always say, don't tell me it can't be done, tell me how I can do it. This is the story of how we did it. The annual report which so impressed Paul Getty did not even include the first real flood of financial benefits from our Libyan successes during the reign of King Idris. Even so, it recorded that, for the first time, Occidental's gross revenues were inside of $1 billion. For the year. Like all windfalls, our Libyan revenues posed a happy dilemma for me and the management of Occidental: how best to invest the proceeds. Like lucky gamblers at the one-armed bandits, we could simply have been happy to stash the cash in the bank and distribute dividends on the interest. Few of our shareholders would have complained, I expect. But I feared that the Libyan bonanza could not last. The whole of the Middle East was as explosively volatile as a box of fireworks. The old Arab monarchies like King Idris's were toppling like dead trees before the advance of the new Muslim zealots like Gaddafi. You did not have to be a seer to predict the renewal of armed hostilities between the Arab states and Israel, and to see that American companies in the Middle East would be treated unfavorably when, as was inevitable, the United States supported Israel. It was as dangerous for Occidental to sit complacently on our Libyan profits as it was for Humpty Dumpty to sit on the wall. A house built upon sand cannot stand. Our house was built upon the sands of the Libyan desert. We had to shift the foundations elsewhere, so that the collapse of the Libyan wing would not bring down the whole edifice. The Libyan riches had supercharged Oxy stock which, after the 3-for-1 split, was valued at $50 to $55 a share. That stock provided me with the currency for one of the fastest and most extensive drives of corporate acquisition in the American 20th century. If Occidental were to be impregnable to take over, I had to make it too big for the majors to swallow. In quick succession we acquired the Permian Corporation and the McWood Corporation, both of which marketed crude oil. McWood also owned and operated natural gas processing plants, the Island Creek Coal Company, the third largest coal company in the United States, and the Hooker Chemical Company, which got us into the field of chemicals and plastics and provided Occidental with an immediate market dominance in the field of petrochemicals. The acquisition of Hooker, as important as it was, and is, though, also brought us considerable grief, for, with its assets, we also purchased problems we never would have expected. From 1941 to 1952. Hooker had buried chemical waste products in land adjoining their plant in Niagara Falls, New York, until the city of Niagara Falls had taken the land over for itself. The city had agreed not to disturb the surface, but then it had allowed a contractor to build a road which removed the clay cover. When we bought the company in 1968, we had no idea what had transpired, of the problem that had already been sown, nor of the vast emotions that would become attached to the words Love Canal as a symbol of chemical pollution nationwide. When, in the late 70s, the scope of the damage became clear, Occidental moved as quickly and expeditiously as possible, under the complex circumstances, to ameliorate the situation, even though Occidental itself had had nothing to do with the cause of the trouble. In all, $20 million was distributed, largely through our insurance companies, and Occidental took care to see that never again would such a disaster befall any of our sites. We believe that corporate responsibility demands we guard the public health and safety, and to that end have spent many millions of dollars on environmental protection. We will never cease doing so. Such unhappy events still lay several years in the future, however. For now, we were still looking to expand, and though the chemical, coal, and marketing operations we had acquired were highly welcome, the history of Occidental has always been, above all, a history of successful exploration for oil and gas. What we needed most of all, in the late 60s, was a really major find of oil to supplant the threatened supplies from Libya. If Colonel Gaddafi and his men were to nationalize our Libyan fields, we would need a strike elsewhere which would supply us with hundreds of thousands of barrels a day. If we couldn't get such a strike, we would need to buy crude to supply our existing contracts and orders, and we knew, from the hardest experience, that the majors would rather cut off their own noses than sell us their crude at a reasonable price. The need for such a strike was a very tall order indeed. It was supplied in the North Sea. Nowhere would have seemed less promising as a site for major oil fields than the seas between Great Britain and Scandinavia. Up to that time everyone had grown accustomed to thinking of great oil fields as lying in burning deserts and icy wastes, in remote and uncultivated outposts of the world. Great Britain, sliding politely into post-imperial and post-industrial decline, seemed the least likely candidate on earth for membership among the great oil-producing nations. Dennis Healey, Chancellor of the Exchequer in Harold Wilson's Labour government, put it well when he said that the discovery of oil in the North Sea was Britain's first major stroke of luck in the 20th century. The problem for Britain and, secondarily for me and Occidental, was that the British were ill-prepared to make the most of their gigantic good luck. In the far-flung dominions and dependencies of the British Empire, the Foreign Office had been dealing with oil companies and the management of concessions for 50 years. All that experience counted for nothing, however, when the prospect of oil in domestic waters first arose in the early 60s. The British government treated the potential bonanza as carelessly and complacently as any untutored sheik and, in those early days, practically threw it away into the hands of the Seven Sisters. It was not until 1971, 7 years after the first round of North Sea concessions was granted, that the British Parliament finally awoke to the full extent of its self-inflicted impoverishment at the hands of the majors. A fresh policy was then inaugurated for another round following the early Libyan example to encourage both British companies and smaller independent consortia. That was the signal I needed to get busy in London. I decided to put together a consortium to bid for blocks in the fields which were later called Piper and Claymore, in waters east of Aberdeen and the north of Scotland. It was obvious that, in awarding concessions in this new round, the British government was going to be looking for special qualities. They wanted, first, a proven capacity to produce oil, which we could certainly demonstrate, and, second, evidence of a definite UK interest, preferably in Scotland. Tremendously passionate political argument had been provoked in Scotland over the discovery of North Sea oil. Scottish nationalism, latent but keen for centuries, had been explosively ignited by the thought that the North Sea oil revenues would be funneled directly into the treasury in London. Scots angrily suspected that they would receive no benefit from the bonanza, while they continued to suffer from economic depression and high unemployment, due largely to the decline of their traditional heavy industries. So hot were these feelings that a popular movement had gathered strength in Scotland, calling for separate regional powers and control of the North Sea revenues. It was, partly, in an effort to still the anger in Scotland that the British government would favour bidding consortia which included a Scottish element. I knew only one man with a Scottish connection. He was my old friend Roy Thomson, Lord Thomson of Fleet. Roy owned many newspapers, including the Times and the Sunday Times of London. More to the point, he also owned the Scotsman, Scotland's most important newspaper, and a major share in STV, the Scottish commercial television station. Roy had very kindly tried to help me with my Libyan headache in 1970 by accompanying me to see Gamal Abdel Nasser, whom he knew, to see if Nasser would speak to Gaddafi and ask him to treat me and Occidental fairly. Nasser agreed, though I don't know if it ever ended up doing any good. Roy Thomson was one of the nicest men I ever knew, unfailingly courteous, cheerful, and good-natured. He was also an astute businessman, as was shown by his early entry into commercial television, which he correctly described as a license to print money. After he got into our North Sea consortium, he had plenty of money to spread around. When I went to see him to invite him to join the consortium, he laughed and said, "I've always wanted to be a billionaire and never came close. God knows I'll never get there with my newspapers. But maybe this will give me my chance." For one of our earliest meetings about the consortium, I went to see him at his penthouse above the Sunday Times, off Fleet Street. The meeting stretched on through the morning, and Roy said, "Come on, I'll take you out to lunch." We went down into the street and climbed into Roy's Rolls-Royce, and he started fiddling through his pockets, finally drawing out a single, crumpled pound note. "It's going to have to be a cheap lunch," he said. "This is the only money I've got." I wasn't carrying any British cash, either. It was a ludicrous situation. Two of the richest men in the world were discussing a deal potentially worth many billions of dollars, and they couldn't raise the price of a pub lunch. In the end, my consultant, John Tigrat, intervened and took us to the Claremont Club, where he could charge the check. Having secured Roy's participation, I then put together the rest of the consortium. Occidental was to be the operating partner in the bid, with 36.5%, Thomson Enterprises and Allied Chemical took a 20% participating interest each, and Paul Getty, who already owned quite a large chunk of Oxy stock, took the remaining 23.5%. The initial development cost of our concessions was going to run to $250 million. In the last 15 years we have spent more than $3 billion on our North Sea operations. Roy couldn't put up the cash for his 20% share in the consortium, so we struck a deal which allowed him to pay for it out of future oil. That saddled him with a big obligation and a hefty risk, which troubled him for a time. Then, one day when I was in London, he again invited me for lunch in his penthouse. As soon as I arrived, I could see that he was obviously in a very merry mood, even more cheerful than usual. "Well, Armand," he said, beaming, "at last I'm feeling pretty good about my investment." "Listen, Roy," I said anxiously, "it's too early to be feeling any confidence or optimism. The seismic looks terrific, I'll grant you, but we haven't lifted a pint of oil yet." "I know that," he said, "but just last week Paul Getty invited me to lunch. And, Armand, he paid." "Well, you know Paul, if he pays for lunch, you'd better be on your guard." "What did Paul say?" I asked, warming to the idea of this unprecedented Getty largesse. Roy could hardly stop chuckling. He pulled a long, hangdog face and tried to imitate Paul Getty's lugubrious features and tone of voice. Paul said, "You know, Roy, I'm worried about your role in this consortium. I feel that Armand talked you into it without your properly understanding the risks. I don't think you realize that these wells will cost millions of dollars each and, if they're dry, you don't get a cent for your investment. Even if we hit oil, I don't think you understand what a huge investment will be required to develop it. I'm just speaking to you as a friend, you understand?" Roy went on. I sat there and tried to contain myself and didn't say anything. I was waiting for him to come round to the point. Finally, Paul pulled his face of the deepest concern, and he said, "Roy, why don't you let me take you out of this?" Roy let out a great roar of laughter. That was the first time I knew for sure that I had a great investment. I said, "Thank you for your concern, Paul, but I think I'll stick with Armand." Paul Getty was a rascal, but he was the most fun in the world to deal with. There was no secrecy in his deviousness, he was open-handedly underhanded, and for that reason it was impossible ever to get cross with him or to feel double-crossed. He once tried to fleece me in the most outrageous style, which I would never have forgiven if it had been any other man but Paul. That was when he was trying to inveigle me into partnership with him in his exploration in Algiers. He collared me on this proposition once when Francis and I were staying with him at Sutton Place. He made it sound like a very good thing and painted the rosiest picture of the concession's potential. I instructed my executives and attorneys in Los Angeles to open urgent negotiations with Getty's people there and wrap the deal up with all speed. They got to work and ran straight into trouble. Getty's people were playing the hardest of hardball, demanding $30 million up front for participation in the exploration. Rosy as Paul's picture had been, nothing in it warranted this extortionate demand. While we were having dinner one evening, I told Paul about the trouble our negotiations had hit in Los Angeles, and I said that unless his people changed their tune, I would have to pull out. Shortly after, perhaps as the result of a secret signal Paul had given, a servant came into the room to say that Paul was wanted on the telephone to take a call from California. I suspect that he had given instruction for the call to be made. He left the dining room, leaving Francis and me alone. I needed to go to the bathroom. I left the table and walked along a stately corridor in search of relief. Passing an open door, I heard Paul shouting into the telephone. "You damn fool!" he was roaring. "You're going to wreck the whole deal if you go on like this, and you'll cost me $30 million. We have no chance of striking oil there, in my judgment." There it was, he had no faith in the project himself. He was expecting to hit dry wells, and he wanted to shunt his prospective losses onto me. Paul and I returned separately to the dining room, and I quietly finished my dinner. After dessert I said, "Will you excuse me for a moment? I've got to make an urgent call." I went upstairs to our rooms and placed a call, collect of course, to my office in Los Angeles. "The deal is off," I said quietly. "Pull out now and don't go back." I never told Paul the true reason for Occidental's withdrawal. I let him stew in his misunderstanding. It was good for him to be bested for once. I suppose the unfortunate creature who had been on the receiving end of Paul's wrath on the telephone must have been his son, George, his nominated heir apparent. Getty loved George immeasurably, but he gave him a hell of a time and always let him know that the boy could never measure up to the father. According to Robert Lenzner's book The Great Getty, Paul once mused about me as his possible successor as head of Getty Oil. Naturally, George was seen as the logical heir, but Paul wrote, "It would seem that if GOC Getty Oil Company cannot do better than predicted by its present management, I should ask Dr. Hammer or Mr. Robert Anderson, chairman of Atlantic Richfield, to replace me." Paul never discussed this notion, which I am sure he never seriously entertained with me, but we did recognize in each other some kindred traits. I wouldn't like to be compared exactly with that tight old weasel, but I did love his zest for business and his entrepreneurial drive, his eagerness to get on and do something with every minute of every day. I also enjoyed the regal independence of his spirit. Regarding himself as equal to any human and few as equal to him, Paul never kowtowed or bent his knee to another man in his life. Women were another matter. Paul bent his knees to a never-ending succession of women, but not in supplication. They were his to enjoy and to discard. As in business, I think he made his dishonorable intentions completely clear, and a woman would have had to have been a fool to misread them. Many women, however, deluded themselves that they could capture the true heart of the old rogue of Sutton Place, and Getty impishly goaded them on in their efforts, relishing every second. Francis and I were once witnesses to a farcical scene at Sutton Place, when a pitched battle occurred between female rivals for the Getty favors. Two of his mistresses were in the house, and one of them had brought her mother along for support. She retired upstairs to sulk in her room, feigning a twisted ankle, while her mother berated the other mistress, calling her a whore and telling Paul that he should marry her daughter. Paul was enjoying this fight enormously, his smile widening and widening as the accusations flew and the tears streamed. Finally he rose and said, "Well, I hate to tear myself away, but it's time for upstairs." Downstairs, his favorite television program, which he never missed. He asked me to go upstairs and give a medical opinion on the condition of the injured mistress. I found her crying on her bed and insisting that she wasn't his whore. Paul contributed occasional articles to Playboy magazine. I suspect his motive was to encourage Hugh Hefner to invite him to the Playboy mansion so that Paul could play around with some of Hefner's bunnies. Roy Thompson once asked Paul directly whether he was still sexually capable at his great age, and Paul very definitely asserted that his virility was not in question. He depended, he said, on aphrodisiacs. In the last years of his life, when he was stricken with illnesses, Paul wanted nothing more than to end his days in the land of his birth and his beloved home in Malibu, California. He had always been phobic about air travel, however, and he couldn't make himself get on a plane, even for the homecoming he so desperately wanted. I was saddened by Paul's plight, which seemed to be troubling him more and more every time I saw him at Sutton Place. I urged him to use my plane. I said, "You can take a heavy sleeping pill and we'll have you carried onto the plane and put into my bed. You won't even notice the plane taking off. Next thing you know, you'll be in Malibu." He was tempted by the offer and recorded it in an entry in his diary, noting his intention to accept. Letters he wrote me on business. Just before his demise were used after his death to prove that he was mentally competent up to the end, which was later contested by some members of his family who wanted more out of his estate. The diary entry proved immensely valuable to the Getty family fortunes, since it enabled the estate to escape the confiscatory death duties which Britain would have imposed if Paul could have been shown to be a permanent resident of Britain with no intention of ever returning to the U.S. Those somber matters were far away in the early 70s when I was taking the plunge into the North Sea. What with Roy Thompson's irrepressible good humor and Paul Getty's habitual skullduggery, our North Sea Oil Consortium was a constant delight for me to organize and, to my pleasure, I was very frequently in and out of London in those years. Francis and I kept an almost permanent suite at Claridge's and came to be on almost family terms with many of the staff. Other aspects of the North Sea development were less enjoyable. The concession, which we were awarded in December 1972, was embedded in a mare's nest of political complications and tangled in the cobwebs of age-old disputes between labor unions. In some ways, making the deal in the United Kingdom and getting the oil to flow combined the worst headaches of trying to do business in Russia and Libya. In Britain at that time the impediments of a heavy-handed bureaucracy were magnified by zealotry on the fringes of political power. It was very odd, in Old England of all places, to be even remotely threatened with nationalization, as we were in Libya. The call for nationalization in Britain came from groups far to the left of the political spectrum which, naturally, had no influence on government during the Conservative administration of Edward Heath. However, when Heath was defeated in two general elections in 1974 and Harold Wilson led his Labour Party into office, the balance of power moved markedly left. Then the idea of nationalization of the North Sea fields gained a measure of political respectability, particularly when it was combined with the nationalistic mood then sweeping Scotland. The possibility of nationalization in the UK was never strong enough to cause serious worry in our consortium, but we certainly kept a wary eye on political developments there. We drew confidence from the obvious pragmatic good sense of Harold Wilson and his most senior colleagues, James Callaghan and Dennis Healey. The worst we expected from them was that they would make very stiff demands for taxation on revenue, and this they did so stringently that they actually restricted commercial developments of the fields, to the detriment of the operating companies and the Queen's Exchequer. We might have expected most official obstruction from Tony Benn, Wilson's Secretary of State for Energy, who was notorious as the wild man of Labour's left. Mr. Benn had been steadily lopping off the names and titles of his noble birthright as his political inclinations moved left. Born the Honourable Anthony Wedgwood Benn and heir to the title Viscount Stansgate, he had first disowned his title and then amputated the aristocratic limbs of his name, to make democratic cause with the common people. We were advised that Mr. Benn was unlikely to look kindly on a consortium composed of California oil magnates and one of the press barons his labor group so much hated and feared. However, I liked Tony Benn and I think he liked me. We got on extremely well together and established a good understanding and quite a warm personal friendship. He was very interested in my recollections of Bolshevik Russia and my friendship with Lenin, and I think he figured that if I was good enough for Lenin, I was good enough for him. I found his eyes disconcerting, with their very bright and distinct separations of white and blue. They reminded me of Daniel de Leon's and of Trotsky's hard, bright eyes. Their eyes were not the same colors as Mr. Benn's, but all shared the same intensity of focus. I usually feel that eyes like those are the windows to a fanatical soul. It was also a little disconcerting to see the scale of Mr. Benn's addictions to tea and tobacco. He was a dedicated and complete abstainer from alcohol, I believe, but whatever gains there might have been to his health from that abstention, he erased them all with his pipes and his tea. A fuming, noxious pipe was eternally clenched in his teeth, removed only when he opened his mouth to pour in some tea of which he was supposed to drink up to 17 large cups a day. The combined stimulations of these addictions made Tony Benn's mind and, no doubt, his heart run at the speed of an express train. I feared that one day he would run himself off the track, and, when I heard that he had suffered a serious illness toward the end of the 70s, I felt pretty sure that my fears had, sadly, been confirmed. The possibility of nationalization in the United Kingdom was never a grave worry, but the combination of abominable weather and suicidally obstructive labor unions threatened, if not to blow us out of the water, then at least to undermine and imperil our venture. The waters of the North Sea in which our concession blocks were located were among the fiercest in the world. Rising in the Arctic and storming across the open sea from Scandinavia, winds up to 100 mph drove waves up to 70 feet high in battering torrents. Hailstones the size of children's glass marbles and withering sheets of icy sleet whipped across the waves like machine gun fire. The water itself was so cold for most of the year that divers could remain below the surface only for 40 minutes, after which they had to spend days in a decompression chamber to avoid death from the bends. Not even on the north slope of Alaska was the weather less hospitable for oil exploration than in the North Sea. As for the engineering challenge, nothing like the North Sea explorations had ever been attempted in the world. Our blocks, which covered about 300,000 acres, were in more than 450 feet of water, and the seismic indicated the oil-bearing strata to be between 8,000 and 12,000 feet. To explore the field, we had to hire a self-propelled semi-submersible drilling rig called Ocean Victory. This monstrosity of marine engineering stood as high as a 29-story building, twice as tall as Niagara Falls. 12 huge anchors were needed to hold the vessel steady while she was drilling. It cost us $40,000 a day to operate Ocean Victory. She repaid the investment 1,000,000 times. In January 1973, less than 2 months after the concession had been awarded, Ocean Victory bit into the Piper Field, one of the biggest finds in the North Sea. The independent engineering consultant de Gaulier and McNaughton estimated that the field contained nearly 925 million barrels of oil, for which they calculated a 65% recovery. Piper made Occidental safe from Gaddafi. Even if he shut us down altogether, we could still supply our customers with our own crude. The discovery called for some heady celebrations in Aberdeen, London, and Los Angeles. I imagine it might even have raised a smile on the lugubrious face of the master of Sutton Place. The discovery also called for the immediate commission of gigantic engineering works and facilities. We needed a drilling platform to extract the oil, a pipeline to carry it to land, and a terminal at which to process the oil and gas, store it and move it to tankers for transportation. Compared with the problems of building the platform, the pipeline, and the terminal were a breeze. The nearest land to our block was the Orkney Islands, just a few miles north of mainland Scotland and 135 miles due west of Piper. Getting his just deserts at last for the credit he had given us in Libya, Steve Bechtel came in to lay a 30-inch pipe on the seabed from Piper to the Isle of Flata, where we would build our terminal. Flata is a wild and beautiful place, populated by hosts of cormorants and oyster catchers and hardly any humans. The few people who live there are descended from the Picts of old Scotland, their blood mingled with the genes of the Norsemen who arrived in their Viking longships as they sailed to colonize Iceland and Greenland. The low-lying, forbidding islands are littered with the remains of earlier societies' Pictish burial chambers, mysterious stones covered with runic inscriptions, and a vast castellated cathedral originally built by a Norse earl. The strangest of all these remains lie at the bottom of Scapa Flow, the magnificent deep-water harbor naturally created and protected by a ring of the islands. Into Scapa Flow, after the ceasefire ending the First World War, sailed all the ships remaining in the German Atlantic Fleet. The Royal Navy received the German fleet's surrender there. In 1919, on the command of their admiral, the captains of all those battleships opened their seacocks and sent their ships to the bottom. Many were subsequently salvaged, but some remain, resting on the floor of Scapa Flow, and their hulks can clearly be seen from a small boat as it passes above them on a still day. In a setting of such extreme natural beauty and deep historical interest, it was natural that some people would get upset at the proposed intrusion of an oil pipeline and the creation of a huge terminal. We completely understood the fears of local people that our work might spoil that extraordinary place. The people of Flata and the surrounding Orkney Islands were, however, mighty impressive in their good sense. While they were determined to protect the age-old beauties of their islands, they welcomed the cash that we would be bringing into their economy and the opportunities for employment we would offer. In fact, once the construction of the terminal had begun, large numbers of Flata men and women returned to their native isle, from which they had previously been driven by unemployment and economic necessity. The finished terminal would employ almost 300 people, of whom about 90% would be local Orcadians. The terminal site would cover 385 acres, or more than a tenth of the entire island of Flata. It would be dominated by oil storage tanks capable of containing 4.5 million barrels. The gas processing plant we needed would process up to 22 million cubic feet of propane and ethane. We needed a jetty which would accommodate crude tankers up to 150,000 tons, and supply lines to moorings in Scapa Flow where even larger ships, up to 200,000 tons, could receive our oil. We had been told that there was absolutely no chance of getting permission to build such a huge facility in such a treasured spot and that we might as well not bother to try. We tried. We succeeded. We employed the best design teams in Britain to come up with aesthetic schemes to blend the terminal as far as possible with the surrounding countryside. I remember that very elaborate and prolonged tests were conducted before the designers finally decided on the exact shades of paint which would best match the terminal to the surrounding colors of nature. Seeing how diligent we were, the Flata people warmed to us and we all became good friends. I made a contribution to their local museum in Kirkwall and sent a selection of pictures from my collection for exhibition there. In return, the Orchideon people threw a party for Francis and me in Kirkwall. The terminal has won a great number of prizes, both for its design and for its safety record. In nearly 10 years since the first barrel of oil came through the pipeline, there has been not a single accident at Flotta, though more than 1 billion barrels of oil have arrived there. The terminal has received an award from the Association for the Protection of Rural Scotland and a Premier Award from the Business Panel for Industry and the Environment. The Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents and the British Safety Council have both awarded the terminal many gold prizes and, in 1983, the Oxy Consortium was awarded the Sir George Earl Trophy, the Premier Award of the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents, for outstanding performance in health and safety at the Flotta terminal. Tony Benn came with me in my plane when we flew up to Flotta to open the terminal on January 11, 1977, and to see the first shipment of Piper oil loaded. That was one of the best days of the North Sea development, and Flotta was far and away the best part of it. At the other end of the pipeline, the Piper platform had given me a brow-busting headache. Though we had been one of the last major consortia to enter the North Sea, we wanted to be among the first to produce contracts for elements of the gigantic platform 495 feet tall and weighing over 14,000 tons went out to major constructors all over the world. We put those constructors under the lash and they all delivered promptly, all, that is, except the British themselves. Chiefly because it was close to the field, but also because we wanted to benefit the United Kingdom economy, we chose to have the platform assembled at Ardersier in Scotland by a subsidiary of the prime contractor, J. Ray McDermott and Company of New Orleans. Fabrication work began in late 1973. We wanted the platform to be on station and producing in June 1974. However, it was not until June 1975 that it was finally towed out to the field and upright there. We lost a whole year's production because of a feudal dispute between labor unions at Ardersier. Eric Jacobs, the labor editor of Roy Thompson's Sunday Times in London, wrote a good article about this dispute in June 1974. He said, essentially, the dispute is a classic power play between two traditional shipyard unions, the Boilermakers and the engineers. It could mean a return to the kind of inter-union struggle reminiscent of the old who-does-what rows that characterized the shipbuilding industry a decade ago. It would be hard to imagine a greater disincentive to the international oil companies placing new orders in Britain than that. The engineers were claiming exclusive right to the work. Much of that work, however, was welding, a task traditionally performed by Boilermakers. Victory or defeat in this fight would matter a lot to the coffers of the respective unions. As a senior union official said, it is also basically a fight for membership. A strike was called, resulting in a general paralysis of our work. The subcontractors Boilermakers, like our United States Boilermakers, would not cross their brothers' picket lines at Ardersier. The strike lasted for most of a month, by which time we had missed the very small weather window which would have allowed us to get the platform in place before the storms resumed in September. I dispatched sheaves of telegrams and telexes to London to urge a quick settlement of this damaging fight. Roy Thompson called privately on the Prime Minister to tell him about the seriousness of the delay, and the Minister of Employment and the bosses of the trade union movement were all badgered for their support. Nothing helped, nothing changed. The Ardersier unions went on growling and glaring at each other, and we missed our chance to get the platform away to sea. The United Kingdom economy suffered a loss to its balance of payments of about £380 million at a time when it could barely afford to lose 380 cents. Our confidence in the capacity of British industry to deliver the goods also took a jarring knock. Concluding his survey of this sorry tale, Eric Jacobs of the Sunday Times wrote, Occidental must order a new platform soon. The question must be whether, after what has happened in the last month at Ardersier, it or any other company will be in a hurry to place their next order in Britain. Mr. Jacobs was either very well informed or very astute. We were, at that moment, about to award contracts for the fabrication of a platform for the second North Sea field we had discovered. In May 1974, Ocean Victory had bit into the Claymore field, 20 miles to the west of Piper. Claymore had recoverable reserves estimated at 400 million barrels and would require a platform identical to the Piper platform. With the dispute raging at Ardersier, I gave orders that we should look elsewhere for yards in which to fabricate the Claymore platform. Very quickly an excellent tender came in from Union Industrielle d'Entreprise UIE in Cherbourg, France, and the contract was awarded there. The only disadvantage of UIE was that the platform would have to be towed across the English Channel and up the full length of the British Isles in North Sea waters to reach the Claymore field, risking a shipping accident en route. That danger was more than offset, however, by the advantage of quick work in France and prompt delivery. Our new French-built platform commenced production at Claymore on time, in November 1977. On February 24, 1978, I stood bundled up on the rain-lashed Claymore platform, peering into the scudding grey clouds and listening into the wind for the clatter of helicopter blades. Finally, through the gloom, came a bright red helicopter which landed neatly on the platform's pad. Out stepped the grinning pilot, the Prince of Wales himself, making his first official visit to an offshore North Sea installation. I had first met Prince Charles in London on May 4, 1977, when the Nodeler Galleries staged an exhibition of paintings and drawings by Sir Winston Churchill as one of the opening events in celebration of the Queen's Silver Jubilee. Prince Charles, then of course a dashing Bach Eller, visited the exhibition and, with his keen practitioner's interest in drawing and painting, had a very long talk with me and grilled me extensively about the exhibits. I had heard that, while his mother owned a Churchill painting, he had none. His enthusiasm for the pictures was so engaging that I offered him one I owned as a present. He demurred, saying that he could not accept it personally, so I offered it to the Queen's Jubilee Fund, and he very enthusiastically accepted. That was the beginning of a deeply cherished and wide-ranging friendship. The next steps in our acquaintanceship both involved North Sea oil. In Los Angeles on October 26, 1977, Prince Charles was to speak at a lunch in his honor given by the World Affairs Council. The day before, the British Consul General gave a garden party, at which Prince Charles again turned his inquisitive mind upon me. He had read, he said, all about our North Sea discoveries and he wanted my assessment of their importance for Britain. Is there any chance of Britain becoming self-sufficient in oil, do you think? He asked me. Not only self-sufficient, I answered. Britain will become a major exporter of oil. Next day, at the lunch, I was seated beside the prince. He was scribbling feverishly on the pages of his prepared speech. When he rose to speak, he repeated exactly what I had said to him, surprising his audience with my opinion of Britain's oil prospects. The prince's visit to the Claymore platform followed from that Los Angeles encounter. He spent half a day on the platform, insisting on peering into every corner and under every pipe, determined to understand everything. He talked at length and in detail to many of the workingmen, quizzing them about their jobs and their conditions. Are they paying you well? I heard him ask one man. Oh, very well, sir, he answered, but the trouble is that we lose 50% of it in taxes. That's bloody hell, the prince royally exclaimed. On February 7, 1980, Prince Charles's father, Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, honored us with a visit to another of our North Sea facilities, attending the flag-raising ceremony on the MSV The Rose. This astounding vessel, which cost us $100 million to build, looks like a conventional semi-submersible drilling rig, but is actually a multifunction firefighter and wild well killer. The famed Red Adair consulted closely with us on the Rose design and on her equipment, such as the water cannon which can throw 40,000 US gallons of water per minute over a horizontal distance of 240 feet. During our helicopter flight to the vessel, the prince told me about his work on behalf of the World Wildlife Fund, of which he is president, to save the world's whales. I lightly undertook to support this effort, a promise which the prince did not forget. On September 5, 1980, we got another important visitor, that majestic lady, Mrs. Margaret Thatcher, Prime Minister of Great Britain. By that time, of course, power had changed hands again in Britain, returning to Mrs. Thatcher's Conservatives. All thoughts of nationalization vaporized when that white-hot advocate of free market capitalism entered number 10 Downing Street. Indeed, she upended the restrictive taxation policies of the previous administration, with the direct result that we were able to embark on fresh explorations on our concessions, bringing extended life to our fields. Mrs. Thatcher's enthusiasm for enterprise and initiative bubbled all over us when she came to Florida. Like the Prince of Wales, she was into every corner of the terminal, scurrying from one employee to the next, firing questions and concentrating like a laser gun on the answers. When she and I went out to meet the press, she gave one of her most characteristic performances, declaiming at dictation speed 800,000 man-hours have been worked here without a single accident. Have you got that? 800,000. That's a magnificent record. North Sea oil didn't exactly save Occidental's bacon, we were never that much at risk. But, when we jumped out of the Libyan frying pan, we certainly landed on our feet in the United Kingdom. We had also benefited from tremendous good luck in Peru, Venezuela, and Nigeria, though politically speaking, we did jump out of the fat and into the fire with our South American explorations. During the 60s and 70s, almost every one of the governments Occidental dealt with in South America was unstable and many of them were less than savory. Those were the ones which were in power, though, and so those were the ones with whom we did business. Texaco and Gulf had taken successful concessions in Ecuador, next to Peru. I wanted us to get a territory in similar terrain, just across the border, but the military junta in Peru had passed a law forbidding foreign firms to work within 50 miles of the border. I managed to persuade the Peruvian generals to waive this law. We took a 2.9 million acre tract of Amazonian jungle right by the border, and we entered into a development agreement with Petroperu, the Peruvian national oil company. We offered to build a 600-mile pipeline across the Andes. However, Petroperu preferred to build and own it themselves, in anticipation of large discoveries of their own, and by other firms which would need to pay transportation fees through the pipeline. In any event, neither they nor the other companies came up with large discoveries, and Petroperu had to carry the whole cost of the program, from which we benefited. By 1973 the first 5 structures drilled in Peru by Occidental had all resulted in new oil field discoveries of up to 3,000 barrels per day each. Despite enduring political difficulties, threats of guerrilla attack and of nationalization, Occidental has continued to produce oil in Peru to this day. Occidental has had its share of disasters in South America, however. In Venezuela, our successful developments on Lake Maracaibo were expropriated by the government in December 1975 after trumped-up charges of bribery were alleged against Occidental. We Received no compensation, and we were forced to write off our entire investment there, which amounted to $73.50 million. We brought suit in Venezuela to recover our investment, and we're still hoping to recoup our losses, since the Venezuelan court has found us not guilty. You win some, you lose some. When you win in the oil business, you win big. When you lose plenty. In 1967, foreseeing the problem of dwindling oil reserves in the U.S., I became interested in new sources to supply America's domestic requirements for liquid fuels. I found the answer in shale oil. By far the richest deposits in the world occur in the United States in 3 states, Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah, and there is more oil in these 3 states than in the entire Arabian Peninsula. Oxy acquired a piece of this precious property in 1971, and in 1972 secured the first U.S. patent on a process known as modified in situ, MIS. We built an underground cavern filled with rubblized shale, ignited it, and the oil flowed as from a well. Some of it is of such high quality that it can be used as diesel fuel without further refining. This ingenious process proved not only to be an enormous success for retrieving oil from shale, but also provided an answer to the environmental problems of mining shale. With the steep increase in oil prices in the 70s, our process for extracting oil from shale started to become an economic reality. The U.S. government began to see the strategic value of the shale oil potential for military and civilian use. For instance, Brigadier General Anthony J. Farrington of the headquarters San Antonio Air Logistics Center at Kelly Air Force Base in Texas wrote us about the Air Force's test flights. We plan to convert from conventional to shale-derived fuel as soon as sufficient quantities are available. However, we needed government help to scale up to commercial levels. When oil prices dropped, the government decided to stop funding alternative energy research. With the abolition of the United States Synthetic Fuels Corporation by Congress in 1985, one had no other choice but to put our oil shale operations on hold, but only temporarily. I am convinced that oil shale will have a new day, will protect us from the disaster of depleted reserves and rationing. There is more than enough oil right in our own backyard, locked in the strata of the mighty Rocky Mountains, to see us through with all our demands well into the middle of next century. And with only 7 years of proven reserves of oil in the U.S., we may be back to shale oil sooner than later. Throughout the 70s and into the 80s, we went ahead with worldwide explorations, bidding for concessions in Bolivia, Ecuador, Colombia, Pakistan, Oman, Madagascar, and the South China Sea. Some of these ventures have been disappointing. For instance, the South China Sea, where all the major oil companies held very high hopes, has yet to yield a single discovery of any size. However, largely because of our good relations with the Chinese government, we have, at the time of this writing, drilled in an extension to our block to the north, where we recently made an important discovery, suggesting the presence of a large field. In other territories, Occidental has brought in relatively small fields which have made a tremendous difference to the economies of the host nation. In Pakistan, for instance, we have successfully developed fields where other companies had previously failed. In terms of Occidental's worldwide production, or even in terms of a major field like the North Sea or Libya, our Pakistan discoveries are small. However, when I first went to Pakistan, I promised President Zia-ul-Haq that we would make his country self-sufficient in oil. That's exactly what we are near to achieving. Domestic demand for oil is very low in Pakistan, but the difference made to the country's balance of trade by achieving near self-sufficiency in oil is immense. The per capita GNP of Pakistan is about $270 per year. In that context, the production of more than 20,000 barrels of oil a day, which we have achieved in our fields, represents a major economic breakthrough. The discovery of our Cannon Lemon field in northern Colombia did more than affect Colombia's struggling domestic economy. As the Wall Street Journal wrote in a headline on May 13, 1985, discovery in Colombia points up big change in world oil picture. The Cannon Lemon field was and is a monster, comparable with the elephant fields of Mexico and the North Sea. Its discovery followed a pattern which had become well established in Occidental's history. Only after an extended run of failures did we find oil where other companies such as Exxon and BP had given up. After our successes in Peru, Venezuela, and Bolivia, our Bakersfield geologists had considered it logical to explore in Colombia. Starting work in 1980, we spent $50 million on seismic and exploration on our block beneath the vast savanna east of the Andes foothills, and hit nothing but dry holes. We tried to farm out our block to 75 companies which could earn 1/2 interest by drilling a single well, but there were no takers. A lot of pressure was put on me to cancel the Colombian program, but by now I had acquired over 20 years experience in the oil business, and I knew that you had to play out every card in your hand before you walked away from the table. In June of 1984 we hit a discovery well named the Leoca, which seemed to indicate that we had a field of perhaps 100 million barrels. During the late summer and fall, further wells were drilled which suggested reserves of up to 1 billion barrels, allowing production of about 250,000 barrels a day. I ordered a crash program to build a pipeline capable of carrying up to 250,000 barrels a day, and the other major companies stepped up their exploration programs, spending about $500 million a year to the benefit of the Colombian economy. The discovery of Cannon Lemon also marked a major turning point in Occidental's fortunes. It allowed us to discharge much of the debt we had incurred when we acquired the city service company, unquestionably the most important acquisition I ever made. Following our long-term successes in foreign exploration, we faced the choice of investing further in foreign fields or attempting to acquire a domestic company which already owned extensive reserves. From all points of view, it made the best sense to go for a domestic acquisition. Cities was the ideal choice. City Service had been negotiating a merger with Gulf. When that fell through in acrimony, which led to City suing Gulf for breach of contract, a scramble was on for a company to replace Gulf. Nearly $4 billion would be needed to make the acquisition, plus the assumption of $3 billion of City's debt. The investment bankers representing City's First Boston Corporation and Goldman Sachs looked down their noses at Occidental when we entered the field. This is like Jonah trying to swallow the whale, I was told. I recognized that the key to the deal was to win over City's chief executive officer, Charles Chuck Wade Ellich. I went to see him and explained how our companies made a perfect fit. With the Permian Corporation in our control, we had access to huge volumes of crude oil through 20,000 leaseholders who were dependent upon our transmission system of pipelines. I showed Mr. Wade Ellich that we could guarantee cheaper crude for City's refineries. I also assured him that he and his top executives would all be kept in the management of the merged corporation unless, after a reasonable time, they wanted to retire. Then they could activate their golden parachutes which Cities had granted them to allow them to bail out in comfort. Chuck Wade Ellich was attracted by my proposition, but he was opposed by his investment bankers. One day at City's offices in New York, I was in one room with Chuck Wade Ellich, while representatives of First Boston and Lehman Brothers were in another, frantically scouring the world of commerce by telephone, trying to find a bidder to improve on Occidental's offer. Finally I made a deal with Chuck, who asked me to appear before his board of directors and make my case. I could sense that my speech was being well received, and soon after we had the green light. That deal, finalized on December 3, 1982, made Occidental the nation's 12th largest industrial concern and the 8th largest oil company, nudging the Seven Sisters. More significantly, it accomplished my long-term goal of guaranteeing Occidental's future with a sound domestic base in the USA, reducing the corporation's dependence on uncertain foreign ventures. We sold off enough assets that we didn't need, so that as of this writing we have paid off the banks and redeemed the preferred stock we issued, leaving us with the domestic oil and gas properties which we wanted. And that's the story of how, in J. Paul Getty's words, we achieved the transformation from a small independent to a major international oil company. The skeptics said it couldn't be done. We proved them wrong. They still say it can't be done today. Somebody else will prove them wrong again. 23 Business with Brezhnev. Leonid Brezhnev was the Soviet leader I knew best. From the early 70s until his death in November 1982, I saw him many times for extended interviews. We met in his office in the Kremlin, at state functions in Moscow, at his holiday palace in the Crimea, and when he visited America for his summit conference with President Nixon. We also exchanged dozens of personal letters which, in turn, produced a mountain of correspondence between my offices and bureaus of the Soviet state. To the extent that a working relationship with a head of state can ever be more than functional, Leonid Brezhnev and I were friends. Our characters were cut from very different bolts of cloth, but we developed a warm understanding. I didn't find him altogether easy, especially in his emotional impulsiveness and his enormous capacity for drink, but I liked him very much and I believed in the sincerity of his efforts to improve Russia's relations with America. In 1973 Brezhnev appeared in an hour-long NBC program about me, made by Lucy Jarvis and Ed Newman and called The Russian Connection. He emerged in the finale of the program, hugely grinning and bearishly booming as ever, to speak about my business efforts in the USSR and his relationship with me. He said, Armand Hammer has expended considerable effort. I help him, he helps me. It is mutual. We do not discuss secrets, just business. Almost the truth, but not quite. During Brezhnev's years I negotiated huge deals with the Soviets for Occidental, including one which was, at that time, the biggest business deal ever done between the Soviet Union and a foreign corporation worth, in total, some $20 billion. Those deals called for constant discussion and revision between Brezhnev and me, and, during these meetings, we invariably got around to more general questions of trade between the US and the USSR. So it is perfectly true that we did discuss business. But we also discussed arms control, détente, the position of Soviet Jewry and the Refuseniks, the plight of American businessmen who had tangled with the KGB, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, the position of Soviet defectors in America, and a host of other questions. My connection with the Soviet Union, more or less dormant since Khrushchev's fall from power, flourished afresh in the early 70s. Under the umbrella of a growing rapprochement between President Nixon and General Secretary Brezhnev, conditions for trade between the two countries, in which I played a prominent role, improved dramatically. In 1978 the Soviet government honored me with the Order of Friendship Between Peoples for my efforts to establish friendly relations and economic cooperation between the two countries. It had never been given to a foreign businessman before. Prompted by Henry Kissinger, Nixon wanted to achieve a major shift in United States global relations during his second term. Having settled the Vietnam War, he wanted to open a new era with the communist superpowers Russia and China. He wanted to let the bygones of the Cold War be bygones and to remodel his own reputation as the McCarthyite scourge of the Reds. With his eye lifted to the judgment of history, Nixon wanted to be remembered as the president who had brought peace between East and West. The political and economic reasons for this polar swing in U.S. foreign policy were pretty clear. The Japanese and South Korean economies were exploding like star shells, not only over the Pacific Rim but around the world. More or less open trade war had been declared between the industrialized states of the West. To hold anything approaching its economic supremacy, the United States had to beat the Japanese in major new markets, especially in China and Russia. The triangulations of Henry Kissinger's design called for both the other corners to be locked up at the same time. Nixon had to get rapprochement with both China and Russia simultaneously. Otherwise, whichever power was excluded would feel doubly suspicious of the new coziness between the US and its rival. If Nixon and Kissinger had opened negotiations for détente with Brezhnev without entering into a new understanding with Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai, China would have been cast into a menacing isolation, and vice versa. The greatest diplomatic benefit of the Nixon/Kissinger strategy was that it made the US the critical junction between the Soviet Union and China. America entered the Sino-Soviet split not as a hyphen, but as a partner of each of those antagonistic powers. The greatest benefit to the world at large was that it called for peaceful and tolerant relations between and among the three most powerful nations on Earth. Nixon and Kissinger plainly saw that trade had to be opened up with Russia and China. Trade was the key not only to a new era of political relations, but also to the defense and enlargement of America's interests. Naturally, I watched the development of this strategy with the sharpest interest and enthusiasm. No policy could have been framed closer to my own beliefs and attitudes. By the time of the 1972 presidential election, there was no doubt whatsoever in my mind that Nixon was framing the most imaginative foreign policy initiative of my life. I wanted Occidental to take a lead in the new policy of détente and to lend its weight to my own ideas of détente through trade. The corporation was better placed for this role than any in America. All the ingredients were coming together for the fertilizer deal which I had carried in my mind and prepared for so many years. In July 1972, Occidental and the Soviets signed a 5-year scientific and technical cooperation agreement covering many areas, including fertilizers, but I knew there was still a long way to go between an agreement and its fulfillment. If I wanted this plan to succeed, I needed the help of one man, Leonid Brezhnev. During this period, Brezhnev had kept himself aloof and apart from the business end of détente. He did not see any individual American businessman, nor did he give more than a cursory nod of acquiescence to our efforts in Moscow. If my 70 years business experience have taught me anything, however, they have taught me this: deal with the man at the top, the boss. That's the way to get things done. When the bosses of corporations get together, they can quickly decide whether or not a deal can be made, and they can then leave the details to be arranged between their executives. With all its enterprises and offices under the control of the government, the Soviet Union is, in a sense, a giant corporation, and the ultimate boss of this vast conglomerate is, therefore, the General Secretary of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. If you want to get things done there, if you want to smash through the maze of bureaucratic complications which exist in a corporate state, it helps to have access to the chairman of the board. I kept trying to figure a way to make a connection with Leonid Brezhnev. For a long time it eluded me, and then finally it came about in a curious way and more or less by chance. In the middle of 1972, when the earliest stages of the fertilizer agreement were underway, I received a call from an art dealer named Otto Keller, the owner of Gallery St. Etienne of New York. He claimed that 2 original letters written in Lenin's hand had come into his possession, and he had a proposition to make. He would give me the Lenin letters, to give to the Russians, if I would persuade them, in exchange, to give him several masterpiece paintings from their collections at the Hermitage in Leningrad or the Pushkin Museum in Moscow. Some deal. It was a preposterous idea. Keller was effectively asking the Russians to hold themselves up for ransom. That, in my experience, is not the best possible way to get their cooperation. Nonetheless, if he was telling the truth, Keller had documents of great historical importance and value in his hands. Hoping that I might be able to reason with him, I arranged a meeting. As a precaution, I took along several photostated copies of letters Lenin had written to me, to make sure there was no fraud. Peering through a magnifying glass, I scrutinized the dealer's letters as minutely as I could, comparing the form of each character with my originals. They seemed to check out completely. One letter, written in French in 1919, was addressed to Comrade Laureate and all French friends of the Third International. The other was in German, written in 1921, to Clara Zetkin and Comrade Levi. Clara Zetkin was a German feminist and communist who later became a senior member of the Reichstag during the Weimar regime, and who died in Russia in 1933. I insisted that I would need expert authentication, and Keller agreed that I could send photostats to show to scholars at the Lenin Institute in Moscow. Word came back by cable that the letters on offer were indeed genuine. Now I had to persuade Keller to see reason. Since he wanted pictures in exchange for the letters, I offered him a number of works from the Hammer galleries, and since he also wanted cash, I offered him a lot of cash. The haggling was protracted over several months, but at last, in October 1972, the letters were mine. I was going to Moscow in that month. I took the Lenin letters with me. My main contact in Moscow at that time was German Gvashiany, son-in-law of Premier Kosygin and deputy chairman of the Committee for Science and Technology of the USSR Council of Ministers. I delivered the letters to Gvashiany, with a separate letter addressed to Leonid Brezhnev, in which I declared the Lenin documents my unconditional gift to the government and people of the USSR. The response was immediate. Francis and I were staying in the old National Hotel opposite Red square, in the suite Lenin himself had occupied when he first came to Moscow during the Revolution of October 1917. A few days after I had sent the letters to Brezhnev, Vyshiany visited me in my suite and told me that Brezhnev being out of town, the Lenin letters had been turned over to Mikhail Andreevich Suslov, the second most powerful man in the Soviet Union. And Suslov wanted to see me. That was astonishing news. Suslov, the Politburo's chief ideologist, was the Soviet leader least likely to want to make friends with an American capitalist. One of the last major figures from Stalin's era to survive in power, Suslov might easily have become general secretary when Khrushchev had been toppled, but apparently he had preferred a lesser office, which allowed him to concentrate on maintaining the purity of Marxist-Leninist ideology in Soviet practice. His reputation gave him out as an austere, unbending, and forbidding man. On first sight, when we met, that reputation was confirmed. Suslov was extremely tall, well over 6 feet, with a gaunt high cheekbone face and stern gray blue eyes behind thick lenses. His manner seemed to be intimidatingly grave and impassive. I quickly saw that Suslov's appearance disguised his true character. His impassiveness hid a deep shyness. The scholarliness of his rather tousled gray hair was genuine and the intelligence of his features was unmistakable. But he was modest rather than stern and, far from being cold, his smile was kindly. His face positively lit up when he spoke of Lenin. On his desk were several volumes of Lenin's published correspondence. I could see slips of paper, as markers, sticking out from many pages. Suslov had been doing his homework on me and had read all the letters and memos Lenin had written to and about me. Suslov read aloud to me a resolution of the Central Committee of the Communist Party thanking me for my gift of the Lenin letters. And he presented me with a beautifully engraved portrait of Lenin made of silver and other metals found in the Urals. Then, escorting me through his secretary's outer office, Mr. Suslov pointed to a door which opened into the same secretariat. It was Brezhnev's office. Suslov said, General Secretary Brezhnev regrets he could not be here, but he will write you on his return to Moscow and will also receive and thank you personally on your next visit to the USSR. That was the breakthrough I had been seeking for months on. And within a matter of weeks, I did indeed receive a letter from Brezhnev himself, thanking me. It is unnecessary for me to tell you at length how dear to the Soviet people is everything that is directly related to the life and activities of the great founder of our party and the Soviet state. And continuing on, the leadership of the Soviet Union attaches great importance to the present positive turn in the Soviet-American relations. The development of contracts and mutually beneficial peaceful cooperation between our peoples in different spheres is considered by us a matter of great importance. A highly significant role in that belongs to the economic relations and you, Dr. Hammer, are making an active contribution to their development. I was walking on air. In early February 1973, I received word that the General Secretary himself would see me. I flew to Moscow on February 11, and on February 15, 1973, the closed door which Suslov had pointed out opened to me. Brezhnev and I spent 2.5 hours together. The only other man in the room was Viktor Sukadrev, the official interpreter. Sukadrev didn't have much work to do. Soon after Brezhnev began speaking, I started replying to him in Russian before Sukadrev had completed the translation. Brezhnev said, well, Dr. Hammer, you apparently can understand my Russian very well. Yes, I said, but it's more important to know whether you can understand my Russian. He laughed and said that I was doing all right, and we went on with our business without much more of Sukadrev's assistance. I found Mr. Brezhnev to be a man of great humanism and vast warmth. Brezhnev's emotions were deep and his eyes quickly filled with tears when his sentiments were stirred. As a sign of his emotional character, Brezhnev was embarrassed that no gift had been prepared for me, and, standing up, he whipped the gold watch and chain from his vest and handed it to me. I carried it with me for years, and liked to tease Americans with it as an example of Soviet technology. Keeps pretty good time, you know. Brezhnev was eager to open up Soviet trade with the West and particularly with the United States. He liked my formulation détente through trade, and he was ready to put his weight and muscle behind the deals I wanted to make for Occidental. They were, for Occidental to ship $500 million worth of fertilizer to Russia annually in exchange for urea and ammonia of equivalent value which we could sell in the United States. For the building of an international trade center and hotel in the heart of Moscow to service the growing number of American and international companies which would need office space and hotel accommodations there. For an incredibly ambitious plan to supply Soviet gas from eastern Siberia to west coast states of America. For the export of Russian nickel in exchange for American nickel plating machinery to process Soviet metals. I went over the details of all these proposals with Brezhnev. He approved them all. The breakthrough I made with him was, in its way, as significant as Lenin's offer that I should become the first American concessionaire of the USSR. The deals would make Occidental the #1 American corporation in the Soviet Union until close to the end of the 20th century. The 20-year fertilizer deal, scheduled to commence in 1978, would conclude in the year of my 100th birthday. I told Brezhnev that I intended to be there to celebrate the occasion, and I hoped he would be there to raise a glass with me. He might have made it to that date, too, but for his huge indulgence in food, drink, and tobacco. At our first meeting he told me that he needed to lose a lot of weight, but he got bored with the tasteless rigors of all the diets he had tried. I recommended that he should try Dr. Atkins Diet Revolution, the program which was helping me to lose a troublesome 20 surplus pounds while still allowing me to eat well and enjoy my food. I gave him a copy of the Atkins book, which I understand he had translated into Russian. I also told him he should quit smoking cigarettes. This conversation about diet and health was to be a standard feature of all our meetings in coming years. I think his efforts to follow the Atkins diet were defeated by his appetites. I kept nagging him about his cigarettes. At one time he did try to switch to using a cigarette holder with a filter, but that didn't make a lot of difference. It wasn't until shortly before his death that he gave up smoking altogether. His drinking was far beyond moderation or any sensible control. Every time I saw him in the evening, during the coming years, he was lacing into vodka at a terrifying rate. Especially at his holiday home near Yalta on the Black Sea where Francis and I visited him, he drank so heavily that he had to be supported from the room. I couldn't have kept up with this flood of vodka even if I had wanted to. As surreptitiously as possible, when no one was looking, I would pour some of *. Opened in 1980, it is now often referred to in Moscow as the Hammer House, more than 600 office suites, 600 apartments, and 600 hotel rooms besides conference rooms. Multinational restaurants and shops, a lasting monument to the decade of détente. My glass under the table or take small sips for every one of his bottoms up. The only one who could trade drink for drink with Brezhnev was, apparently, Konstantin Chernenko, for whom the medical consequences were to be equally fatal. When Chernenko died only 2 years after Brezhnev, it was widely rumored in Moscow that he had cirrhosis of the liver, among other serious illnesses. This excessive drinking among the Russians, I believe, was undoubtedly one of the main reasons why Mikhail Gorbachev made it an early priority to crack down on vodka consumption, launching a nationwide drive for restraint and forbidding the serving of vodka at official functions or the sale of vodka until the afternoon, when the working day is nearly finished. Back to 1973, however. At that first meeting, Brezhnev said that the only major obstacle in his mind to détente through trade was the political climate in America. The Watergate crisis was only just beginning to make itself felt at that moment. It did not appear to worry Brezhnev. He was certain that an affair which seemed to him so trivial would not interfere with the momentous political interests at stake in Nixon's new global strategy. The key question to Brezhnev was whether or not Nixon truly wanted a new era of détente with Russia, and whether he could carry it off with Congress and the American people. Political memory is very long in Russia, and slights and insults are never forgotten or quickly forgiven. Nixon's long-standing hostility to the Soviet Union and his aggressive anti-communism within the U.S. had all been minutely recorded in the Kremlin's ledgers. His eyeball-to-eyeball confrontation with Khrushchev, when Nixon visited Moscow as Eisenhower's vice president, had left an indelible impression of belligerence. I tried to reassure Brezhnev. I was certain, I said, that Nixon's change of heart was sincere. He had realized that, through détente, he could leave his mark in history as one of America's greatest presidents. And the judgment of history was, as everyone knew, Nixon's outstanding preoccupation for his second term. As for the president's capacity to carry the American people with him, I asserted that it was not in doubt. Nixon had won one of the greatest electoral victories of all time. His standing with the people was at a record high. In the post-Vietnam atmosphere, America was looking for a new role in the world and a new age of reconciliation. All the political constituents, I assured Brezhnev, were right for the New Deal which he wanted with the West, and for the deals I wanted to make for Occidental in Russia. Brezhnev took my word and believed me. He guaranteed that he would give his personal support to our deals and keep a close eye on their development. He told me to get in touch with him directly if we ran into any major problems or if I thought that his intervention would be helpful. That was the bonus that, above all, I had wanted. The seal of the General Secretary's approval would guarantee the success of Occidental's new ventures in Russia. Open access to Brezhnev, the chairman of the board, would let me leapfrog the tangled fences of bureaucracy which would undoubtedly stand in our way. Finalizing the fertilizer and trade center deals took a further full year from the date of my Brezhnev meeting. Business with the Russians is not done quickly. They move very methodically through a routine of steps, at each of which they make sure that they can change their minds, withdraw or close a deal with somebody else. They never open negotiations without getting competitive bids. They start negotiations with a protocol, without which you can't get visas and you can't get any official access for discussions. The protocol lets you in. Next they move to writing a letter of intent, followed by a global agreement which sets forth the principal terms of understanding. This paves the way for the last step, which is the implementing agreements. Dealing with the Russians takes a lot of patience, competitive sense, and keen watchfulness. Asked by the Society of American Business Writers once for advice to American businessmen, I said, I would sum it up in this fashion: draw your contract carefully because, once you sign it, the Soviets will make sure you live up to it. Just as they intend to live up to their commitment. Their chairman of the State Bank, M.R. Alkamuov, tells a story about the Russian press that you may find instructive. In Russia, the word for however is visyateki. M.R. Alkamuov says the best way to read Izvestia and Pravda is to follow the story to the sentence which you will find, beginning with the word visyateki. And then, from that point on, pay very close attention. The same tip applies to contracts. Any American businessman who entered negotiations with the Russians expecting them to be naive in the drawing of contracts and the exaction of the last kopeck would be making a horrible mistake. Once When I met him in his office, Brezhnev laughingly said, "I trust Komarov, the first deputy foreign trade minister, is squeezing you." I truthfully answered that we were being squeezed plenty. On the other hand, American go-getting can occasionally cause a surprise in the Soviet bureaucracy. One day during my first visit to Moscow after the Nixon/Brezhnev summit there in July 1972, I dumbfounded German Vishiany with our informal style of decision-making. He had called me to his office to show me a draft of our proposed 5-point agreement. It was written in Russian, of course. I looked it over and it seemed all right. So I took a pen, struck out the word draft, signed it and handed it back to him. He was nonplussed. "Don't you want to show it to your lawyer?" he said. "No," I said. "I don't need a lawyer to tell me that it's all right as it stands. Don't you at least want to think it over?" "Look," I said, "this is your draft, not mine. I haven't changed one word of it and I've signed it. So we're in business, aren't we?" He stood there for a moment, holding the document and obviously not knowing what to do. Then he said he needed to take advice. He left the room. I have always thought he went to telephone his father-in-law, Premier Kosygin. After a while he came back into the room and said, "Okay." Then he took the pen and signed his own draft, still acting as if I had put one over on him. Before the final stages of the negotiations, I saw Brezhnev twice. When he was in Washington in June 1973 for his summit conference with Richard Nixon, I met him for lunch at Blair House, the diplomatic residence for visiting heads of state across from the White House. That evening, as Francis and I were entering the White House for Nixon's state dinner, the president, the general secretary and I had an impromptu meeting. Seeing us coming along the receiving line, Brezhnev held me up for a few minutes, talking to me in Russian while I translated for the president. On November 17, 1973, I saw Brezhnev again in his Kremlin office. By this time Brezhnev had looked closely into the Pandora's box of Watergate, and the full extent of Nixon's plight was beginning to dawn on him. Even though he had a painfully sore throat on the day we met, and had been told not to talk, he insisted on seeing me because, as he said, one of my greatest needs is to get your ideas. Most of all, he wanted my opinions on Nixon's Watergate troubles. At that point I still believed Nixon would survive. I told Brezhnev that the president's fighting spirit would see him through. Brezhnev said that he was baffled by all the fuss being made about Watergate. He said, "You have your own ways and, speaking confidentially, I must confess I don't understand them." He said, "I worry about Nixon. A man can only stand so much and then he's bound to break down." He said that he was being very careful not to take advantage of Nixon's troubles and not to jump on him, as others are. He had sent Nixon a warm personal letter which, Dobrynin had told him, Nixon had greatly appreciated, declaring that Nixon was the only true statesman in the United States. Even Pompidou thinks so. Brezhnev said he wanted to do everything possible to help Nixon settle his political problems, especially in the Middle East. Brezhnev was startlingly undogmatic and pragmatic about the position of Israel. He said that there should be a settlement which would provide security for Israel and good neighbor relations. He went on, "The United States is more interested in this than we are. After all, we don't buy any oil from the Middle East." He felt that Nixon had to deal with an almost impossible problem with American Zionists who would allow no compromise on Israel's position. "They cannot live long this way," he said. "Both Arabs and Israelis will have to compromise." Despite his bad throat, Brezhnev was in high spirits that day. He asked about the progress of the fertilizer deal and then launched into a long reminiscence of his own farming days on one of the largest communes in Kazakhstan, where nothing would grow without chemical fertilizers. He said that he had always enjoyed work and abhorred red tape. "I like to speak my mind and get on with things," he said. He asked me to let Nixon know that he was truly confident of détente as a workable premise, and that he believed in Nixon, but was worried about his health. I relayed this message to the president in a letter. Along with my letter, I enclosed a quotation from Abraham Lincoln which has always meant a lot to me. Lincoln said, "If I were to try to read, much less answer, all the attacks made on me, this shop might as well be closed for any other business. I do the very best I can, and I mean to keep doing so until the end. If the end brings me out all right, what is said against me won't amount to anything. If the end brings me out wrong, 10 angels swearing I was right would make no difference." I was particularly sympathetic to President Nixon's plight, because I was having Watergate troubles of my own. In late March and early April of 1972, one had made a contribution to Nixon's campaign fund anonymously, and from my own funds, as I had been accustomed to doing since Roosevelt ran in 1932. Because I had the ill luck to put my contribution into the hands of a trusted executive who turned out to be a rascal, however, my contribution was to entangle me in a fight which threatened to destroy my reputation, my work, my health, and even, at one moment, my life itself. Richard Nixon's 1972 campaign was organized almost as if he were an unknown with an outside shot at the White House, rather than an incumbent president running against a weak Democratic candidate. With maximum efficiency, the committee to re-elect the president combed the nation for every possible dollar of financial support, so it came as no surprise to me when Maurice Stans, chairman of the Finance Committee, came looking to me for a substantial contribution. Substantial to me meant $50,000, and that's what I packed when I went to see Stans in Washington on March 30, 1972. Stans had something slightly bigger in mind, however. he suggested that I might like to give $250,000. I managed to smile, and demurred. Well, he said, at least I think you should contribute $100,000 and be a member of the 100,000 club. It contains many of your friends. Without great enthusiasm, but with a sense of resignation, I agreed, though, I told him, I still insisted on anonymity. In that case, as you know, Stans said, you will have to make your contribution in full before April 7th. On that date the Federal Election Campaign Act becomes effective and contributions will have to be declared. I knew all about it, told him he could have $50,000 right away, and promised to get the balance to him within the next 7 days. As it was, I could give him only $46,000 at that time. $4,000 was needed for tickets to a political dinner, but I said he'd have the outstanding $54,000 within a week. On April 3, back in Los Angeles, I took out $54,000 from my bank, flew to Reno, where I had an appointment to see Manchester Union leader publisher Bill Loeb, and, on April 5, I gave the money to my associate, Tim Babcock, to give to Stans, impressing upon him the necessity of delivering it before April 7. He said it was no problem. Tim Babcock was a very trusted member of my staff, the executive vice president of Occidental International, my Washington division, and a former governor of Montana, from 1962 to 1968. I believed in him implicitly. 2.5 months later, on July 20, I met with President Nixon in the Oval Office. I had just returned from the Soviet Union, where I had signed the first trade agreement since the Nixon/Brezhnev summit, and Nixon naturally wanted to hear all about it. He was jovial, friendly, at the peak of his powers and sky-high with confidence. I've done my duty, I told him. I'm in the 100,000 club with Maurice Stans. We both laughed. A year later I wasn't laughing anymore. As it turned out, Tim Babcock had not delivered the $54,000 to Stans by April 7. In fact, incredibly, he had not even begun to give the money to Stans until September 14, when he visited Stans's office and handed over $15,000. Stans, naturally, said that the sum would be recorded as a donation from Armand Hammer. Oh no, said Babcock, the contribution was not from me, but from several individuals whose names and addresses he would supply soon. That's what Stans wrote. On November 3 Stans received an additional $25,000 through Babcock's attorney, again attributed to various, soon-to-be-named donors. And on January 17, 1973, he got a final $14,000, with the same proviso. There was my $54,000, to which Babcock had helped himself and which he had then replaced from some other sources, but why had he done this? A strong clue was provided by a later investigation which, unfortunately, came too late to help my cause. Apparently Babcock was in severe financial difficulty in April 1972, and sorely pressed for cash. He had borrowed $2 million to build a hotel in Helena, Montana, and then a further $600,000 to furnish and equip it. He was restoring a historic mansion as a luxurious home for himself and was running a loss-making radio station. It seems reasonable to suppose that during the summer of 1972 he might have found it convenient to have access to $54,000. Meanwhile I sailed on, blithely unaware of the storm that was about to break. By April 1973 events were unfolding so quickly and dramatically in the Watergate scandal that it was clear that Maurice Stans's finance committee would be formally investigated. In June, Stans made a full disclosure of the funds which he had received, and informed me that my contribution had been $46,000. $46,000? To say that I hit the ceiling would not be going far enough. I called Babcock to my house and he lied, saying that I had given him the money in July or August, I can't remember which. It was patently untrue, but from then on Babcock was caught in his lies. And so was I. Shortly thereafter the Senate Select Committee headed by Sam Ervin sent a questionnaire to all donors, requiring a statement of their campaign contributions. I asked Louis Nizar what I should do. His answer was unequivocal. I had not been asked how much money I had given to be delivered as a contribution, I had simply been asked how much I had contributed, and that amount was $46,000. Whatever had happened to the money given to Babcock was a matter between Babcock and myself. That's what I answered, but it did not end there. The Watergate special prosecutor didn't believe it. First he prosecuted Babcock for aiding and abetting me in the making of an illegal contribution. Babcock was convicted and sentenced to 4 months in jail, which was later reduced to a $1,000 fine on appeal after I was sentenced to a fine, but note that it was for aiding and abetting me. Babcock was committed to a story which blamed me for his wrongdoing. He alleged, and the special prosecutor so charged, that I had given him the $54,000 on or about September 6, 1972, with instructions to deliver the money to the Finance Committee in the names of other people. It was further alleged and charged that I had conspired with Babcock to conceal the making of campaign contributions as they were delivered to the Finance Committee on September 14, November 3, and January 17. How was I to prove my innocence? I had no receipts, no witnesses, no documentary proof of when I had given the money to Babcock. Furthermore, at the time, I had even forgotten about the trip to Reno. The whole thing had happened 18 months previously, and so the only date I could think of for the day I had handed the money to Babcock was April 3, the day I had taken it out of the bank. And Babcock could prove that he wasn't in Los Angeles that day. Nevertheless, I knew that if I could appear before the grand jury and tell my story, that I would convince them. I knew that talking to them face to face would persuade them that I was innocent of wrongdoing. My attorneys argued against it, but I was ready for the fray. Or at least my brain and my soul were ready, my heart wasn't. At the moment of the greatest personal crisis in my life, my health disintegrated. I was 76 years old, had suffered intermittent bad health for more than 20 years and had twice submitted to major surgery within the previous 3 years. In addition, I was under immense strain in my business life, between boardroom battles, the crazy menace of Oxys-Libyan connection and the fathomless complications of doing business with the Soviets. To be confronted at such a time with the threat of a criminal conviction was more than my heart could stand. It didn't quite give out, but it gave notice of a desire to quit. Under no circumstances, said my doctors, was I to go through the strain of a trial. It could, quite literally, kill me. As Louis Nisser was to write in his book Reflections Without Mirrors, it was desirable to have a vindicated client, but only if he was alive. I had no alternative, swallowing my pride, and in agreement with the prosecutor, I entered a guilty plea to 3 misdemeanors and determined to put the whole ugly mess behind me. I presumed that the worst was over. But it was yet to come. In a way, it was my fault. The probation officer in Los Angeles invited me to open my heart and mind and set forth fully all the circumstances surrounding the events which led to the misdemeanor plea, and I accepted the invitation. I wrote a letter in which I acknowledged a measure of guilt for having failed to give close supervision to the money I had placed in Babcock's hands, and concluded that in pleading guilty I was willing to resolve all doubts in favor of the prosecutor. When the judge read that, he hit the roof. He read it correctly, I must admit, as a protestation of innocence inconsistent with a plea of guilty, then, on his own motion, vacated the guilty plea, entered a not guilty plea for me and set the case down for trial. The prosecutor, hearing that, proceeded to announce that, the plea bargaining having been set aside, he was convening a grand jury and would indict me on 2 felonies, to be added to the misdemeanors which had been set down for trial. Now I had the worst of all possible worlds, felonies, a trial, all of my worst nightmares had come to life. Fortunately, the judge's action was reversed on appeal, and the original guilty plea to misdemeanors reinstated, but this latest development almost stopped my heart for keeps. At 10 o'clock one evening, at my home in California, my heart failed. I thought I was going to die. I was rushed to the Los Angeles hospital, where my condition was diagnosed as pre-infarction angina, congestive heart failure and disturbance of the cardiac rhythm. When in late March 1976 I appeared in Los Angeles for sentencing, the case had been transferred from Washington. For my health, I was invisibly wired with telemetered electrocardiographic equipment so that I could be monitored by doctors and medical aides in an adjoining room. I have never felt closer to death. All my life I had tried to live decently and act honestly. Nothing in life meant more to me than my good name and reputation. And now here I was about to be sentenced. I was given a fine of $3,000 and 1 year's probation. I could go, I was told, I was free. But, once convicted, a human being can never be free again. Guilt and innocence are more than legal terms. Guilt lives on in the mind of the criminal and in the society in which he moves, where he will always be suspected and distrusted. Innocence is a state of grace, conferred and confirmed in trusting relations between people in all their dealings with each other. The innocent man cannot be free until the world acknowledges his innocence. I set out to clear my name. Gradually, my health recovered, and I began to make headway. The first breakthrough came when my memory suddenly cleared and I remembered that I had given Babcock the money in Reno on April 5, a day for which he had no alibi. The second came in 1985, when some extraordinary information came my way. This is what I learned, when Babcock had gone to Stanz's office on January 17, 1973, with his final parcel of $14,000, the election, of course, had long been over. Stans had explained to Babcock that the Finance Committee had more than enough money to pay for campaign expenses, but that money was needed for non-campaign expenses such as the compilation of voter profile records at the White House. Stans had asked Babcock if his fictional contributors would mind applying both the current $14,000 and the previous $25,000 to those purposes. Babcock had replied that it was no problem. That meant that the $39,000 had not gone for campaign expenses. After all, and thus they could not possibly have been illegal campaign contributions. I was technically innocent even of the technical offense which had been laid against me. And as for the first $15,000 Babcock had given them on September 14, the statute of limitations had expired on that contribution by the time my case was heard. In truth, I should not have been called to answer for any of those contributions, and the prosecutor must have known it. Why hadn't he informed us? When my attorneys heard about it, they immediately swore in a deposition that they would never have advised me to plead guilty if they had known the facts. In addition, we discovered that a case similar to mine had come up at the same time, and the man had never been prosecuted because the prosecutor had no case. Dwayne Andreas, head of Archer Daniels Smedlandco, the agricultural processing giant, had promised Stans $25,000, and, in good faith, had made every possible effort to complete his contribution before April 7. However, the contribution hadn't been lodged with the committee until after that date. When the Justice Department investigated the Andreas contribution, they concluded that, even though the money had been received after April 7, it was not governed by the new law because it had been pledged before that date. Exactly my case. Not only was I innocent of what I had been charged, but I never should have been charged in the first place. Needless to say, the discovery of all this information has been extremely heartening, and, as I write these words, my case is again before the government, with all the exonerating evidence intact. Eventually I hope to be vindicated. Meanwhile, back to Russia. As my health improved, once the stress on my heart had been removed, I began to shuttle back and forth from Moscow again, and, by the middle of the decade, Frances had been to Moscow as many times as she cared to for the rest of her life. One evening, when we were in the Lenin Suite at the National Hotel, she put her foot down. "Listen, Armand," she said, "I've really had enough of this place and I'm never coming here again unless there are some changes made. I don't like this hotel. I don't feel safe in the elevators, because they're always breaking down. The plumbing doesn't work most of the time. The room is either too hot or too cold. You can't open the window to get any fresh air. The charm of these rooms has completely evaporated for me. Unless we can be more comfortable here, I don't want to come back." Next evening we had to attend a banquet at the Kremlin. I was sitting beside Brezhnev's assistant, Alexandrov. Brezhnev himself was a few seats away. Suddenly Alexandrov turned to me and said, "I understand Mrs. Hammer is not happy with her accommodations at the National Hotel. Since you have to visit Moscow so frequently, perhaps it would suit you better to have an apartment here. Please allow us to make the necessary arrangements. I'm sure we could find you an apartment." Meant to Mrs. Hammer's satisfaction in the diplomatic quarter. How, I wonder, could they have known that Frances was not happy with her accommodations? In any case, they found a 5-room apartment at Lavrushenskoye Perulok, with a view of the Kremlin, which had been occupied by 5 families. I had it completely rebuilt and elegantly furnished on a turn-key job by a West German contractor working under the supervision of MacDonald Beckett, the architect who built the Moscow Trade Center. The walls were decorated with beautiful paintings by famous Russian artists which I had repatriated. Without a word to Frances until the day the apartment was finished, I rode with her to the building, took her upstairs, opened the door, and there stood a Russian maid in uniform welcoming us to our new home. Needless to say, France was flabbergasted. As we got to know Brezhnev better, we also had to get used to his unusual style of greeting special friends. Though I could have lived without the experience, I have been kissed by thousands of Russian men but always on the cheek. It was Brezhnev's mark of special esteem to impose enthusiastic kisses on the lips. I seemed to find this marginally easier to take than Frances. Presidents came and went in the White House, but only death would dislodge Brezhnev from the General Secretary's office in the Kremlin. As Gerald Ford took over from Richard Nixon, only to be defeated by Jimmy Carter, I became one of the few Americans privy in continuity to the policy of détente. My usefulness as a contact between the Kremlin and the White House consequently increased. Jimmy Carter's ascendancy took me by surprise. I was among those who figured he didn't stand a chance. I had first met Jimmy Carter during his campaign at a party in Los Angeles at Lew Wasserman's home. At that time I barely knew and hardly cared who Jimmy Carter was. Frances happened to be sitting next to Mr. Carter at dinner, however, and as we were going home she said, "You'd better watch that man. He's going to be president." Because Carter had no previous experience in foreign relations and was a completely unknown quantity for the Russians, I was in a position to be a useful intermediary between them. For instance, in September 1976, I carried a message to Carter from Brezhnev's foreign minister, Andrei Gromyko. Having seen Gromyko in New York at a meeting arranged by Ambassador Dobrynin, I was going to a party in Georgia at the home of Miss Lillian, Jimmy Carter's mother. Hearing this, Gromyko wanted to be sure Carter had the same information on the Soviet arms position as Kissinger did. He asked if I would carry a message to Mr. Carter. Fred Gross had to land our plane at Americus, the nearest airport capable of taking the plane. When we went back to the airport after the party, a sizable crowd had gathered on the tarmac. "Is somebody famous coming in, Fred?" I said. "No, doctor," he said. "They're here because no plane like this has ever taken off from this strip, and they're all making bets about whether we make it over those trees at the end of the runway." We trimmed a few inches off the treetops. On December 9, 1976, I met Jimmy Carter for lunch at Blair House and gave him an up-to-date account of our dealings with the Russians. At the meeting I urged him to arrange a summit meeting with Leonid Brezhnev as one of his earliest priorities. Toward the end of his administration, President Carter told me that he wished he had acted on my advice and not delayed as long as he did. Like most American presidents, however, Jimmy Carter had to deal with a powerful anti-Soviet lobby in his own White House. Carter's was led by Zbigniew Brzezinski, whose family property in Poland had been expropriated by the communists, and who hated the Russians. A worldwide campaign in defense of human rights was obviously going to be a strong plank in Carter's administration. A powerful thread of moral reforming zeal ran through Jimmy Carter's character, and he regarded it as part of America's mission in the world to give a lead to less enlightened countries. In general terms I approved of this stance, except that I think it's asking for trouble for any individual or nation to be a moral exemplar to others. As far as the administration's attitude affected America's relations with the Soviet Union, however, it made me uneasy. The position of the Russian Jews was the most prominent and volatile issue of human rights between the USA and the USSR. Being a true dilemma, this question needed very careful handling. Essentially, the Soviet authorities have always indignantly denied that Jews in their country suffer any disadvantages or restrictions on their freedom. The Soviets insist that their constitution guarantees rights of religious freedom to all groups. The theory is fine. The practice is different. The Soviet authorities say that most of those Jews who are forbidden exit visas have had access through their work to confidential or secret information. Some violated their laws by hooliganism or anti-Soviet slander and have been sentenced to prison in Siberia. The authorities seem to think that one or other of these situations fits nearly every Jew in Russia who wants to emigrate. As a Jew, I feel the most powerful bond with the state of Israel, and Israel's interests beat in my heart. Many of my Jewish friends in Israel and in America have come to me for help in aiding the Jews in Soviet Russia, and I have done everything I could to help them. I believe that the best way to help the Soviet Jews, however, was through discreet and quiet work both on individual cases and on larger principles. I feared that vague and ill-defined sentiments were going to interfere with the absolutely essential progress of détente between the USA and the USSR. After the Nixon-Brezhnev summit meetings of 1972 and 1973, Jewish emigration from Russia proceeded at an average rate of more than 20,000 a year. In some years, such as 1973 and 1978, numbers exceeded 30,000. In 1979, 50,000 Jews left Russia. In 1980, the year of the Afghanistan crisis, the figure was down to 20,000, which it has never since approached. In the last 4 years, up to 1986, only 1,000 Jews a year have been permitted to leave. I tried to encourage the growth of emigration in the 70s and urged the Soviets to look again at their policies. In a letter written on December 9, 1976, for instance, I pleaded with Brezhnev to re-examine the so-called security dimension of the problem. Surely, I wrote, some of these citizens have now been away from sensitive matters long enough that their emigration will have no detrimental effect on the USSR. On individual cases, I worked closely with Jewish friends in America, notably Harry Simon Levi, one of our attorneys, who was closely involved in Jewish and Israeli affairs. Before he had come to the United States, Harry had fought in the Irgun with his close friend Menachem Begin, and he retained close connections in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. We managed to get the Soviet authorities to relent on a number of cases. My biggest success in that field came at the prompting, not of private Jews in America, but of Golda Meir herself. On September 5, 1972, she wrote to me, I'm sure you have heard of the plight of Jewish academicians who wish to come to Israel. The matter is of such significance that I would do anything to be able to meet you and discuss with you this matter, which may become one more great tragedy in Jewish life. It seems to me that you, because you have done so much for Russia, more than others can help avert disaster for the Russian Jews. Please forgive me for writing about this to you whom I have never had the privilege of meeting. Believe me, it is due to my great anxiety as to what is already taking place and what the future may be. Please let me know if you are prepared to suggest some way in which we might meet for a discussion of this matter, or if you are prepared to meet with somebody whom I would send to you. Of course I agreed to go see her. Shortly after I received her letter, I got a message from Zvi Dinstein, deputy finance minister and the brother of a member of Golda's cabinet, that she wanted to talk to me in person in Jerusalem. If I would go to see her, she would send a plane for me to carry me there in secret. I knew I might be risking my life because there were new terrorist attacks underway, but the urgency of the request impelled me to go. Leaving Francis in Paris, I told Fred Gross I wanted to go to the Da Vinci Airport in Rome. On arrival, I advised Fred I would be tied up a few days and he should stand by to leave at a moment's notice. Then I got in a taxi and told the driver to drive me out of the airport. Once we were through the airport perimeter, I told the driver to turn around and go to another, remote part of the airport. An unmarked Boeing 707 was waiting for me there, its engines running. Armed guards with drawn machine guns stood around the steps. As soon as I entered the plane, the steps were lifted and the plane taxied for takeoff. Zvi Dinstein and I were the only passengers, attended by a full cabin crew of stewards and stewardesses. When the plane touched down at Jerusalem Airport, Golda Meir's car was waiting to meet me. I was driven straight to the state guest house, where dinner was ready to be served. Golda and I dined together. Dr. Dinstein was also present. Golda wanted me to persuade Leonid Brezhnev to lift the education tax. The education tax was an additional penalty which the Soviets had levied upon all Jews who wished to emigrate. Claiming that the state should be recompensed for the education which they had enjoyed in the Soviet Union, the authorities demanded an average of 12,500 gold rubles, about $15,000 before an exit visa would be issued. Golda said that this crippling tax made emigration impossible for all but a tiny handful. It imprisoned would-be emigrants in Russia as surely as if they were bound in chains. The financial benefit of this tax to the Soviet Union was trivial. Golda believed that Brezhnev might respond to a direct appeal from me. She wanted me to tell Brezhnev that the education tax was a cruel measure unworthy of a great country like the Soviet Union, that it damaged the Soviet Union's standing in the world and disqualified the Soviet Union from leading Israel toward any compromise settlement with its Arab neighbors. I told her that I was hoping to see Brezhnev early in the new year of 1973. I said that I would raise the question with him then and do everything I could to stress the strength of Golda's feelings, giving her request my utmost support. Golda 707 flew me back to Rome, where I returned to my plane and told Fred that I wanted to return to Paris to pick up Francis. Imperturbable as ever, Fred got on with the job. After all our years together, I don't think he'd turn a hair if I told him that my destination was the dark side of the moon. Francis was still under the impression that I had simply gone to Rome on business. At my meeting with Brezhnev on February 15, 1973, I gave him the message from MRS. Mayor, and then I added my own arguments. I said that the continued imposition of the education tax would undoubtedly bring powerful pressures on the White House from Jewish groups and détente might be seriously damaged. On the other hand, I argued, the lifting of the education tax would be seen by the world as an act of great magnanimity and goodwill. The Soviet Union's prestige would rise out of all proportion to the tiny financial loss it would incur from dropping the tax. I assured Brezhnev that the entire community of world leaders would be grateful to him for such a statesmanlike step. After a few days, before I left Moscow, the tax was lifted. I was elated, but my efforts did not stop there, of course. For instance, with the help of Austrian Chancellor Bruno Kreisky and Romanian President Nicolae Ceausescu, I tried to solve one of the logistical impediments to the emigration of Russian Jews, which was also raised by Golda Meir at our meeting. Those Jews who were granted exit visas were being taken first to Vienna, where they were accommodated in transit camps. In these camps, many of them took the opportunity to change their minds about their chosen destination and applied for United States visas rather than going on to Israel. That practice was irritating to the Soviets, who felt that they were being taken for a ride. It also defeated Israel's goal of increasing the number of immigrating Jews. Perhaps, it was felt, if there were direct flights to Israel, with only a stop in Bucharest, there would be a better chance of persuading the would-be immigrants to settle there. At my suggestion, Ceausescu offered to take the immigrants into transit camps in Bucharest, from whence they could transfer to El Al flights to Israel. This plan went down, with so many other high hopes and good intentions, when détente hit the reef of the Afghanistan crisis. Arms control agreements were delayed, possible trade deals were shelved, cultural exchanges were cancelled. The ball which Richard Nixon had passed down the line through Gerald Ford was dropped by Jimmy Carter. The ultimate collapse of détente had a lot to do with Carter's belief that America had to teach the Soviet Union a moral lesson. He seemed to expect the Russians to do public penance for the faults of their system and their society. That is not the best way to get cooperation from such proud, stubborn, and defensive people as the Russians. If only he could have dealt with the Russians privately and without the intervention of Brzezinski on this question, they would not have felt that they were being publicly chastised, and they might have been more malleable. This view is supported by the one example I know of firsthand, the case of Francis J. Crawford. M.R. Crawford, a Moscow-based senior executive of the International Harvester Corporation, got into trouble with the Soviet police in 1978. He was accused of profiteering in black market currency swindles, which he fervently denied. There was an almost boring banality about M.R. Crawford's position, though I don't imagine he thought so. Black market dealings is a charge with which the KGB can easily embarrass foreigners. Many foreign businessmen have fallen into this man-trap. None, I am happy to say, from Occidental, and M.R. Crawford was merely another in a very long line. His arrest came not by coincidence at a bad moment for US/USSR relations. The FBI had just arrested 2 Russian members of the UN delegation for spying, and the Russians wanted to retaliate. And, at the time, the Carter administration was belaboring the Soviets over the Moscow trials of dissidents. M.R. Crawford's case gave the Russians a small stick with which to beat the Americans in return, as if to say, who do you think you are to give us lessons in morality when your people behave like this? Kid stuff, of course, but international relations all too often descend to the level of juvenile street games. International Harvester was, understandably, deeply upset over their man's fate, and they kicked up a storm in U.S. business circles. Potential deals with the Soviet Union were stalled, and American businessmen put pressure on the White House to flex its muscles at the Kremlin. At this moment the Carter administration asked me to intervene. I believed in the SALT agreements, and still do. I thought they were the best fruit of the détente decade, even though SALT II went unratified by Congress. I thought they pointed the way to a rational and progressive disarmament by the superpowers and to the end of the nuclear nightmare. I would have done anything possible to encourage the SALT talks. A message was relayed to me by Dr. Marshall Schulman, the special advisor to the Secretary of State. Apparently he had called Bill McSweeney, president of Occidental International in Washington, to say, I have just had a call from Secretary Vance, who was talking to the president. With the approval of the president, Secretary Vance suggested I get in touch with Armand to see if he could lend influence in explaining to Brezhnev the harmful effects of the Crawford case. I got word from Dr. Schulman as I was landing in a helicopter at our shale oil works in Colorado. I told Marshall that I would write directly to Brezhnev about M.R. Crawford. I was also planning to be in Russia in late August, and perhaps I might be able to discuss the case with Brezhnev then. Marshall Schulman said that anything I could do would be appreciated. I wrote to Brezhnev on July 6, 1978, expressing my view that the Crawford matter is an irritant which should be quickly resolved, lest it create a problem which could cause serious injury to the growth of trade we all seek. I am not raising a question about the guilt or innocence of Mr. Crawford, since I do not know the facts. I believe very sincerely that it would establish a good precedent and help future economic relations if M.R. Crawford was asked to leave the country and was not subjected to trial, with all the unfavorable and volatile publicity which would result, and which would be seized upon by those who oppose détente. The Crawford matter is a small annoyance in the larger framework of successful trade and mutual understanding and, in my opinion, should be treated as such and resolved very swiftly. Otherwise it could grow like a tumor and seriously poison relations with other companies and with the Congress of the United States. Our ammonia and spa facilities at Odessa were due to be commissioned on August 22, 1978. The occasion also had sentimental significance for me. It was my first visit to my father's hometown. Brezhnev made arrangements for us to meet after the Odessa celebrations. Brezhnev was on vacation at the General Secretary's Black Sea dacha near Yalta. After the commissioning of the works at Odessa, I had to fly back to Moscow, carrying the press corps who had attended the opening. Brezhnev sent his plane to Moscow to collect Francis and me and fly us out to Yalta. We were accommodated for the night in some of the most sumptuous quarters I have ever occupied, a former Tsarist summer palace, the Alexander Palace. We were alone there and the entire staff was at our disposal. The palace had its own switchboard with tide lines direct to Brezhnev's own dacha and to Moscow. In the morning Azil was waiting to carry me to my interview with Brezhnev. He was in a very relaxed, holiday-making mood, which he expressed by drinking even more vodka than usual. When we began to talk, his geniality did not, however, extend to Mr. Crawford. "We've caught this man in the act," he said. "His Russian girlfriend was working for us. We have examined his expense accounts and we've got documentary proof that he was working a currency swindle. We're completely within our rights to prosecute him and we want to expose him." "Well," I said, "I don't want to get involved in the specific rights and wrongs of the case. I just want to point out that you don't stand to gain anything by making a big public example of this man. If you send him to prison for a long time, you'll do untold damage to relations with the United States. American companies just won't come here. We can't simply let him off. He has to stand trial," Brezhnev protested. "Maybe so," I said, "but you could just fine him and expel him from the country. That way you could carry out the full process of your laws." "That's a pretty good idea," Brezhnev said. "That's what we'll do." That's what they did. As for the two Russian spies, they were found guilty and sentenced to 50 years imprisonment, but after serving a short time in prison, they were exchanged for several dissidents languishing in Russian prisons. Marshal Schulman wrote me, speaking of President Carter, Secretary Vance, and himself, "All of us were appreciative of what you were able to do." When he visited Washington in 1973, Brezhnev said that he expected trade between the U.S. and the USSR to rise from $100 million in 1974 to $1,000 million in 1980. Led by Occidental, there was a boom in trade during the 70s, but by the end of 1980, Occidental's much reduced business in Russia represented almost the sum total of trade between the two countries. The reason was Afghanistan. Détente ended with the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan and Jimmy Carter's subsequent economic and cultural reprisals. One of the most imaginative and original political initiatives was shot to pieces in the hostile exchanges between Moscow and Washington. I did not believe at the time that the Afghanistan crisis was a good enough reason to abandon détente. I thought the crisis could be solved by political negotiation. I still think so today. Whispering over Jimmy Carter's shoulder, urging him to cast the die, was Zbigniew Brzezinski, the leading anti-Soviet in the administration. Brzezinski's mentality was perfectly pictured when he posed for photographs in the Khyber Pass and was seen aiming a machine gun into Afghanistan, like a little boy with a pop gun chasing the baddies. The Carter administration took the Afghanistan crisis as its chance to finally teach the Soviets a moral lesson. One of Mr. Carter's first acts was to embargo exports of grains and phosphates to the USSR. Undersecretary of State David Newsom called me personally to warn me that the president would announce this embargo in a televised address to the nation. I gave immediate instructions affecting this presidential edict throughout Occidental, and wrote to the president that we would, of course, support his decision. However, I added, I do not think that suspension of shipments or any unilateral modification of the existing contracts will have a significant effect on the Russians. I was right. At first the crisis seemed to threaten much more than mere diplomatic and economic relations. It seemed to threaten war between the superpowers. On January 23, 1980, I wrote to Brezhnev, asking for a meeting. I'm addressing myself to you at a time when, I believe, I can make a positive contribution to the easing of the tension which has arisen in relations between our two countries. The situation is so volatile and indeed critical that it is strongly reminiscent of the worst days in relations between the United States and the USSR in the 1950s. My greatest concern is, of course, that the edifice of a Soviet détente which has been erected through such heavy efforts on both sides is listing precariously. It is to enable me to be of help in this time of crisis that I am kindly asking for an appointment with you as soon as possible. Brezhnev received me in his Kremlin office at the end of February 1980. Describing the Soviet military presence in Afghanistan as a police action, Brezhnev said that he had been amazed by the intemperance of Carter's response. He claimed that the Soviets had sound evidence that the CIA had been subverting the Afghan government, especially by providing arms through Pakistan, and was plotting to set up an anti-Soviet government there. Considering the instability of Khomeini's Iran, Brezhnev said that the Soviets could not allow the imposition of such a regime in Afghanistan, right on Russia's southern border. Flanked by NATO's forces in the west and China's to the east, the Soviet Union's land borders were in danger of being surrounded by hostile governments. He said that he would immediately pull Soviet troops out of Afghanistan if he got a guarantee from the US and from Afghanistan's neighbors that they would not interfere with the pro-Soviet government there. I said that he should make it an urgent priority to get his foreign minister, Andrei Gromyko, together with Carter's Secretary of State, Cyrus Vance. I promised to do everything possible to bring the two sides together. For most of the rest of 1980 I shuttled around the world trying to pull together a political settlement of the crisis. This globe-trotting was greatly facilitated by the recent acquisition of our customized Boeing 727, Oxy-1. It was fitted out with a paneled suite of rooms for me and Francis, including a double-bedded bedroom and an office, with salons forward and aft containing chairs and couches which could be converted into full-length beds for my passengers. Even more importantly, the plane was equipped with the most advanced air-to-ground communications, enabling me to make and receive calls to most places around the world. My shuttling took me to see President Giscard d'Estaing of France, Chancellor Bruno Kreisky of Austria and his foreign minister, Willibald Ber, Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania, Edward Gierek of Poland, President Zia-ul-Haq of Pakistan, the Aga Khan, and President Jimmy Carter himself. I talked to anybody who had a good idea about how to settle the crisis, and carried messages between them. Giscard and his wife joined Francis and me at a private lunch on April 3, 1980, hosted by Edgar Faure. He was very despondent about the crisis and held no real hope for a solution. He said that it would not be resolved quickly. I said, well, we can't afford to let it stay like this indefinitely. We've got to get talks started. You're about to have Andrei Gromyko visit you here in Paris. Why don't you get Secretary Vance here at the same time? I don't know, he said. Do you think Gromyko has a lot of influence these days? Yes, I do, I said. But Brezhnev's still the boss. Well, why don't you try to get Gierek to invite Brezhnev to meet me in Warsaw, and perhaps France could act as a mediating force. I tried this line, but Gierek lost his job in Poland before the meeting could be fixed. Bruno Kreisky and Willibald Ber believed that the crisis could be solved by a peacekeeping force drawn from non-aligned countries. I gave that line a shot when I met Jimmy Carter in the Oval Office on June 5, 1980. I suggested to Carter that a peacekeeping force could remain in Afghanistan for 5 years, at the end of which free elections could be held. Carter said, I don't think we can wait that long. He said that he would never understand why the Russians had moved into Afghanistan with such massive forces so suddenly. The only solution, he said, was for the Russians to pull out. I said that this was an unrealistic demand. It practically demanded a public apology from the Russians, but he said that there could be no negotiations before a Russian withdrawal. He felt personally betrayed and bitter because Brezhnev had lied to him about the movement of troops into Afghanistan. President Zia of Pakistan seemed to me to be a pivotal figure. When he received Francis and me at his home in Rawalpindi, he told me that he would consent to a pro-Soviet government in Kabul and give an undertaking of non-interference. In return, the Soviets should withdraw their troops and permit the millions of Afghan refugees in Pakistan to go home without reprisals. I thought this offer was so important that I flew directly to Moscow to present it to Brezhnev. He agreed, so long as China and India would also give guarantees of non-interference, backing up Zia. The Carter administration was not persuaded. A stalemate developed. The machinery of détente rusted and some of its best opportunities were foregone. The Moscow Olympics were reduced by the absence of the United States to a stunted celebration for the Soviet bloc. Francis and I were two of the very few Americans who attended the opening ceremonies of the Games. A real despondency was in my heart that day. All the progress toward peace which had been made so painfully during the previous decade now seemed obliterated almost as if it had never happened at all. Brezhnev died along with détente. As the new age he had done so much to create faded into another Cold War, his own vigor seeped out of him. Rumors of his ill health and imminent death had begun to circulate in the West even as early as August 1979, when I was asked to stand by to join a massive television obituary being organized by one of the networks. I refused. I said, as I was to say later when Konstantin Chernenko's health preoccupied the Western media, that you can't write off a Russian leader until you have seen him in his coffin. I last saw Leonid Brezhnev on December 16, 1981, 11 months before his death. Age was certainly taking a severe toll on him, and the massive vitality of earlier years was fading pitifully fast, but there was no doubt that day that he was still the man in charge and the undisputed chairman of the board. Almost the last words I ever said to him were to remind him that our fertilizer agreement was well on course for its final conclusion in 1998, when I would be 100 years old. I repeated that I wanted to see him on that day. His weak smile seemed to say that he knew better. I cannot close this chapter without making mention of another remarkable world leader, a man to whom I became very close during the late 1970s, and with whom a personal friendship flourishes to this very day. As noted before, one of our attorneys was Harry Simon Levi, a former comrade in arms of the man who would become Prime Minister of Israel in 1977, Menachem Begin. Harry believed I could be useful to Begin in his historic efforts to reach political accommodation with Egypt, and thus it was that I found myself introduced to that man of great intellect, one of the most passionately driven human beings I have ever known. We hit it off right away. Believing as I did that business is the best peacemaker, because trading partners seldom make war, I was full of ideas for industrial developments in Israel and joint ventures with Egypt. Begin saw their potential immediately, and before I knew it, I was off on another round of shuttle diplomacy. The plan that he, and Anwar Sadat, Like best was for a multi-billion-dollar fertilizer project which would have involved American capital, Egyptian phosphates, and natural gas and Israeli potash. It would have provided thousands of jobs for the Egyptian economy and shown the world that Egypt and Israel really did intend to cooperate. Tragically, Sadat's horrific assassination and Begin's incapacitation due to his wife's death and his own illness put an end to that plan. Had they both remained in power, I believe that it would be a reality today. I remember one meeting with Begin in particular. It was on June 10, 1980. At Camp David, the Israelis reluctantly agreed to hand over to Egypt an Israeli air base in the Sinai. In return, the U.S. agreed to provide funds for the construction of a new air base for Israel in the Negev. In our meeting of June 5, 1980, I suggested to Jimmy Carter that the U.S. lease the base in the Sinai instead of building a new air base. I felt it would be added protection for Israel and help ensure peace in the Middle East. Jimmy Carter said, "We tried this at Camp David, but Sadat wouldn't buy it. You are so persuasive, why don't you try it?" When I talked with Sadat in Cairo, he said, "I would do anything for my friend Jimmy, but I could not live with my Arab neighbors. Why don't you ask Begin to let the U.S. take over the lease of the new air base?" Which they agreed to build for Israel. I jetted off to Tel Aviv right away. Francis and I were driven directly to Begin's house, where Elisa Begin, Menachem's devoted wife, made a little supper for us all and we sat up until near midnight discussing the proposal. Begin liked the idea. And said he would take it up with the cabinet and would sound out the U.S. about my idea. Later I heard that Brzezinski talked Carter out of the plan. I was disturbed to notice that Menachem was frequently distracted with concern for Elisa's health. It was obvious that she was having a lot of respiratory problems, likely due to her incessant cigarette smoking. Menachem and Elisa had been married for many decades. She had been his staunchest and fiercest defender all through the years when he was in the political wilderness, and they were joined by indissoluble bonds of love and loyalty. It was painful to see how tenderly and apprehensively Menachem watched over Elisa's obviously declining health. I brought two prominent doctors from America and they offered to see her and to arrange to take her to American hospitals for further treatment, but Elisa politely spurned all offers of help. She was not interested in her health, she was only interested in supporting her husband in his great work. In a typical letter written to me in late 1981, she said, "It was very generous of you to offer me the facilities of the hospital in the States. I just couldn't do it. After a rather stormy 42 years of marriage, when the only time we were separated was that of the Russian prison, I find it not fair to leave Menachem on his own. Now, as you no doubt follow the events in the Middle East, you will understand that I must spare him any private worry and anxiety." Her death almost destroyed Menachem. His grief was crushing and unbearable. He wanted only to step down from office and retire into seclusion. Along with his friends in Israel, I tried everything possible to encourage him to stay in office, but in September 1983, he resigned. Before he left office, however, he did one very good deed for me. One day in 1981, I was sitting in my office in Los Angeles when the phone rang. It was Menachem himself, calling from Washington. "Armand," he said. "Something very important just happened which I wanted to tell you about immediately." "What is it?" I asked. He was very agitated and spoke quickly. "I've just been talking here with President Reagan and your name came up. I told him that he really ought to make more use of you, because you understand the Russians so well." He said, "But I am told that Armand Hammer is a communist." I was appalled. I said, "Armand Hammer is not a communist. He's a pure capitalist, through and through. Everybody knows that. The Russians know it perfectly well." "Well," President Reagan said, "Armand Hammer's father was a communist." "Yes, he was," I said, "but that doesn't mean that Armand is a communist. I'm afraid I think your supporters have been seriously misinformed, Mr. President, and I urge you to check him out more thoroughly. I know you'll find that Armand is a completely loyal American." I was dismayed to find that such ludicrous assertions apparently based on an anonymous memo someone with an axe to grind had circulated in Washington claiming that Israeli intelligence actually had proof I was a communist. Had taken a hold in the president's mind, but Begin told me not to worry. He would take care of it. Shortly thereafter the Israeli ambassador in Washington, Ephraim Evren, wrote to Secretary of State Alexander Haig, vigorously defending me, and concluding, "The Prime Minister asked me to tell you that there is no truth to these allegations, and that we consider Dr. Hammer a good and trusted friend. I have always believed that by speaking and acting as he did, Menachem Begin changed Ronald Reagan's mind about me." My appointment as chairman of the President's Cancer Panel, which required a full investigation of my record and FBI clearance, followed soon after. In September 1984 I made my first public trip to Israel. All the others had been made secretly, with Israel's help, to protect me from the possible menace of Muammar el-Qaddafi's wrath. This time I was in Israel to attend the opening of my 5 Centuries of Masterpieces collection and to try to save Menachem Begin's life. Begin was suffering from an acute urological problem, easily correctable, but he refused to have surgery. He had still not recovered from his wife's death, and he was withdrawn, nearly reclusive. On my plane with me was Dr. Willard Goodwin, one of America's most eminent urologists, and I hoped that, in collaboration with Begin's doctors, we could somehow convince Menachem that something had to be done. We drove to Shari Zedek Medical Center. The building was large and open, typical of Israeli architecture, complete with stained glass windows in the lobby. We went up to Bacon's room, where there was a great flurry of activity. It turned out that his doctor was a Hungarian-born physician named Amikar Farkas, whose mentor had been none other than Willard Goodwin, so he was delighted to see us. After extensive consultations, both doctors concluded that surgery was absolutely necessary to save Bacon's life, and after much cajoling from them, and me, he finally agreed to the surgery. Today, he leads a healthy life, and I like to think that if he ever writes his memoirs, I had something to do with there being an extra chapter or two. While I was in Israel, I also visited Hadassah Hospital at Ain Karim, where, on the good advice of Dr. Robert Gale, I pledged a donation of $250,000 to their cancer research program, to be used in their work in bone marrow transplantation. I also met for an hour with Prime Minister Shimon Peres to discuss the economic health of his small country, and that very day pledged to develop at least $100 million in business ventures to boost the Israeli economy. The first fruits of that pledge began to develop immediately. By chance, during my visit, I ran into a former Occidental geologist named Jerry Williams in the lobby of the King David Hotel. Jerry had worked for us in the North Sea and in Libya, and was now working with a small company in Israel trying to find oil. It stuck in my mind, and when I returned to Los Angeles, I asked Dave Martin in Bakersfield to find Jerry Williams. Jerry came to Los Angeles, and we discussed the possibility of looking for oil in Israel. Soon a scheme grew to raise over $18 million for drilling in the Negev in Israel. By June 1985, I had raised $12 million from some of my friends, which was matched by $4 million from the Israeli government and $2 million from our Israeli partners. Occidental could not take the job on itself, due to our connection with Libya and other parts of the Arab world, but the board agreed that I could take it on privately without causing a conflict of interest. Today we have nearly half the state of Israel under license, and for the first time in the country's history, systematic seismic work has been carried out. By January 1987 we will have begun drilling and we will discover whether God put oil into the substrata of Israel, just as he did with her neighboring countries. The seismic work looks very encouraging and our geologists are optimistic. John Kluge, an investor in the Israeli oil venture and a longtime friend of mine, asked that I give him at least 1 week's notice before any drilling takes place. A Jewish friend of his will make a special prayer for our success in finding oil. It is certainly worth a try. On another front, Occidental is working with Israel Chemical, Limited, the Israeli chemical conglomerate, on several notions, and while nothing has been consummated yet, it looks likely that we will reach an agreement soon. If we can find oil in Israel, and help increase the base of Israel Chemical's economy, we can transform Israel into a self-sufficient state much less exposed to the vicissitudes of world politics. Muammar el-Gaddafi I may not think that a very admirable ambition, but the prospect fills me with joy. One last note about Israel, I sometimes find that my business relations have a way of bridging borders where diplomacy has failed. In 1986 the Israeli government asked me to help obtain some documentation crucial to their case against the Nazi war criminal known as Ivan the Terrible, who operated the gas chambers at Treblinka, the notorious death camp, and murdered countless thousands of Jews. The Israelis requested and were granted the extradition of the accused perpetrator of these crimes from the US so that he could stand trial in Israel. His name was John Demjanjuk, but he claimed not to be the same Ivan the Terrible sought by the Israelis. The Israeli government needed proof that Demjanjuk was Ivan the Terrible. The Soviets had the documentation, the original SS identification card of IN Demjanjuk, but would not release it to the Israelis. I explained the situation to Anatoly Dobrinin, and in December 1986 he presented me with the document the Israelis needed for the prosecution. When I forwarded it to Vice Premier and Deputy Foreign Minister Shimon Peres, he and the entire government were elated. Besides thanking me personally for my tireless efforts on behalf of the State of Israel, the Jewish people and the cause of justice and human rights the world over, he wrote, "Please convey our appreciation to the Soviet authorities for their cooperation in the effort to bring Nazi war criminals to justice. I will be sure that this message of appreciation reaches Dobrinin and Gorbachev. Perhaps it will be an opening wedge for further cooperation between the two governments." 24 of Men and Masterpieces. I believe in the power of great art to transcend geographical boundaries, political differences, and even the restrictions of time. The greatest works of Rembrandt, Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, Michelangelo, Rubens, Gauguin, Renoir, Van Gogh, and a host of others work on the minds and emotions of their beholders as tellingly today as when they were painted. And whether those beholders be in Beijing or Novosibirsk, in Washington, Los Angeles, Caracas, or London, they can look upon the canvases as they were first seen in Holland or Italy or France centuries ago. The greatest of all works of art tell us that humankind never fundamentally alters, that we are all, forever, the same creatures with the same longings, passions, and pains. The greatest art reduces and elevates us all to the point of our common humanity. Since I was first introduced to the world of art, when Victor and I began buying pictures in Moscow in the 20s, I have been educating myself in this most fruitful branch of human understanding. For nearly 30 years I have also been dedicated to using art as a tool to encourage tolerance and understanding between nations and peoples. I believe I can claim to have been more influential than any man today in arranging art and cultural exchanges between the West and the East. The first of these efforts began after my meeting with Nikita Khrushchev in 1961. When I suggested that exchanges of artworks might help to lift the US and the USSR out of the doldrums of the 50s, Khrushchev promised to relay the suggestion to his Minister of Culture, Yuri Zhukov, the former editor of Pravda. Nothing came of it. Toward the end of Khrushchev's era, however, the idea was given wings by Zhukov's successor, Madame Yekaterina Furtseva, the first woman to become a member of the Politburo. I met her on June 10, 1964, and immediately took to her. She was a very attractive, bright, and energetic woman in her 50s whose only failing was a too strong taste for vodka. Whispers around Moscow also suggested that she lived too well, and she was ultimately removed from office in some disgrace for having exceeded the Soviets' very rigid lines of public propriety. She should be remembered, nonetheless, as the Soviet official who did most to encourage art exchanges before the Nixon/Brezhnev détente made everything easier in the 70s. When I first met her, Furtseva had just returned from Copenhagen, where she had seen an exhibition of the American primitive painter Grandma Moses. It happened that I had had a hand in that exhibition and in the world tour of Grandma Moses's works, which was just then concluding. When Furtseva had finished enthusing about the exhibition, I said, "Why don't you let me bring it to Moscow?" "Can you do that?" she said. "All it takes is your invitation," I replied. "Consider it offered," she said. We took the exhibition to the Pushkin Museum on November 12, 1964. It was a hugely encouraging success. Lines of Muscovites stood around the museum in fiercely sub-zero temperatures waiting their turn to see the works of Babushka Moses, as they called her. It was enchanting to see their enthusiasm for pictures which are as American as Kentucky bourbon, and as easily appreciated. Grandma Moses' scenes of domestic life and the emotional power of her attachment to the countryside speak the most universal of all languages. I was only sorry that she couldn't have been there herself to enjoy her success. She had died in December 1961, at the age of 101, painting up to the time of her death. The Soviet side of this first exchange was not so easy to arrange. Madame Furtseva wanted to send the Red Army Chorus to America, but the State Department refused to allow fully uniformed soldiers from the USSR on United States soil. Furtseva was boiling mad about this ruling. The chorus has appeared, to great acclaim, in Britain, all over Europe, and is now being invited to make a second tour of Canada, she said. Canada is not so strong as the United States, yet Canadians are not afraid of Red Army uniforms. If you wanted to send your famous Navy band here, we would have no objection to their performing in their uniforms. I promised to speak to President Lyndon Johnson about this absurd dispute, but then I came up with a better idea. I suggested to Furtseva that she send instead the works of a Russian artist of similar standing to Grandma Moses. I suggested Pavel Korin, the most honored Russian painter of the time, whose works were deeply influenced by the icon tradition in which he had been schooled as a child. Korin's work was technically unsurpassed, and reflected age-old themes in Russian religious life and art. He was a safe, if unexciting, choice for the first Soviet offering in art exchanges. There would be no criticism from the Bolshevik haters in America who feared Soviet propaganda. My brother Victor was asked to make the selections from Korin's works for a show at the Hammer Galleries in New York. Pavel Korin, a stately old man, and his wife both came to the Hammer Galleries as our guests for the opening of the show on April 5, 1965. The exhibition was respectfully received, though Pavel Korin's work was never likely to arouse great excitement in New York, the art capital of the world. However, the exchange was a good start. It put Furtseva and me on a footing of mutual respect and trust, and it led to exchanges which did thrill even the sophisticates of New York, Washington, and Los Angeles. In 1971, Furtseva came to Los Angeles on a leg of her United States tour. I invited her to an exhibition of my collection which was just then reaching its full maturity. The collection was scheduled to travel to the Royal Academy in London in June and July of 1972, to be followed by an exhibition at the National Gallery in Dublin from August to October. Furtseva asked me to send it on to Russia for an extended tour. The collection arrived in Leningrad in mid-October 1972, and remained in the Soviet Union for nearly a year. It was seen by millions of people at the Hermitage in Leningrad, at the Pushkin in Moscow, and in Kiev, Odessa, Minsk, and Riga. The exhibition included one picture of which I was particularly proud, a Goya portrait of Dona Antonia Zarati, an actress friend of the artist's. When Furtseva had talked to me in Los Angeles the previous year, she had said rather wistfully that there was not a single Goya in the USSR. As it happens, I said, I have two Goyas. I'd be happy to make a gift of one of them to the Russian people. And so I did. Now it was Furtseva's turn, again, to offer Soviet works for a show in America. There was to be no talk, this time, of military choruses or works of uncertain quality. Having sent Furtseva my own collection of masterpieces, I wanted masterpieces in return. I was in a stronger position to make this demand because the Hammer Galleries had recently purchased the Nodeler Galleries, the oldest gallery in the United States. That acquisition transformed the position of the Hammer Galleries and put us among the leading art dealers in the world. It happened this way: in October 1971, I was flying to New York with my friend and associate Dr. Maury Leibovitz. We were investigating some oil deal. Maury, who is an outstanding CPA as well as a highly innovative businessman, always examined the books of any company I wanted to acquire, and invariably delivered an absolutely reliable assessment of the company's standing and value. On this night in October 1971, he was given an opportunity to exercise his skills which neither of us had been expecting. We stopped the plane in Joplin, Missouri, to pick up my brother Victor. He had been visiting the Joplin Museum, looking in their basement at paintings which they wanted to sell. Victor came onto the plane with hot news. He said, "I hear Nodelers has given up its lease on 57th Street and is planning to move to a building they've acquired on 70th Street. More than that, the company is for sale." I turned to Maury and said, "This sounds interesting. Why don't you check it out?" In New York, Maury went straight to visit the owners of Nodelers, Jacques Linden, who was the Paris partner, and Roland Ballet, nephew of Charles Henschel, who had been president of the company from 1905 until his death on October 2, 1956. After a quick examination of their books, Maury rushed down to see me at my little house in the village. I had never seen him so excited. Come to think of it, I had never seen him excited at all. He said, "Many times, Armand, you've invited me to go into business with you, to take a position in Occidental or even to be president and chief operating officer. I've always said that I'm not interested because I'm happy with a few accounts, including your own. I cherish my freedom. I'm not interested in business. I'm more interested in teaching psychology in my free time." He actually taught courses at USC. "But, if you'll buy Nodelers, I want to take a small piece of it. It's that good." Nodelers was asking $3 million for its whole business. Maury declared this price one of the most outstanding bargains of his entire business experience. He had discovered that while Nodelers carried its inventory on its books at cost, as is customary, any item which hadn't sold in 10 years was written off as worthless. This so-called worthless inventory alone is worth many, many times the asking price for the whole company. Maury exclaimed. Maury and I picked up two of our attorneys, Sam Harris and Herbert Hirsch, and went zipping off to see Linden and Ballet. I wanted to close the deal that night because I was afraid that they might change their minds and the price. There was no need to worry. Their minds were at ease. They wanted out. Linden just wanted to retire and walk his dogs in the Bois de Boulogne, and Ballet, who had a great eye for paintings, had an equally alert eye for ladies and was interested in indulging the latter. I pushed them to close the deal. The night wore on. Maury Leibovitz was exhausted after the flight from Los Angeles, and kept falling asleep. To keep him alert, Sam Harris and I went out to Rubens Delicatessen and bought coffee and cheesecake. Herbert Hirsch had forgotten to tell his wife where he was going and, by the small hours of the morning, she became frantic that he wasn't home. She called the police, who started searches all over New York. By dawn of October 18, 1971, the deal was done. Nodelers was ours. The cost was $3 million, for which Hammer Galleries put up the cash. Later we restructured Hammer Galleries so that I received preferred stock for my investment and 75% of the common shares, which were set up with a nominal value of $100,000. Maury bought 25% of the common shares, I bought 75%. Then we almost lost Nodelers' entire stable of distinguished contemporary artists. We took possession of the building on East 70th Street on December 10, 1971. When Maury Leibovitz and I arrived, we found the manager, Xavier Fouquet, in an extremely unwelcoming mood. Knowing the true value of the inventory, he had wanted to buy the business himself. To try to drive the price down, he had spread the rumor that Nodelers was bankrupt. That rumor had reached the ears of the great artists represented by Nodelers, many of whom had demanded the withdrawal of their works. Trucks had been backed up to the building to take away works by Henry Moore, Salvador Dali, Willem de Kooning and others of equal prominence. The gallery was practically empty of everything except the previous old inventory. I had to work like a maniac, calling all the artists and reassuring them that the gallery was safer than ever and that their works would be properly represented. Willem de Kooning always speaks about the day I flew to see him, met him on my plane at the airport at East Hampton and persuaded him to leave some of his works with Nodeler. Anyway, that's how we got Nodelers, and that's why I was in such a strong position to demand masterpieces from Furtseva for exhibition in New York. I knew exactly what I wanted. Victor and I and an official of Nodelers had written out a shopping list. We wanted 36 Impressionist and Post-Impressionist masterpieces from the Hermitage and Pushkin museums. It included works by Matisse, Gauguin, Picasso, Cézanne, Van Gogh, Rousseau, Renoir, Monet, de Reyne, Braque, Sisley, Ledger, Vlaminck and Pissarro. They had been seen by only a handful of Western art critics and connoisseurs who had traveled to Russia. The art world knew them only through photographs. They had formerly belonged to and in some cases been commissioned by two of Tsarist Russia's richest merchants and rival collectors, Ivan Morozov, brother of Sava, and Sergei Shchikin. Each of these men had turned his mansion into a personal museum to which the public was invited each Sunday. Morozov, for instance, owned 430 Russian and 240 French works. After the Bolshevik Revolution, the paintings were nationalized as public property. During Stalin's decades they lay hidden in museum basements because Stalin regarded Impressionism and Post-Impressionism as decadent. More modern paintings, such as the works of Casimir Malevich, Kandinsky, and others, excited torrents of his contemptuous abuse. In 1955, 2 years after Stalin's death, Furtseva arranged for a modest showing of the paintings in Moscow. Huge crowds appeared to see them. Thereafter, they were divided between the Hermitage and the Pushkin. Western art lovers, as well as sophisticated Soviet citizens, were longing to see them. J. Carter Brown, director of the National Gallery in Washington, pleaded with me to ask for the pictures to be shown there as well as at Nodelers. I decided I might as well go for broke. I asked Furtseva to consent to an extensive tour of the United States, with showings at the National Gallery of Art, the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, the Art Institute of Chicago and the Kimball Art Museum in Fort Worth, Texas. In late March of 1973 the 41 pictures arrived in Washington for exhibition at the National Gallery from April 1 to 29. They were to go on to Nodelers in New York in May. The Washington Evening Star correctly described the collection as priceless, though it was insured for $25 million. I'd very much like to buy them for $25 million, I said. Newsweek and Time both carried full-page previews of the show and were carried away into the hyperbole of legendary, stupendous and miraculous in their efforts to describe it. Record crowds attended the exhibition wherever it was shown. Both President Nixon and General Secretary Brezhnev contributed letters to the exhibition catalog, describing it in similar terms as an important step on the road to mutual understanding. Those words make the exhibition sound like a ritual exchange in the United Nations. It was not, it was a festival. The joy the pictures gave to the millions who saw them discernibly shifted, for a moment, the standard American image of the Russians as a joyless people. The traffic in gifts of paintings was not all one way, from me to Russia. The Soviets very handsomely reciprocated my gift of the Goya. One day when I was in Moscow, Madame Furtseva called me to say, "We understand you don't have a Casimir Malevich painting in your collection. We have selected what the curators at the Tretyakhovsky Gallery consider his finest suprematist period work, and the Soviet government wishes you to have it as a gift. Some gift." It was valued by Nodelers John Richardson as being worth at least $1 million. Since I do not collect modern paintings, I traded it years later for a group of French Impressionists. They entered one of my present collections, of which there are now 5 in all. I will describe them in a moment, but first I'd like to say this: most private collectors of great art have had the interests of the public somewhere in their minds when they created their collections. Usually at the backs of their minds. Most of them arranged to bequeath their collections to the great museums and galleries. In the meanwhile they kept their collections to themselves. The main difference between my collections and others is that I created mine with the interests of the public in the front of my mind. I always intended, from the first, that my collections should be put on show in museums and that they should travel the world. No collection in private hands has ever traveled more than mine or been seen by more people. Few people in the world can afford to travel to all the great museums. Most cities of most countries have meager collections and their citizens never get a chance to see great works of art where they live. Just as I got a big kick out of selling Hearst's art collection over the counter at Gimbel's, to people who might never have set foot in an art gallery, so it gives me terrific pleasure to send my collections to cities of the world whose people otherwise might never see a masterpiece. For instance, a selection of paintings from my masterpiece collection was once exhibited in Moultrie, Georgia, the tiny hometown of Tom Beard, one of President Carter's aides and a good friend of mine. He implored me to send my exhibition there. It was housed in the town hall. An old farmer drove all day from the deepest countryside to bring his grandson to the exhibition. He couldn't write, he signed the visitor's book with an X, but he said that it was one of the biggest days of his life. To be able to introduce his grandson to beauties and pleasures which otherwise he might never know. Great artists speak the same language to all men and women, and their works belong to all people. They were not made for rich men to hide away in their vaults or to conceal in their mansions. In the late 60s I decided that I wanted to create a great collection, and I was told then that it was impossible. The greatest works, it was said, had already passed out of circulation and into the hands of the great museums. The collection that I began establishing then was, in fact, the third of my life. I have described how my first collection was assembled in the Soviet Union with the assistance of my brother Victor, when we found that we could buy works of art for the price of ordinary household furnishings. My second collection was assembled when I was in the whiskey distilling business, to reflect my growing interest in 16th and 17th century Dutch and Flemish paintings. Again, I chose each of the pictures with the help of my brother Victor, and of a great picture restorer named Anthony Rare, who had been responsible for discovering many masterpieces now hanging in the world's great museums. I formed a partnership with Anthony. Every picture we bought was authenticated by Professor W. R. Valentiner, former director of the Detroit and Los Angeles museums, and author of several books and articles on Flemish and Dutch paintings. The collection we built up consisted of some 50 paintings, including works by Jan Steen, Gerard Terburg, Adriaan van de Velde, Jacob van Ruysdael, Frans van Mieris and Gerard Doe. It also included paintings by the Brapels, younger and elder, Frans Hals, Anthony van Dyck and Rembrandt. One of my prized paintings discovered by Rare was entitled The Letter, by Gabriel Metsu. Dr. Valentiner, after first accepting the authenticity, gave me the sad news that my painting was a copy and the original was hanging in the Walters Art Gallery in Baltimore. I asked the Walters Gallery to send me a photograph of their painting. When I compared the two, I was convinced that my picture was far superior to theirs. I took my painting to the Walters Art Gallery, and after the director and his staff compared the two paintings, they acknowledged that I had the original and they had the copy. Dr. Valentiner was much relieved to find that his original opinion was correct. I understand the picture is no longer displayed at the Walters. This collection gave great beauty and charm to my working life when it decorated my offices in the Empire State Building after I bought out Rare's interest. However, I always felt that the collection should be seen by a wider public than the employees and clients of my distilling companies. At about the time of my move to California, and after the works had been on indefinite loan to the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts, the collection was mounted for travel and toured to 18 locations in the US and Canada between 1957 and 1960. Professor Valentina wrote the catalog for the collection, and it was reprinted wherever the collection was shown. In 1965, I selected the Fisher Galleries of the University of Southern California to be the permanent home for the collection and gave it to USC as an unconditional gift. Shortly after making that gift, I became a member of the Board of Trustees of the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, LACMA, and it was about that time that I dedicated myself to the building of a new, third collection that would be unexcelled contrary to the predictions of art experts, collectors, and dealers, who scoffed at the idea. PROV. Being experts wrong has always been one of my most enjoyable recreations. The pace at which this collection was assembled was so rapid that, by late 1969, 82 works had been acquired and were loaned to the Brooks Museum in Memphis, Tennessee, for a special exhibition of a collection in its formative phase. The list of works presented in Memphis suggests the ambition and scope of the third collection: Rembrandt, Rubens, Fragonard, and Goya through the post-impressionist work of Roald, Bonnard and Gauguin. Included in the Memphis showing were 3 works which had been acquired by the Los Angeles County Museum of Art through funds provided by $1 million Francis and Armand Hammer Purchase Fund. These 3 works are extraordinary examples of each artist and would be welcomed by any first-rank museum in the world. The first was Rembrandt's portrait of a man from the Ramon family, later discovered to be the portrait of Dirk Jan Spesser. Next came Rubens's oil sketch Israelites gathering manna in the desert and Sargent's portrait of Mrs. Edward L. Davis and her son, Livingston Davis. Also included in the Memphis showing were 2 works which I had recently acquired and had already given to the Los Angeles County Museum, Renoir's 2 Girls Reading and Modigliani's Woman of the People. The former had been on loan at the Metropolitan Museum for many years until the owner, a client of Hammer Galleries, decided to sell it to me, to the dismay of the Metropolitan, which hoped to inherit it someday. Kenneth Donahue, the former director of the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, predicted it would someday be one of the most popular paintings at LACMA. The Modigliani, for which I paid in excess of $300,000, is one of the artist's greatest works. Modigliani was too poor to pay for a model, hence his landlady's daughter sat for the painting, which Modigliani gave to the landlady in lieu of rent. I venture to guess that these 5 works would bring a total in excess of $10 million on today's market 10 times what I paid for them. I was building a close connection with the Los Angeles County Museum, beginning with a leadership gift to the museum's construction fund. The museum very handsomely recognized this $1 million gift by naming the wing of the museum which houses many of its important traveling exhibitions after Francis and me. The Francis and Armand Hammer wing was later renamed the Francis and Armand Hammer Building, and its entrance is directly opposite the grand entry created by the museum's current expansion program. The Armand Hammer Foundation also donated approximately $2.50 million to pay for construction work to join the Hammer wing with the Amundsen wing, allowing the public to move from one building to the other without leaving either. I saw that an escalator was needed to carry the public to the second floor, the existing elevators being overburdened and causing long lines to form. I was told that the installation of an escalator would be impossible because the entire facade of the building would have to be remodeled. I consulted a well-known architect. He solved the problem. I paid for the reconstruction as well as the escalator. The escalator was installed. The Los Angeles County Museum was not the only museum to receive such help. In 1979 I donated $1.25 million to the Corcoran Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., so that they could continue to operate every day without charging admission fees. The Corcoran was so pleased that it surprised me with an official Armand Hammer Day, attended by Washington Mayor Marion Barry and complete with marching bands. They also placed a marble bust of me by a celebrated Russian sculptor in the entrance opposite the bust of William Corcoran, the founder of the museum. The only other time I was so surprised was when the chairman of Washington's National Symphony, Leonard Silverstein, invited me to a performance on my 84th birthday. I thought it would be a small post-performance party. To my astonishment, the concert hall was filled with Washington friends waiting to surprise me. Isaac Stern had flown in to be the guest soloist, Robert Merrill sang Happy Birthday and Mstislav Ros. Tropovich conducted. At the end he called me down, and I found myself conducting the symphony in the Stars and Stripes Forever. The inaugural exhibition of the third collection at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art was exceedingly well received. In addition to the works already mentioned, no less than 18 works by Corot, 3 by Boudin, 2 by Pissarro, 3 by Fantin-Latour, 2 by Monet, 4 by Renoir, 3 by Bonnard, 2 by Matisse and 2 by Roald were included. The success of the exhibition came to the attention of the Smithsonian Institution's Traveling Exhibition Service and I was asked if I would allow the collection to travel throughout the United States. I very gladly agreed. Some criticism by the Washington Post of certain weak paintings in the collection, however, to which the Post graciously allowed me the right of an unprecedented reply much longer than the original review, made me determined to do more, to build a collection which would be critically irreproachable. I asked John Walker, my fellow trustee of the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, to work with me on improving it. I told him exactly what the test should be for any new work I might acquire. The collection, I said, should include only works capable of being hung in the permanent collections of the finest museums in the world, such as the Metropolitan Museum in New York and the National Gallery in Washington. At first Walker demurred. He had recently retired as director of the National Gallery and was reluctant to provide opinions on the quality of paintings in a private collection, something he had studiously avoided as a museum director. When I got John's letter of refusal, I immediately flew to Washington to present my arguments in person. I convinced him. John agreed to survey the collection and write a report on the works he believed met my test, and to list those he recommended be sold or traded. Prior to writing his report, Walker warned that his recommendation might oust up to half of the works he had viewed at the Smithsonian. When the report was finished and the Walker recommendations implemented by the including of new acquisitions, as well as the elimination of the lesser works, the collection was readied for showing at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art in late 1971. At the same time I announced that I would leave the paintings in this collection to the LACMA in my will. That presentation is the foundation of the Armand Hammer collection of today. This time there were no sliding reviews. 46 drawings and paintings remained in the collection following the Smithsonian showing. At John Walker's suggestion, a further 20 oil paintings and a superb group of 30 drawings, pastels, and watercolors had been acquired, which brought the total number of works to over 100. The 50 new works had been added in only 18 months. The acquisition of the drawings proved most timely. In 1970 and 1971 it was possible for a collector to purchase important drawings for reasonable prices, compared to the millions spent today for comparable works. They weren't cheap. I paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for the sheet of studies by Leonardo da Vinci, the study for a fresco of the prophets Rosia and Jonah by Raphael, and the 2 drawings by Watteau, couple seated on a bank and young girl. But if these same drawings were to be auctioned today, they would bring winning bids 10 times their original purchase price. I agreed to give my drawing collection to the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. The gallery wants to increase its holdings of drawings, and so was quite pleased to receive my drawings, designating a special gallery to be known as the Armand Hammer Collection. This gallery will also include a chapel for the exhibition of the Raphael cartoon, drawn in 1504 to 1508, the sketch from which he painted his famous La Belle Jardinière, which hangs in the Louvre. I donated $1.2 million for the cartoon, allowing the National Gallery to purchase it from Lord Leicester at Hokham House in England, where it had reposed since Thomas Coke, 1st Earl of Leicester, acquired it in 1713. The oil paintings added during this period met the quality standard I had set and pointed the direction of future acquisitions. Numerous important American paintings were added to the collection, such as Summertime by Mary Cassatt, Still Life by William Harnett, Portrait of George Washington by Gilbert Stuart, On the Beach by Maurice Prendergast, Portrait of Sebastiano Cardinal Martinelli by Thomas Akins, and Dr. Pazzi at Home by John Singer Sargent. In addition, works purchased provided an important context for the Impressionist and Post-Impressionist works, Géricault's Portrait of a Gentleman, Moreau's Salome dancing before Herod and King David. Many of the drawings served the same context-setting purpose, 4 splendidly finished drawings by Fragonard and a preliminary study by the same artist for the previously purchased painting, The Education of the Virgin, as well as a drawing by Ingres and a charcoal by Manet. The rapid pace of acquisition also brought 2 superb Corot's, Portrait of a Young Girl and Pleasures of Evening, Renoir's Coastline at Antibes, Caillebotte Square at Argenteuil, and the Monet View of Boarding Hira. The collection rapidly became a survey of Western European art from the Renaissance to the 20th century, with a special emphasis on French and American art. It was altogether fitting and proper that the collection be filled out in this way, for it was about to be launched on a tour previously unequaled by any collection in art history. The Los Angeles showing was the first location on a tour which has not yet stopped. The first stop was the Royal Academy in London, followed by a showing at the National Gallery of Ireland in Dublin. In 1972 to 1973 the collection visited 6 cities in the Soviet Union. It visited Lima and Caracas in 1975 and 4 locations in Japan in 1975 to 1976. As of the spring of 1986, the collection had visited 50 different cities in 18 countries, and been viewed by nearly 4 million people. In my view the collection is largely complete, but this has not stopped me from adding to it when the time was right. In 1976 a drawing by Michelangelo and the spectacular and important Juno by Rembrandt. In 1977 a rare drawing by Andrea del Sarto, a drawing by Grotti and paintings by Morisot and Soutine. In 1979 Rembrandt's portrait of a man holding a black hat and the first English picture, Collar Heron by Millet. In 1980 came 2 drawings by Cassatt and paintings by 2 of America's artists of the West, Remington and Russell. From 1981 through 1984 we enriched the collection with paintings by Andrew Wyeth, Manet, Ensor, Gilbert Stuart, Titian and Watteau. I bought my first work by Honore Daumier in 1970. The watercolor, Pleading Lawyer, was destined to become the first work in the largest collection of works by that artist ever to be amassed by a private individual. As is my custom for every new artist that joins my collection, I began to read about Daumier. The more I read, the more I became fascinated by Daumier's productivity, obvious compassion for the human condition, and his courage to stand up to authority. Soon, additional works by Daumier were added to the collection, and in 1975 with the help of Martha Wade Kaufman, then curator of the Armand Hammer Foundation, I made arrangements to purchase the George Longstreet collection of more than 6,000 Daumier lithographs. The Longstreet collection had been built up over a period of 51 years to a point where it was the most comprehensive private collection in the United States. With an eye to making the Armand Hammer Daumier collection the most comprehensive public or private collection in the world, I added paintings and drawings to it. For a time it seemed that nobody else could successfully bid for a Daumier work at auction. After setting 2 world record prices for Daumier works, one for an oil painting, since surpassed, and one for a watercolor, the acquisition pace slackened, but not before the Longstreet collection of works by Daumier's contemporaries. More than 3,500 prints and a significant group of drawings was added in 1980, and in 1983 the Andrea Roth collection of over 3,000 prints. With so many prints on hand, it was possible for me to make 2 gifts of Daumier prints, over 2,000 in all, to the Corcoran Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C. The Armand Hammer Daumier collection now numbers in excess of 10,000 objects, including paintings, drawings, watercolors, sculpture, and associated works. The Daumier collection followed the master paintings and drawings on the road, and has been seen in 18 different cities in 7 countries by more than 1 million people. Like the paintings in the collection of traveling masterworks, the entire Daumier collection is an intended gift to the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, where it will eventually create a Daumier Study Center, a deep resource for scholars to study the popular arts of France during its most turbulent era. Prior to December 12, 1980, one visited several galleries in London to view works by Chardin for possible inclusion in my collection. The asking price for most of the desirable paintings was a few million each, and I passed them all up. At 11 o'clock in the morning, an important sale of old master paintings began at Christie's auction house. Francis and I were present at the sale when a Chardin still life, The Attributes of Painting, was presented for bidding. The picture needed skilled conservation work, but I could see that there was a fine painting to be recovered if the proper conservator could be found to do the work. When the bidding for the Chardin stalled well below the price I was prepared to pay, I made a successful bid of $105,000. Now properly restored to its original condition, the Chardin travels with the collection of master drawings and paintings. If it came up at auction today, it would easily bring $1 million or more. However, it was not whim that brought me to Christie's that day. It was the sale of an object that followed the sale of the old master paintings. The object was the so-called Leicester Codex by Leonardo da Vinci, a 470-year-old compilation of Leonardo's handwritten notes and sketches, in his famous reverse mirror writing, on the nature of water in its many forms and other scientific matters, the color of the sky, how the moon is lit, canals, dams, the drainage of swamps, astronomy, cosmology, geology, the effect of tides and the principles of evaporation and condensation, bubbles, the theory of the siphon, snorkels and the concepts of steam power and submarine warfare. Almost a complete collection of works in itself, the codex consists of 18 double-sided sheets, with 4 pages on each sheet, including approximately 360 drawings by the greatest of all the masters. The codex was well known to Leonardo scholars, but as it had been the private property of the Earls of Leicester since 1717, and had been shown only once at exhibition, in 1952 at the Royal Academy, it was relatively unknown to the public. The sale of the codex had provoked great excitement, for here was the only manuscript by Leonardo remaining in private hands. Pre-sale estimates of the final sale price ranged as high as $14 million, and it was rumored that the Italian government, by special appropriation, was prepared to bid at least that much to return the manuscript to Italy. The British press and museum community were keenly interested in the bidding, fearing that if the manuscript were purchased by someone outside the United Kingdom, it would be yet another example of what they perceived as a loss of the nation's cultural heritage. I sat quietly in the front row after the purchase of the Chardin. Only I knew my reason to be at the sale. I intended to purchase the codex. As I told the press later, not even M.R.S. Hammer knew why. We were there. When the gavel fell on the final bid, I had won the codex. With the Christie's commission included, I had spent nearly $6 million to get what is now not only the last Leonardo manuscript in private hands, but the only one in the Western Hemisphere. In those press interviews I admitted that I had been prepared to bid much higher. Luck had been with me. The Italian government had dropped out of the bidding weeks earlier after a disastrous earthquake had occurred and an expensive relief effort had been required. British museums had not been able to mount a concerted effort to bid for the codex, and no other private bidder even attempted to bid against me. I promised to return the codex to the United Kingdom regularly, however, a promise which has been kept with showings in London, Edinburgh, and Aberdeen. The codex was carried to Los Angeles on a commercial flight by one of my aides. He took a first-class seat for the masterpiece next to his own. It's a long way from London to Los Angeles, and nobody could make the flight without visiting the bathroom a few times. My man was so terrified of leaving the Leonardo codex alone that he took it with him on each visit. Emerging from the bathroom on the last occasion, he found himself confronting the massed ranks of the plane's cabin crew, who had been summoned because a passenger had been seen entering a bathroom with a large package which looked suspiciously like an infernal device. To make a tour of the codex possible, I had it restored to its original loose sheet configuration under the supervision of my Leonardo advisor, the scholar Carlo Pedretti. Then, following the procedure used for the mounting and display of the many Leonardo sheets in the Queen's collection at Windsor Castle, the codex was ready for public viewing. Mounted in its freestanding exhibition modules, the codex sheet seen singly make a presentation which is almost overwhelming in its power and detail, almost a complete collection in itself. The codex has now traveled the world, following the example of the other Hammer collections, and has visited 15 different cities in 9 countries, attracting a total audience of 1.5 million. But it was the return of the codex to Italy that produced the most heartwarming reception of all. Renamed the Codex Hammer by Pedretti, Leonardo's work was scheduled for exhibition in Florence in 1982. I took the Codex on my plane, flying to Pisa, for it was the only nearby airport large enough to accommodate Oxy 1. When I left the plane, I was followed by security guards armed with sawed-off shotguns and Uzi machine guns. They carried the Codex to Italian soil after an absence of 265 years. Although coverage of the event had to be limited for security reasons, spontaneous applause greeted the Codex hammer's return to its country of origin. 400,000 people viewed the Codex in Florence. I was made an honorary citizen of Vinci, and I was honored by the presence of the President of Italy, Sandro Pertini, at the exhibition's opening ceremony. He also presented me with Italy's highest honor to a foreigner, the Order of Grand Officer to the Merit of the Republic. I promised to return the Codex for exhibition and study no less than every 5 years, a promise I have already kept by a showing in Bologna in 1985. The acquisition and tour of the Codex hammer have been complemented by the commissioning of Carlo Pedretti to produce a facsimile of it with a complete transliteration, translation, and notes with tables which relate the manuscript to all prior studies. Through an endowment of $1 million established by me and at the initiative of Franklin Murphy, an Armand Hammer Center for Leonardo Studies has been created at the University of California at Los Angeles to advance work on the understanding of this great genius of the Italian Renaissance. The Armand Hammer collections were created for the public to share the love of art and to promote international peace and goodwill. Those are the true motives, but I have to admit that there is another one as well. Collecting pictures is also one of the best games in the world. It combines the satisfactions of detailed scholarship with the thrill of the hunt and the excitement of business. It is an ideal recreation for me. The art world is a jungle, echoing to the calls of vicious jealousies and ruthless combat between dealers and collectors, but I have been walking in the jungles of business all my life, and fighting tooth and nail for pictures comes as a form of relaxation to me. There is a good story connected with the acquisition of almost every work in my collection: stories of auction room intrigue, of pell-mell flights to remote places to close last-minute deals, of deceit and skullduggery. This chapter would go on forever if I listed them all. I'll simply give a few choice examples. The acquisition of Gauguin's Bonjour Monsieur Gauguin was a classic case. I heard that the picture was coming up for sale in Geneva on November 6, 1969. I flew there and landed in a snowstorm. The airport authorities told Fred Gross that ours was the last plane cleared to land that Thursday afternoon. All following planes would be redirected elsewhere. The sale began in Geneva's Hotel Richmond in the early evening. Bidding for the Gauguin was spirited, to say the least. Finally, it was knocked down to me for just over $329,000. As soon as I left the auction room, I was confronted by one of the most plutocratic of the Greek ship owners, who offered me a huge profit if I would sell him the picture. His plane had followed mine to Geneva and had been forbid then to land in the snowstorm. He had rushed by car from a nearby city, only to find the painting sold to me. "The picture's not for sale," I said. I then had to clear up some uncertainty about the picture's provenance, which was complicated by the circumstances of the artist's difficult and penurious life. When he was living in Le Poldu, a fisherman's hamlet in Brittany, Gauguin had been too poor to pay his rent. He had given Bonjour Monsieur Gauguin to his landlady to settle his bill. Later, when he had a little money from an inheritance, he asked the landlady to return the painting to him for what he had owed her. She refused. Gauguin then painted another version of the picture from memory. Both versions survived. The question was, which of them had I bought? The other picture was in the Prague Museum. I made an appointment to see the museum director and flew there with Peter Nathan, a famous dealer and Gauguin expert from Zurich. We hung the pictures side by side and examined them. After a moment, the director of the museum and his staff of curators said to me, "There's no doubt about it. Yours is the original." Many of my hunts for pictures brought me into rivalry with other outstanding collectors, such as Norton Simon and Paul Getty, both tough customers and accustomed to getting their own way. Once or twice I managed to beat them to the punch and, as was their way, they did not take their defeats lightly. Norton Simon was not delighted when I acquired the Rubens girl with curly hair. That wonderful picture, one of my greatest favorites, came my way in London. While I was staying at Claridge's in March 1971, I got a call from Nodeller's man in London, Ernest Johns. We did not own Nodeller's at that time. "We've got an exceptional Rubens I want to show you," he said. "Bring it over," I said. I sent for my good friend Michael Jaffe, a Cambridge professor who keeps a home in London. He arrived at Claridge's just after the man from Nodeller's had gone, leaving the painting on approval. When Michael saw the Rubens, he flipped. "At last," he said. "I see the original. There are 6 copies of this picture in various museums around the world, Armand, but this is the original. You must buy it." I didn't need a lot of prompting. I had fallen in love with the picture on first sight. The girl in the picture had been a servant in Rubens's home. Legend had it that she had become his mistress after the death of his wife, and that he had considered marrying her but never did. The expression in the girl's eyes seemed to say, "Is this man going to marry me or not?" Or, at least, that's how I have always read it. Some women who have seen the picture tell me that the girl's eyes tell a much more directly erotic tale. Rubens never sold the picture. It was found in his studio after he died, along with a companion self-portrait. I did the deal with Nodeller's on the spot. I paid nearly $250,000. When I got home to Los Angeles, Norton Simon called me, fishing for news, as always. "Well, Armand," he said, "did you buy any interesting pictures in Europe?" As a matter of fact, I said, I did. I bought the loveliest Rubens I've ever seen. There was a pause on the line. Then Norton quietly asked, it wasn't a girl with curly hair, was it? That's the very one, I answered. I could hear Norton sucking in his breath through clenched teeth. No dealers offered that to me, he finally said. They wanted $250,000. I had it hanging on my wall for 6 months on trial. Finally I told them that they wanted too much for it and sent it back. But I wanted it so much I couldn't get it out of my mind. Just yesterday I called them up and said, okay, if you won't reduce the price, send me the picture back and I'll give you what you want. And they said, sorry, the picture's been sold. I guessed it had to be you. The story of my acquisition of Rembrandt's Juno, in which I managed to put one over on Paul Getty, followed a similar pattern. The Juno Rembrandt's regal portrait of the Queen of Gods is one of the finest and best documented late masterworks of Holland's greatest artist. John Walker believes it to be the finest Rembrandt in the world in private hands. It had been on loan for years from an anonymous collector at the Metropolitan Museum in New York, hanging next to Aristotle contemplating the bust of Homer, in the Rembrandt room, and considered of almost equal importance. The Metropolitan believed that someday the owner would give it to them or leave it to them in his will. It came up for sale in June 1976, when the owner wanted to raise some cash. He was Bill Middendorf, former investment banker, Secretary of the Navy, ambassador to the Netherlands, artist, musician, and composer and art collector. He called me and asked whether notablers would be willing to take the picture on consignment. Sure, I said. How much do you want for it? $5 million, he said. Okay, I said, but I want you to give me first refusal on the picture if it fails to bring $5 million. If you become willing to accept a lower offer, I want to be the first to know. He sent me the letter of agreement on those terms. Notablers put the picture up for sale at $5 million. No takers. A few months later I was having dinner at Ed and Hannah Carter's house. Ed is one of the greatest benefactors of the LACMA and is himself a great collector, with an outstanding collection of Dutch landscapes. During dinner, I was summoned to the telephone. Bill Middendorf was on the line. Sensing that this was going to be about the Juno, I asked Ed to listen in on the extension. Bill said, Armand, I'm selling the Juno to the Getty Museum. How much are you selling it for? $3 million, he said. I'll buy it for $3 million, I said. Well, I don't know, he said. I'll need to speak to Mr. Getty, because I've already indicated his offer is acceptable. Have you closed the deal? No, not yet. Well, if you look at our agreement, you'll see that you're bound to offer me first refusal. You've just told me that you're willing to sell the picture for $3 million and I'm telling you that I'll buy it for $3 million. I let Bill sweat through one of the longest silences I can ever remember in a telephone call. Finally he said, well, I guess it's yours. Thus I spoiled Bill's hopes of running a private auction between me and the richest man in the world. There is no telling who would have paid the most and ended up with the picture. Not owning a late Rembrandt, I would have gone to $10 million. The picture is worth it. I told Bill I wanted to close the deal before midnight. I called Bill McSweeney in Washington and dictated the terms of the contract to him. He had the papers drawn up and rushed over to Bill Middendorf's house, where Middendorf signed them in his pajamas. A few days later, on September 28, 1976, Middendorf delivered the picture to Bill McSweeney in the back of a little Toyota pickup truck, driven by his daughter. The temperature in Washington was about 98 degrees. Bill McSweeney felt that he would faint when he saw the Juno, half-wrapped and exposed to the sun in the back of the truck. Bill had arrived at the rendezvous with his driver Sylvester in one of the corporation's limousines. The Juno wouldn't fit in the car. One of the men with McSweeney climbed into the back of the truck and accompanied it on its journey to the National Gallery, where it was to be temporarily hung on loan. Carter Brown, who loves to get the upper hand on the Metropolitan, was ecstatic. Bill McSweeney was in living dread of a tree falling across the pickup or of an accident in the 5 o'clock traffic. He told me later that he sat in the car thinking, if anything happens, I'm going to owe Hammer $3 million. I called him on his car telephone to make sure that the exchange had been accomplished and he smoothly told me that everything was okay. Paul Getty raised hell with me ever afterward. He could never see me without chiding, you do know that you stole that Rembrandt from me, don't you? When Norton Simon heard of my coup from Ed Carter, he phoned me immediately. How much do you want for Juno? He asked. It's not for sale, I replied. How about $5 million? He offered. It's not for sale. Everything has a price, he said. Not Juno, I replied. If you change your mind, call me, he said, and hung up the phone angrily. The Hammer Galleries, as I have said, brought us some business, in the persons of Harry Clifton and King Farouk, which would have been more fitting in Alice's Wonderland than a distinguished gallery. But nothing more incredible ever happened to me in the art world than the arrival of the building wrecker with the 110 Pissarros. There I was, sitting in my office in the Hammer Galleries, when Victor rushed in and said, there's a man downstairs who has 110 Pissarros to sell. Ridiculous, I said. How could anybody have 110 Pissarros? All I'm telling you is what he's telling me, Victor replied exasperatedly. He's got the pictures here. I've glanced at them and they look as if they might be authentic. Well, where did he get them? I asked. He's a wrecking contractor from Chicago, Victor explained. He had the contract to tear down the house which belonged to the man who founded International Harvester, Mr. McCormick. The whole property and everything in it belongs to him. In the walls of the building, he found a hidden safe containing a huge portfolio of watercolors. He has dragged it all over town looking for a buyer, but nobody believes his story. Can you blame them? I said. How much does he want for the portfolio? $10,000, said Victor. $10,000 for 110 pesaros. Less than $100 each. I nearly yelled. This is the craziest thing I ever heard in my life. If the pictures were genuine, the portfolio had to be worth at least $1 million. Let's check this out, I said. You keep him downstairs and I'll get hold of John Rewald and ask him to come over and look at them. John was probably the greatest authority in the world on Pissarro and the author of a string of renowned books on Impressionism. I got him on the telephone. What do the pictures portray? John asked. Apparently, I answered, they're mostly South American scenes, flamenco dancers, some jungle scenes. This sounds promising, said John. Pissarro was born in the Virgin Islands and lived for a time in Venezuela. Those places were a strong influence on his early work. Can you come over and take a look at this portfolio? I asked. I'm on my way, he said. Looking over the portfolio, John declared the majority of the paintings to be authentic Pissarros. The remainder were almost as interesting. They were by Pissarro's tutor, a Danish painter named Mel B. This is a tremendous coup, John whispered to me. The wrecker had peddled the pictures to almost every dealer in New York, none of whom believed they were genuine because they were unsigned. If I hadn't purchased them, he would have given them away for nothing, I learned later. I gave the wrecker his $10,000 and he went away whistling like a songbird. Victor and I practically danced around the gallery. Just about that time, I was negotiating for an oil concession on Venezuela's Lake Maracaibo. It did no harm to my standing with the Venezuelan authorities when I took the Pissarros down to Caracas and mounted an exhibition in the presidential suite of one of the city's leading hotels. Alfredo Bolden, one of the country's leading businessmen, and himself a great art connoisseur, got the Central Bank of Venezuela and other contributors to purchase the entire collection, and it was transferred to the walls of the bank, where it remains on exhibition. I was glad to sell the collection, feeling that it properly belonged in Venezuela. The price we agreed on was many times less than I might have gotten if the collection had been broken up and sold in single lots. But it was, nonetheless, over $100,000. We also got our oil concession. Part of the fun of collecting art is in giving it away. There is an old Chinese proverb which says that you never fully own anything until you have given it away. My art collections are constantly being shown on their exhibition tours and I have made arrangements to bequeath them all to museums. The paintings and the Leonardo Codex will go to the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, to reside permanently in the Francis and Armand Hammer Wing, and the drawings to the National Gallery. In those senses, I have given away the great bulk of my art collections. But I have also had a lot of pleasure in giving works of art to American presidents and to the White House. I have shared with a succession of recent presidents an interest in and love of America's own artistic traditions. Lyndon Johnson was particularly fond of the frontier art of Charles Russell, whose works I had been steadily collecting over many years. In 1967 I was at a state dinner for the Shah of Iran, chatting with LBJ and Senate Majority Leader Mike Mansfield. LBJ was talking very proudly about a fine bronze by Frederick Remington which had been presented to the White House by Amon Carter, the Fort Worth publisher. Knowing that I had one of the best collections of Russell sculptures, Mike said longingly to the president, "Wouldn't it be nice if somebody gave you a good Charlie Russell bronze to match the Remington?" The senator from Montana was naturally very proud of the work of Charles Russell, one of Montana's most distinguished sons. I stepped into the gap Mike had opened. "I would be very glad to give you one of Russell's greatest pieces, the Meat for Wild Men bronze, if you would like it, Mr. President." LBJ was as thrilled by the offer as a kid who's been promised a new bike. He said that Lady Bird would make all the necessary arrangements to receive the piece, under the auspices of the Committee for the Preservation of the White House. Lady Bird duly organized a big tea party to receive the bronze in the White House on November 8, 1967. She walked around and around the piece, gazing at it with the happiest of smiles when it was put in place. She herself had chosen the place so that it would be seen by the 1.8 million people who visit the White House in an average year. It would be hard for anybody to miss. Set on a revolving stand, the sculpture is 3 feet long, 2 feet wide and 1 foot high. Only 10 bronzes were cast from the original wax model, which is in Montana's Historical Museum. Depicting Indians on horseback attacking a buffalo herd, it is a perfect example of Charlie Russell's meticulous faithfulness to the authentic details of life on the western frontier and, like his glorious paintings, it surges with life and drama. At the time I gave it to the White House, it was valued at $100,000. Today it would bring many times that amount. It has a prominent place in the ground floor corridor of the White House by the doors leading from the White House to the East Wing. The sculpture was such a hit with the Johnsons and gave LBJ such pleasure that I gave him 2 more. Remington's giant-sized Bronco buster was placed in the Lyndon Johnson Library in Austin, Texas, after LBJ's retirement, and, To mark the dedication of the LBJ library, I gave him a little Russell bronze called the best of the string. I recently learned that LBJ was not the only president who admired Russell's work. In August 1986 I received word that one of President Reagan's favorite paintings, which was on loan to the White House, was about to be removed. The Hammer Galleries handled the painting, but the owner had died and the estate wanted to sell it. I was told that the president saw the painting every day, as it hung outside the Oval Office. This Charles Marion Russell masterpiece, Fording the Horse Herd, painted in 1900, had to be left in the White House, but the estate wanted nearly $700,000 for it. I immediately made some phone calls and raised the money from my friends Ray and Joni Rani, me, Carl and Lori Milken, Carl and Edith Lindner and the Armand Hammer Foundation. It is now in the permanent collection of the White House, where President Reagan and future generations of American leaders can enjoy it. My personal favorite among the works of art I have given to American presidents is William Harnet's The Cincinnati Enquirer, which I bought for $400,000 from Bill Middendorf and presented to Jimmy Carter for the White House collection. The picture was also, plainly, a particular favorite of the president himself. Once Rosalind Carter was asked which objects the president would save if there was a fire at the White House. She answered that he would pick up a picture under each arm. One of them would be William Merritt Chase's back of a nude, the other the Cincinnati Enquirer. The picture was certainly one of the finest of all Harnet's, and the Carters received it with obvious and touching pleasure. As Lady Bird had done for the Russell Bronze, Rosalind Carter threw a big tea party to welcome the picture in the Blue Room of the White House. I flew in from Bolivia for the party. Victor and I shared an enthusiasm for Harnet's still-life pictures. In the discipline of their detailed realism and the skillfulness of Harnet's trompe-l'oeil techniques, they transcend mere photographic duplication. They speak with the tenderest melancholy of the transience of the moment and the impermanence of all things. The still life in my collection was one of Victor's greatest delights. He returned to look at it again and again, wherever it was shown. I think the last time he saw it may have been at the exhibition we staged at the National Gallery in Washington as part of the inaugural FES activities for Ronald Reagan's second term in January 1985. I can still see him standing in front of the picture, resting on his cane and on the arm of a friend, smiling in rapture at Harnet's masterwork. Victor's lifelong enthrallment with the world of art and his measureless happiness in great pictures was one of the deepest sources of my own interest in collecting. The happiness he derived from helping me to assemble my collections he more than amply returned to me. My collections are, in one vital sense, a memorial to Victor, and the plea sure they give to people all around the world is his most fitting and lasting tribute. 25 Through the Gates of the Forbidden City. The first words of the book I wrote in 1932 about my years in Russia were, "Business is business but Russia is romance." The same goes for China today. When relations between the US and China began to improve in the 70s, and the prospect of more open trade appeared, I wanted to be among the first American businessmen to enter Beijing. It was not only the allure of vast new territories and commercial opportunities which galvanized me. I also wanted to contribute to one of the most exciting political and economic shifts of our century. The romantic ideal which led me to knock on the gates of the Imperial Palace in Tiananmen Square in Beijing was the ideal of peaceful coexistence and trade between East and West. Jimmy Carter deserves much credit for having continued and enlarged the policy of rapprochement with China which Richard Nixon, Henry Kissinger, and Gerald Ford began. His administration was not, however, eager to open the doors to China for me. Mindful of my long-standing connections with the Soviet Union, the administration was afraid that I would be persona non grata with the Chinese. When the Chinese vice chairman, Deng Xiaoping, visited America in 1979, Carter's advisors did everything possible to keep me away. I was not invited to any of the occasions Deng attended in Washington. I kept drumming on the closed door until, finally, when my insistence grew too embarrassing and since I was one of Carter's more prominent supporters, my Washington office was told by Bob Strauss, the president's special trade representative, that tickets would be made available for me and Francis at a function for Deng in Texas. The oilmen of Texas were to give Deng and his delegation a big barbecue dinner and rodeo show at the Rodeo Arena in Simonton, near Houston. When our car pulled up to the arena, we found the place swarming with security guards and the entrance protected by stewardesses checking off the guests. The girl recognized my name when I gave it to her, and then she ran her eyes up and down her list of guests. She looked very concerned as she said, "Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Hammer, but your name isn't here." I suspected Brzezinski's hand in this. "Never mind," I said, "there's obviously been a mistake. Where is the dinner itself being held?" "In the club inside, Carrot," she said. "Then obviously my name will be on the list there," I said. She let us through. Now we were inside. Secret Service men guarded the door to the club. I gave my name again and repeated the story, saying, "My name has been left off the list at the main door by mistake." The girl there said that it must be on the list inside the club. The Secret Service men said we could go through and check with the list inside, but if our names weren't there, we would have to come out. Now we were inside the club itself. The lady holding the master list scrutinized it ruefully and shook her head. "I'm sorry, Dr. Hammer," she said. "Your name is not on the list. Would you mind if I looked over that list?" I said. She handed it over. I ran my eye down the list until I saw the name Robert McGee. "Ah!" I exclaimed. "Now I understand what has happened. Bob McGee is a senior executive in our Washington office. He arranged with the White House that I should be here. My tickets must have been issued in his name by mistake. Oh, she said, greatly relieved. That explains it. Well, then, you're seated at table number 5. Nothing would hold us back now. We made our way to the table. The room was filling up. Some people were already seated at our table. I had never seen them before. They introduced themselves. They were MR and MRS. Robert McGee. Frances was petrified. Come on, Armand, she said. Let's get out of here. Nothing doing, I said. They're not going to get me out of here now. We sat down at the table and started a friendly chat with MR and MRS. McGee. MR. McGee was in charge of a large oil supply company, which did business with Occidental. My name was well known to him. As more and more Texas oil men came into the room and took their places, I saw the look of surprise on some of their faces to see an invader from California in their midst. A receiving line was formed to greet the Chinese delegation. 50 executives, some with their wives, joined the line. I got in there too, with Francis. Deng led the delegation down the line. He was a tiny man with a wonderful smile, which he kept flashing as he worked his way down the line. He was accompanied by an interpreter, who gave each executive's name in turn and spoke some words of introduction. When he reached me, Deng said, "You don't need to introduce Dr. Hammer." Then he smiled at me, shaking my hand and saying, "We all know you. You're the man who helped Lenin when Russia needed help. Now you must come to China and help us." "I'd love to," I replied, "but I understand that you don't allow private aircraft to enter China, and I'm too old to fly commercial." "Oh," he said, waving his hand as if to dismiss the problem, "that can be arranged. Just send me a telegram telling me when you want to come and I'll make all the necessary arrangements." Then we went back to our table. A member of the Chinese delegation was seated at each table. Sitting with us was Zhang Wenjin, the Chinese ambassador to Canada, who later became the ambassador to Washington. He said, "You shouldn't be sitting here. You should be with Deng Xiaoping." He took my hand and led me over to Deng's table, where the vice chairman told me to sit down next to him. James Schlesinger, Secretary of Energy, was sitting there looking daggers at me, but there wasn't much he could do. Seeing the warmth of Deng's greeting, Schlesinger could hardly say, "This man's a gatecrasher and we ought to throw him out." Bob Strauss arrived a little late to take a seat somewhat removed from Deng's table and looked at me quizzically. Deng talked to me through his interpreter all through dinner. He wanted to know all about my meetings with Lenin and my experiences of Lenin's new economic policy. He was very quick, very intelligent and, as I later found, possessed of a great memory. Each time I would meet him, he would remember exactly what he talked about the last time, and he never needed notes or had to turn to an aide for an answer. He always knew the answer. After dinner, Deng took me to sit beside him in his box for the rodeo which was put on for him. We got along famously. At the end of the evening he very firmly reiterated his invitation. I told him that I would see him in Beijing just as soon as I could put together some firm proposals and a team of executives. After a brief exchange of letters during the next 2 months, a telex arrived at my office in Los Angeles, saying, "Come immediately. Bring as many people as you like." In mid-May 1979, one took 16 executives from our oil, gas, coal, chemical, mining, agriculture, research, and engineering divisions to China. 4 of them went ahead by commercial flights and 12 came with me, one of the first flights into Chinese airspace by a private aircraft since the revolution of 1948. Even Fred Gross was impressed. Francis and I were instantly charmed by the Chinese. They were all exhilaratingly buoyant, busy, laughing people. China under Mao was given out as a dour and unsmiling land, gripped by repressive uniformity. The China we found under Deng's leadership was as friendly a place as I have ever entered. We were welcomed with a smiling exuberance which made us all feel 10 years younger. On this first trip we stayed in the Beijing Hotel. On subsequent trips, we have been accommodated in the most sumptuous style in the Diaoyutai State Guest House, near the center of Beijing, on the grounds of an ancient imperial fishing palace. President and MRS Reagan stayed here on their visits to China, as did Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon. Every day a fleet of immense black limousines waited to ferry us to our meetings with government officials. The cars were recent models, but with their bulbous wings and convolutions of chrome, they looked more like American Packets and Cadillacs of the 40s. Lace doilies adorned the cushions within and curtains could be drawn to shield the occupants from the curious gaze of pedestrians. We kept the curtains open, the better to see the transfixing spectacle of Beijing in change from the isolated frigidity of Mao's era to the modernization being attempted by Deng. In 1979, the streets of Beijing were almost empty of motorized traffic apart from trams, buses, and trucks. Countless thousands of bicyclists wheeled along the wide boulevards. There were no big billboards then advertising Japanese electronic wizardry, as there are today, but on every side there was a frenzy of activity on construction sites, with apartment buildings, offices, and factories taking shape in steel and concrete while hordes of blue-jacketed workers swarmed upon them. In a single week in Beijing, we signed 4 preliminary agreements for oil exploration, coal mining, hybrid rice seeds, and chemical fertilizers. 1 month after our visit to China, Kang Xian, then Vice Pre. Meyer and chairman of the State Economic Commission, was invited to the United States by James Schlesinger, Again, I was not asked to any of the official functions in Washington, but this time nothing could prevent me from throwing my own party for Kong. I hosted a reception for him and his delegation in Houston. At this reception, Kong reiterated his government's invitation to Occidental to participate in seismic studies of 7 of the 8 areas of the South China Sea which had been set aside for exploration by foreign companies. He also asked Occidental to be the first foreign oil company to visit China's inland basins. Mel Fisher, our vice president, in charge of exploration in the Eastern Hemisphere, made the trip with a team of geologists. Thus began a long series of contacts between Occidental and the Chinese government. They concluded in 2 offshore oil exploration and development contracts for the South China Sea and an agreement for joint development of the Antaibao surface mine, one of the biggest coal mines in the world, with a projected annual raw coal production capacity, in the first phase, of 15.33 million tons. On successful completion of this phase, we projected that the second and third phases would increase production to some 45 million tons a year. As recorded in the minutes of our meetings and reported in the Chinese press, Deng himself gave his approval to this agreement. The joint venture contract for the Antaibao mine was as hard to create as a Stradivarius. It took endless patience, application, and dedication from Occidental staff, and we had to steel ourselves against skepticism in the foreign press and to carry some faint-hearted partners who dropped out. As finally concluded, it was a 30-year contract calling for a total investment of $650 million, of which Occidental's share in project financing with a syndicate of international banks would be about $200 million. When construction is completed and the mine reaches full production, the banks will take over the financial risk in full. Peter Kiewit Sons, a construction company in Omaha, Nebraska, signed a letter of intent to be our partners, but when they dropped out, leaving me holding the bag, I was able to get the Bank of China to replace them through its subsidiary, the Bank of China Trust and Consultancy Company. Quite a coup. This effectively left the China National Coal Development Corporation with 42.5% of the venture, and the China International Trust and Investment Corporation with 7.5%, and Oxy and the Bank of China held 25% each. The Chinese government was to make a substantial investment in the mine's infrastructure, providing railroads, highways, and waterways to serve the plant and homes, schools and other facilities, in a village for some 17,000 construction workers and their families. This village will ultimately house about 1,800 mine workers and expatriate managers and their families, together with several thousand additional workers, paid by the government, who will service and maintain the hospital, schools, and other facilities. Occidental took primary management control in operating the Antaibao mine. We are not just sending in advanced equipment and handing it over to inexperienced managers and workers. We take responsibility for operational supervision. This is something new in China and a considerable breakthrough. In the early years of their open policy, the Chinese tended to think that all they needed to do was to purchase some new equipment and, operating it themselves, create their own modern enterprises. Harsh lessons of reality changed their ideas. Several of their ventures languished or failed because they could not effectively operate the equipment they had purchased at great expense. When he visited the United States, Deng saw the need for China to take advantage of Western managerial skills. By the time we concluded our deal over the mine, the Chinese had realized that skilled management counts as much as modern equipment, and they agreed to have us provide managers and supervisors. The Chinese were very smart bargainers but, being inexperienced, they created obstacles and difficulties for themselves which frequently drove our people near to distraction. In 1982 I wrote an article for China's official newspaper, China Daily, in which I pointed out some of the shortcomings in the Chinese system and encouraged them to improve their laws and wages policies. I asked for a more complete and comprehensive set of laws and regulations regarding administrative management and industrial operation, in addition to the tax laws and regulations for foreign enterprises and individuals which have already been promulgated. There should also be a statewide standard for different levels of wages, salaries, service charges, methods, and terms of depreciations, material fees, etc., for joint ventures. At present, these issues are discussed and solved item by item. Specific negotiations have to be held for each single problem. It is time-consuming and confusing. Today, most of these suggestions have been acted upon or are in the pipeline. One of the major causes of difficulty was a shortage of Chinese lawyers. There simply weren't very many of them. For our early negotiations over the coal project, the Chinese engaged Shearman and Sterling, a prominent New York law firm, to represent them. Deng has been undecided for some years as to whether or not he wants to encourage the training of a large corps of lawyers. He recognizes the need, but on the other hand he doesn't want to see Chinese society become hidebound by legalistic procedures. As one who has chafed against lawyers all my life, I have some sympathy with Deng's dilemma. The Chinese negotiated very smartly over the oil leases in the South China Sea. They made all the bidding companies conduct their own seismic surveys and give them the results before they awarded the plots. The leases were then assigned to partnerships nominated by the Chinese themselves. They were thus able to balance out the distribution of plots very judiciously and keep a substantial measure of control. A large number of multinational companies entered the rush into the South China Sea. A bonanza on the Saudi Arabian or Alaskan scale was widely hoped for and expected. It hasn't materialized. To date, Arco's gas field near Hainan Island has been the only major discovery. Arco made an agreement to sell this gas to the Chinese government, which in turn has sold it to Hong Kong. Chevron and Texaco have made non-commercial discoveries. In an extension to our block, we have made 3 small discoveries. amounting to a total production of 4,000 barrels per day. All the other companies have pretty well struck out. This initial failure has caused despondency in many of the companies and a deep disappointment in Beijing. I am not discouraged. The examples of Occidental successes in Libya, Peru, Colombia, and Pakistan keep my confidence alive that we shall find oil in the South China Sea where other companies fold their tents and withdraw. Western businessmen are very excited by Deng's policies of encouraging trade, but when they talk to me, they always ask nervously whether his free market practices will survive his death or be overturned by his successor. In my judgment, Deng has made provisions to ensure continuity. Recently there has been considerable unrest among some of the students in the universities and many public demonstrations in opposition to some of the government policies. However, Deng has a majority in the Politburo, and if this does not change, I believe Deng will see that the line of succession makes his policies irreversible. I have met Deng nearly every year since we began business in China, at ceremonial occasions and in private discussions. We have been at banquets together in the Great Hall of the People and at the Diaoyutai State Guest House. I saw him after the opening of the Armand Hammer collection in Beijing and briefed him at length after my first meeting with Mr. Gorbachev when I went to Beijing in June 1985. He has always impressed me as the most astute and smartest of politicians who unswervingly follows the line of his country's best interests. Naturally, Deng confronts immense social, political and economic problems. Some communists have frankly opposed his open policy and have slightly hindered the growth Deng is seeking. The old hardline Maoist lobby still has influence in the corridors of power and cannot be discounted. Resentments between the cities and the countryside seem to be growing as the prosperity of farmers increases faster than that of city dwellers. The national economy is running into a balance of trade deficit which could become serious. And it has been estimated that even if China achieves all of Deng's growth targets by the year 2000, per capita income of the Chinese, now about $300 a year, will still be less than $1,000 a year, far less than projected per capita income for that year in Taiwan. This network of problems poses serious challenges for Deng's leadership and for his successors. I am confident that they will succeed. A people which tackles its problems with such effervescent enthusiasm and is so hectically busy with the business of improving itself is capable of defying dry economic statistics and prognostications. China will come through, I am sure of it. The opening of our Chinese operations took me on a series of looping flights around the world, and Fred Gross and his crew were frequently making flight plans from Los Angeles to Beijing, from Beijing to Moscow, from Moscow to a European capital, from Europe to Washington or New York and then on home to Los Angeles. Our time in the air increased so much that Francis complained of a permanent case of jet lag. With my long-cultivated ability to take cat naps, I suffered less than Francis or other companions. My friend Jerry Weintraub ruefully remembers one trip we took together with staging posts in Beijing and Moscow. Jerry and I had created a joint venture called Hammer Weintraub Productions to promote entertainment industry projects like movie productions in China and Russia. After several days of serious business in Beijing, we left to fly to Moscow overnight. Jerry and his wife, Jane Morgan Weintraub, were trying to catch up on some sleep on beds in the front salon. Francis was asleep in our bedroom. I was working in my office on the plane. Jerry remembers that, at about 3 a.m., he realized that he was being shaken awake. Now, Jerry is a very big man, who combines the sophistication of the top businessman with some of the attributes of a street fighter. He is not a man who reacts kindly to having his rest disturbed. He came out of his sleep with his fists up. Then he saw that the culprit was me. "We've got to have a meeting," I said. "Come to my office, would you?" Jerry got up, put on his robe and sleepily followed me through to my desk. "What's up?" he said. "I've been looking over these contracts," I said, "and I want some changes made. They cover only 4 years. I want 10. Jerry looked at me in astonishment for a moment and then he said, "At this point, Armand, you can have anything you want. If an 84-year-old is going to wake me up in the middle of the night to say that he wants a contract extended to 10 years, all I can say is, have it and let me get back to sleep." In April 1984, Fred Gross had to fly a tight schedule eastward to get Francis and me to a party in London with Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, followed by dinner in Beijing with Ronald Reagan. In China I was to announce project agreement for the Antai-Bao mine. For this flight Fred asked the Russians for clearance to fly clear across their airspace and the Russians consented. The schedule was so tight that we had to get to Heathrow, London's major airport, precisely on time after the party to take off before the night's curfew on air traffic. The party, however, was good and the Queen Mother, always convivial, was enjoying herself and staying on. Protocol forbade Francis and me from leaving before the Queen Mother. I nervously watched the minutes ticking away on my watch, knowing that I was in danger of missing my date in China with the president. Finally I walked up to Queen Elizabeth and explained my predicament. She immediately said, "Oh, well, I don't want to cause you any embarrassment. I will leave straight away." Thus she saved the day. I arrived in Beijing in time for 2 dinners with Ronald Reagan, the first a state banquet given by Premier Zhao and the second a return dinner given by the president at the Great Wall Hotel. At the state banquet I approached Premier Zhao and the president with a glass of white wine in my hand and, in accordance with custom, offered to toast them. Premier Zhao said, "White wine isn't strong enough to symbolize the strength of connection between China and Occidental. We must toast with Maotai, their 106 proof liquor, which is stronger than vodka." He said that we should go bottoms up with our glasses and asked Ronald Reagan to join us, which the president gamely did. I also helped my friend Malcolm Forbes to make one of his own idiosyncratic flights in China. Malcolm, publisher of Forbes magazine and one of the most unabashed hedonists and capitalists in the world, has traveled the world in or upon the two conveyances which he prizes. Above all, motorbikes and hot air balloons. You wouldn't get me into or onto either of those things for all the Fabergé eggs in Malcolm's splendid collection. Nonetheless, Malcolm is an ardent advocate of the principle that people should get their fun in life any way they choose. He chooses motorbikes and hot air balloons. Who am I to argue? In 1980, when Malcolm wanted to take a party of motorcyclists on a tour through Russia, I helped him to get permission and visas. In 1982 he conceived a yet more implausible fantasy, to take a motorcycle gang, equipped with hot air balloons, across China. He couldn't get the Chinese to take him seriously. Can you blame them? Richard Nixon wrote a personal appeal to Deng Xiaoping. Nothing happened. Malcolm asked former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger to see what he could do. Again, nothing. Finally Malcolm brought his notion to me. I didn't bother to try to talk him out of it. Reason didn't enter into it. As a personal favor to me, the Chinese agreed to let Malcolm have his way. However, I had to go all the way to Deng Xiaoping. When Malcolm arrived with his oily crew in Beijing, I hosted a dinner for him at the Beijing Hotel, where 17 courses were served to hundreds of guests and Malcolm gave presents to Premier Zhao Ziyang. These included a motorcyclist's vest and a scarf inscribed with Malcolm's motto, Capitalist Tool. Zhao smiled gracefully through his amusement. When I got back to the state guest house after that dinner, a message was waiting for me from President Zia of Pakistan. He was in Beijing for meetings with Deng. He wanted to see me. Even though it was late at night, I called him back and he asked if I would come to his guest house. I thought Malcolm might like to come and meet Zia, Pakistan being just about the last territory on earth over which Malcolm has not wafted or ridden. Given the faintest chance to flow through the air down the Khyber Pass or gun his engines in the streets of Peshawar, I knew he'd jump at it. He did. We set off together in my limousine. The car broke down on a deserted street, well past 11 p.m. We might have been there for hours if rescue had not come in the shape of an old bus rattling along with a load of night workers. I jumped out in the road and flagged the bus down. Our interpreter explained our position and asked the driver to make a diversion and take us to Zia's guest house. We climbed aboard, easing ourselves into the cramped spaces between the tightly packed standing passengers. I hadn't ridden in a bus for more than 60 years. I thought it made an interesting change in Beijing, in the middle of the night, on the way to see a president. Malcolm and President Zia hit it off, and Malcolm got an invitation to bring his motorcycles and balloon to Pakistan. Deng Xiaoping also helped me to make arrangements for the flight of some creatures even more exotic than Malcolm Forbes, when he cleared the way for me to bring Chinese pandas to the Los Angeles Olympics in 1984. I had first mentioned this thought to Deng on March 26, 1982, when I met him in Beijing after the opening of my art collection there. I told him that the presence of the pandas, accompanying the first team of athletes from communist China ever to enter the Olympics, would delight Los Angeles and be an immeasurable aid to goodwill between the USA and China. Various committees and delegations from America had been dickering with the Chinese, asking them to send the pandas to the games, but the answer had always been nothing doing. The Chinese always said that their law specifically forbade the export of pandas, only a handful of whom live in captivity in all China. When I took it up with Deng, he immediately saw the value of the idea and said that he would give instructions for the pandas to come. Quite soon thereafter, Kang Jianhua, director of the China Wildlife Conservation Association, was surprised when he got a call at his office in Beijing telling him to make preparations to send the pandas to California. But this is against the law. Kang cried. Deng Xiaoping has just made a new law, he was told. Staff at the Los Angeles Zoo were simultaneously thrilled and daunted when they discovered that the pandas were definitely coming for a 90-day stay. A special pavilion had to be built for them and extensive arrangements made to ensure their safety and health. Their dietary needs alone presented a complicated challenge. Each animal needed to eat 25 to 30 pounds a day of bamboo, including leaves and stems. They also needed daily helpings of milk, rice porridge with raw eggs, steamed black bread, apples, and ground beef. Twice a week, on Tuesdays and Saturdays, they were to have 2 pounds each of roast spare ribs. I paid to fly the pandas and their keepers from China to California aboard a 747 of CAAC, the PRC airline. I also paid for the maintenance of the group in Los Angeles. The total cost was $150,000. I met that cost as my contribution to the occasion. The animals were greeted with all the pomp and attention of visiting heads of state when they arrived in Los Angeles, and we held a magnificent reception in their honor before the games opened. My joy on that occasion, however, was lessened by the knowledge that something very important was missing from those Olympics. The sadness I had felt at the Moscow Games over the absence of the American athletes was matched on opening day in Los Angeles by the absence of the Russians. Once again, a major opportunity to improve relations between the USA and the USSR had gone by the boards. It was a symptom of the worsening relations between the two nations, and I resolved to do what I could to alter it. During the weeks and months immediately preceding the Los Angeles Olympics, I had been working hard to arrange a meeting in Moscow with Konstantin Chernenko, who had been keeping a very low profile since his accession to power on the death of Yuri Andropov. I wanted to talk to Chernenko about even bigger issues than the Olympic Games. I wanted to urge him to meet Ronald Reagan in a summit conference, and I had some specific proposals for diminishing international tension. It took the rest of the year to arrange the meeting with Chernenko. It happened only in December 1984, and it comes first in the last chapter of this book. 26. Pushing toward the summit. One advantage of living to be 88 years old, if you are fortunate enough to keep your wits and senses, is that the focus of your interests becomes pinpoint precise. It is possible to see with absolute clarity what matters and what is unimportant. I know very clearly what I want to achieve in the time remaining to me, and if my ambitions are larger than many people's, that just means I have to try harder. I can't think of anything better to do with a life than to wear it out in efforts to be useful to the world. What follows is the story of how I pursued two of the greatest goals I can imagine: world peace and a cure for cancer, during the year from November 1984 to December 1985, the last full year which I can include in this book. By the end, both had crept just a little bit closer. The year began gloomily in a forbidding atmosphere of suspicion and fear between the superpowers. Near its end, my year was dazzlingly lit by the presence of the Prince and Princess of Wales at a Palm Beach gala given in my honor by the United World Colleges. Tough start, fair end. Part 1. Andropov and Chernenko. I seem, in recent years, to have elected myself as unofficial physician to the world's leaders. Perhaps the frustrated doctor in me is coming out. I have described how I tried to help Menachem Begin and his wife, Alisa. I offered similar medical help to Yuri Andropov. I never met Mr. Andropov, although we exchanged cordial letters. His health was so poor during his brief tenure of office in the Kremlin that he had to postpone several meetings with me. Hearing that Andropov's kidneys were failing, I consulted my old friend Bruno Kreisky, who had also suffered from the same malady and had benefit greatly from treatments on a dialysis machine and a kidney transplant. Bruno's life had been saved, he said, by Dr. Kurt Menschel, head of the Rudolf Stiftung Hospital in Vienna. I offered to take Dr. Menschel to Moscow for Andropov's benefit. Since the Kremlin would not publicly acknowledge the seriousness of the nature of Andropov's illness, my offer was not taken up. After Andropov's hospitalization from September 1983 until February 1984, a period of almost 6 months, Dusko Dodor, the brilliant head of the Washington Post's Moscow bureau, scooped the world on February 9 with the news that Andropov had died, deducing this from several indications including the playing of classical selections on Moscow TV by musicians in formal tales, replacing the usual program. This was similar to what occurred on the day of Brezhnev's death 15 months earlier and before the announcement. Not wanting to miss Andropov's funeral, I flew to Moscow with John Bryson, who was photographing my visits to the Soviet Union. It was on this occasion that I met Konstantin Chernenko, who had been chosen by the Politburo to head the funeral commission. The commission informed me that Chernenko would be chosen by the Politburo as the new Soviet leader. This must have been a disappointment to Gorbachev, who had been groomed by Andropov to succeed him. On November 23, 1984, it was announced that Secretary of State George Shultz and Soviet Foreign Minister Andrei Gromyko would meet in Geneva the following January 7 to discuss a schedule for new arms control negotiations. That meeting would at least open a channel of direct communication between the countries, but there was a serious risk that the session would amount to little more than talks about talks. It was vital that President Reagan and General Secretary Chernenko themselves get together for a summit meeting, but both sides had spoken very discouragingly about the prospects for such a thing. I hope to be able to bring it closer. Several meetings with Anatoly Dobrynin brought only non-committal responses, but finally the answer came that I had been waiting for. On December 4, only 10 months after we had met briefly in Moscow at the funeral of Yuri Andropov, 10 months during which there had been minimal personal contact between the leaders of the United States and the Soviet Union, I was to see Konstantin Chernenko. A series of briefings with the State Department followed, and then, on December 2, Oxy 1 taxied away from the company's private hangar at Los Angeles International Airport. Francis was with me as usual. Not so usual was one of our other passengers, Daniel Mons, a professor of pulmonary medicine at UCLA and one of the world's leading specialists in lung disorders. His mission to Moscow, which was kept secret even from his wife and my closest associates, was to offer his expertise and brilliance to the Soviet leader and his doctors, it having been widely rumored that Chernenko was suffering seriously from emphysema. I didn't rate the chances high that Danny would be allowed to see Chernenko, but, in talking with the Soviet leader's physicians, he might at least be able to make suggestions for treatment which might lengthen Chernenko's life. Dobrynin had encouraged me in this. He must have known the true seriousness of Chernenko's illness. As darkness fell across the northern world, we stopped to refuel at Goose Bay in Newfoundland. While we slept in our beds, the plane roared on through the night to London, where we again refueled and picked up the 2 Russian pilots who were always assigned to navigate the plane through Soviet airspace. When we landed at Sheremetyevo 2 airport in Moscow, we were taken to the VIP lounge, where we waited while one of my Russian staff arranged for our passports to be checked and another saw our baggage cleared through customs. It took an hour, but anybody who has suffered the attentions of Soviet officials in their most bureaucratic moods will know that a single hour's delay represents something like lightning service. The cold of night in Moscow's midwinter is always amazing even to me, though I first encountered it over 60 years ago. It hits you with the force of a body blow, and its shock ripples in chilling waves through even the thickest and warmest clothes. I wear undershirts and long johns made of 90% cashmere and 10% nylon. I cover my head with a fur hat, my body with a full-length mink coat and my feet with wool-lined galoshes, but even so, any prolonged exposure to the cold makes me feel as if I have dressed in paper bags. We hurried to our car and were transported into Moscow to our apartment near the Kremlin, had supper, and immediately went to bed. I had a big day ahead of me. My appointment had been set for noon. I was intensely keyed up. Fate had delivered me an opportunity which I must not mishandle. In the 10 months since M.R. Andropov's death, when Chernenko had had a brief meeting with Vice President Bush after the funeral, no aimer icons other than Dusko Doder and journalists from NBC had been invited to meet the new General Secretary, and their exchanges had been confined principally to 20-minute discussions mostly of written questions and answers. Chernenko had met no Americans at all since President Reagan's landslide victory in the November election. Meanwhile, relations between America and the USSR were as bad as I had ever known them in the 63 years since I had first gone to Russia. Each derided the other's evil empire. The two sides had to begin talking to each other again. It was vital that Reagan and Chernenko hold a summit meeting without delay, in which the public hostilities between the two countries might melt a little in the private warmth which they might generate. They had to start a dialogue face to face. I knew, however, that neither side would be willing to go to the summit table without the prospect of some concrete achievements there. A few cozy, fireside chats and some exchanges of rosy platitudes about peace would satisfy neither side, although neither side at that moment had any substantial proposal to make for the other's consideration. All prospects for negotiations had become inextricably snarled up in acrimonious bickering over the details of each other's weaponry, and an endless and fruitless headcount of warheads had driven both sides into a dead end. I felt that I had something to offer. I had come with 3 concrete proposals, the first of which, though perhaps the most daring, was actually the simplest. Knowing how interminable and complicated any negotiations on arms control were, with their detailed accounting of warheads and throw weights, my idea was for a basic agreement which would help the world sleep easier at nights while the two sides worked through the years of talks which arms reduction and the elimination of nuclear weapons would demand. If both sides could agree that neither of them would be the first to use force of any kind, nuclear or conventional, then the military superiorities and disadvantages between them would be nullified. The Russians fear the Americans' nuclear superiority. The Americans and NATO fear the massive Warsaw Pact conventional forces mustered on the east bank of the Elbe. A properly verifiable agreement not to be the first to use either nuclear or conventional weapons would, therefore, ease the fears of both sides, and the people of the world would not feel they were living on the brink of extinction. My other proposals were for an annual summit, a meeting between the two leaders year after year every year, to keep the progress going, and for a new cultural agreement, such as had not existed since the end of 1979. All this was in my mind as I left my apartment to keep my appointment. At noon the light of day was dim and murky. The early snows of winter were already packed deep and dirty on the sidewalks. A hard wind cut along the streets, bearing fresh snow. Though it was only a few yards from the curtained warmth of my ZIL limousine to the doors of the office building we were visiting, my companions and I were chilled by the move. They were Vladimir Rachmanin, protocol officer of the Foreign Trade Ministry, and Michael Bruck, my extraordinary Moscow aide, a full member of the Communist Party whom the Soviets had seconded to my staff and who has worked for me in Moscow for nearly 20 years. The building we were entering was the offices of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the USSR at No. 1 Staraya Plashad, which means Old Square, one of central Moscow's busiest thoroughfares. The passers-by on the pavement paid no attention to the fact that the most powerful man in Russia was working behind its doors. We pushed through those double doors into a lobby like that of a large and thriving corporation, quietly thrumming with activity. No ranks of armed soldiers stood guard demanding passes, as they do at the Kremlin. No Secret Service men were visible. From Lenin to Brezhnev, my meetings with the Russian leaders had been held in the General Secretary's office in the Kremlin, so it was something of an honor, I felt, that Chernenko should have decided to meet me at his place of work rather than at the more ceremonial offices in the Kremlin. Chernenko's assistant, Andrei Alexandrov Argentov, known as Alexandrov, was waiting to greet me in the anteroom outside Chernenko's office. It was good to see him again. His friendly face had become one of the regular features of my encounters with the Russian leaders. He had been present the last time I met Brezhnev, and he was at the side of the successive General Secretaries for 14 years, making him a very important and powerful man in the Soviet hierarchy. He was, himself, a member of the Central Committee. He was chief aide to the General Secretary on all matters relating to the English-speaking Western world in general and the United States in particular, and he was as close to the General Secretary as the National Security Advisor is to the President, with the difference, of course, that National Security Advisors come and go, but Alexandrov remained through all changes, up to the accession of Mikhail Gorbachev, who retired Alexandrov on a pension, just prior to the 27th Congress of the Soviets in February and March 1986. Even now, he serves as advisor to Foreign Minister Eduard Shevardnadze. We walked together to M.R. Chernenko's room. As the door swung open, I searched the huge room eagerly and curiously for my first glimpse of the new Soviet leader, one of the two most powerful men on earth. Naturally, I wanted to see if he was, indeed, desperately and terminally sick as he had been portrayed. He rose easily from his desk at the other end of the room and strode purposefully toward me, smiling and extending his hand for a warm, strong, and confident handshake. His slightly flushed face and confident manner contrasted vividly with the pale, feeble figure we had seen on television. The set of his shoulders, however, was as square as if he had a hanger in his coat, like a caricature of a military man. This suggested that he had to hold himself erect to breathe more easily, and I could faintly hear his lungs wheezing as he moved and spoke. We stood together for a moment, posing for a photographer from TASS, the Soviet news agency, who also took pictures of us as we sat opposite each other at the long table in the middle of the room. Then the photographer left. The room was austere in its decorations. Only 2 large portraits of Marx and Lenin hung on the walls. The furnishings and carpets were very plain. From a distance I could see that Chernenko's desk was tidy and uncluttered. Several telephones stood on a table to the side of the desk, but nowhere near as many as the battery of a dozen or so instruments at the side of his secretary's desk in the outer office. Michael Bruck sat beside me, Alexandrov sat on one side of Chernenko, and the interpreter, Grakikov, sat on his other side. Though I usually speak my imperfect Russian with Soviet leaders, Chernenko began our meeting by speaking through his interpreter, possibly to give him room for maneuver and time for thought. I had come bearing a gift, a letter bound in leather which had been written in London in July 1871 by Karl Marx to Lord Aberdare, then Home Secretary of Great Britain. The letter was one of the documents which Marx had submitted to the Home Secretary as part of his formal application to establish the headquarters of the Socialist International in London. Having been hounded in France, Marx was eager to be granted refuge in England. The letter referred to correspondence between Marx and Abraham Lincoln, in which Marx had congratulated Lincoln on his re-election and on his freeing of the slaves. I had had the good luck to acquire the letter at an auction at Sotheby's in London in May 1984. I now presented the letter to Chernenko. He had been given notice to expect the gift, and he was also aware of the subjects I wanted to discuss with him, as set out in 2 written questions which I had submitted. Ted. He had prepared a general statement which, having put on his glasses, he began to read, with long pauses for translation. He praised my efforts aimed at promoting cooperation between our countries in various fields, and then he said, "The most important task today is to find practical ways of saving the world from a nuclear catastrophe." I stress practical ways. The world does not lack general statements of goodwill, they are to be heard in abundance from Western statesmen. But no words, even the most eloquent, can put a halt to the arms race. In that matter, everybody should roll up their sleeves and get down to business by preparing concrete agreements on limiting and reducing armaments. That was my cue. I had a practical suggestion to make. When he had finished reading his statement, Chernenko took off his glasses and pushed the paper aside. Now it was my turn. I referred to the written questions I had previously submitted and read the first of them. Speak. In Russian, I said, Mr. General Secretary, in your interview with the Washington Post newspaper earlier this year, you said that the Soviet Union has more than once called on Washington to follow your example and make a commitment not to be the first to use nuclear weapons. If Washington would agree to the commitment you asked for, and if the NATO countries would likewise make such a commitment with the Warsaw Pact countries not to be the first to use nuclear weapons, would this be what you consider desirable? He paused for a long moment before he spoke. Then he said, as you know, we made that proposal 2 years ago. I repeated it in my interview with the Washington Post and with NBC. But every time we suggest it, we get no from your country, from your president. I cut across the interpreter's translation into English and, again in Russian, I said, well, Mr. General Secretary, it's obvious that America will always take that position because such a proposal gives you a great advantage with your preponderance of conventional forces. He interrupted me, saying, well, suppose it was the other way around. Suppose the United States said to the Russians, we're willing to be the first not to use nuclear weapons, and we said, no, it doesn't suit us. The whole world would say, you see, the Russians obviously do intend to be the first to use nuclear weapons. Now the interpreter was redundant. Our conversation was spontaneous and immediate. I said, I understand your point, Mr. General Secretary, but let me make another suggestion. Would you consider an agreement by which both sides would agree not to be the first to use either nuclear or conventional force and submit to verifiable on-site inspection on both sides? That form of agreement would, I think, satisfy the fears and suspicions of the United States. And it would create a climate of understanding in which the detailed arms negotiations which we need to have can be conducted steadily and calmly. Well, I would need to think about that, Chernenko answered. My first response is that such an agreement might leave us open to trickery and sabotage by which war could be provoked. The Russian people well remember the duplicity of the Nazis when they dressed their own men in Polish uniforms and photographed them on German territory to pretend that they had been attacked first. Under this pretext the Nazis declared war on Poland. I answered that in the nuclear age it would be an insane act for any nation to provoke a war in the way he feared, since they would be inviting certain nuclear retaliation and annihilation on their own heads. Chernenko smiled slightly and opened his hand in a little gesture of apparent assent. Perhaps this might be open to negotiation, he said. I read him the second of my prepared questions, asking whether the chances for an early summit might be improved if the United States would make a declaration that they did not intend to be the first to use force. Yes, he said. I was warming to my task now and speaking without restraint, all inhibitions had slipped away. I urged him to make arrangements to meet Mr. Reagan without delay, not to be hindered by the inevitable and interminable wranglings over the arithmetic of disarmament. Leave it to the committees, I said, To decide how many warheads each side should have and when their dismantling should begin and how verifiable inspection should be conducted. Leave it to the committees to draft an agreement restricting nuclear weapons tests in space. These are technical problems. They're not going to be solved overnight or at a 2-day summit conference between the two leaders. But there will be no point in a summit unless something concrete emerges, he answered. Well, I said, don't you think it would be a sufficiently concrete achievement if you were to make this agreement that neither side would be the first to use force of any kind? Yes, he said. I think it might. But how would President Reagan react to that proposal? I could not answer him. I had been firmly instructed by the White House that my visit was purely personal and that my proposals were to be presented only as my own private ideas. I do not know, I told him, but I believe that President Reagan is open to ideas. I know that he genuinely wants peace and that, having won his enormous and historic victory in the recent election, it must now be his overpowering ambition to make a place for himself in history as one of the great peacemaking presidents. Chernenko listened to me intently. He did not interrupt or contradict. Well, he said, I shall be interested to learn President Reagan's response. I took this as a sign that the window was open, that the way to an early summit was being cleared if advantage could be taken of the opportunity. Our discussion turned to business matters, including an export license I had been granted for a coal slurry pipeline we were tendering to build for the Russians in Siberia. I said the license was an important breakthrough because it would never have been granted before, under President Carter's trade sanctions. Chernenko made a gesture as if of weary resignation and answered that the American policy of denying trade with the Soviet Union couldn't possibly benefit American businessmen and was, in any case, futile. We have lively trade with the rest of the world, he said, and it continues to flourish. If we can't get what we need from America, we will get it elsewhere. The interview had now lasted well over an hour, and there was no sign of Chernenko's attention slackening or of impatience in him to return to his desk. I had almost completed the list of points I wanted to raise with him. I told him briefly about my hopes for a resumption of cultural exchanges between the USA and the USSR, and said that I was still hoping to sponsor an exhibition of paintings from the Hermitage and Pushkin museums in Washington, New York, and Los Angeles, for which I asked his help. He agreed to look into it. Finally, I told him about Dr. Daniel Simmons, the UCLA professor I had brought with me. This man is one of the greatest doctors in his field in the world, I said. He may be able to suggest remedies and treatment which won't have occurred to your doctors. I was slightly apprehensive about making this offer, which could easily have been taken as an unwelcome intrusion. Fortunately, Chernenko seemed pleased and said, I will make arrangements immediately for Dr. Simmons to meet my doctors. It was time to leave. I thanked him for granting me the great privilege of this interview and assured him that I would report fully on our conversation to the White House. I am always ready, at a merit's notice, I said, to come to Moscow if ever you feel that I can be of use. Now I have a gift for you, Chernenko said. He walked around the table and presented me with a huge package, half as big as me. I grappled with its ribbons and wrapping papers until, at length, the box was open. It contained a magnificent vase, decorated gloriously with a hand-painted pastoral scene. The vase was a replica of one commissioned by Tsar Nicholas I from the Imperial Russian Porcelain Works, many of whose pieces I had acquired in Moscow in the 1920s. Seeing my pleasure, Chernenko beamed and embraced me. A warmth had grown between us which felt like the beginning of a real friendship. I sensed that I could come to like him very much, and I also felt that if he and Ronald Reagan could meet, both men in their early 70s, both warm and generous-hearted men, they might find that they liked each other and had much in common. I could not have known then that this meeting with Konstantin Chernenko would be my last, and that he and President Reagan were destined never to meet. Alexandrov escorted me from the room and, as the door closed behind us, he turned to me and said, Well, Dr. Hammer, I am completely astonished. Do you realize that you have been with Mr. Chernenko for 1 hour and 35 minutes? He has not granted an interview of such length to any foreigner, even heads of state. I quickly said goodbye and hurried to my car. I had a press conference waiting for me, and after that I was booked to appear live by satellite on the morning news programs of 3 American networks: NBC's Today Show, the CBS Morning News, and CNN. To catch the satellite in position, I had to be at the studios of Gostela Radio, the state TV station, by 3 p.m., local Moscow time. As it happened, the reporters did not let me begin to wrap up the news conference until 2:40. We were tight for time as we again hurried away to our cars. There were no cars. The street outside the Sovin Center, where our drivers were supposed to be waiting, was completely deserted. While the daylight dimmed around us and the snow in the wind flecked our coats and hats, we stood on the pavement for a moment in bewilderment, close to despair. Then one of my party dashed away around the corner of the building. In moments he returned, sprinting beside a Volvo station wagon belonging to a Danish TV crew which had been at the news conference. Do you know the way to Gostela Radio? My colleague had bellowed. Of course, they said. Will you take Dr. Hammer there? Delighted, they shouted. We bundled into the car, which took off in a slide and a scream of rubber. The car swerved in and out of the traffic, running lights and risks at every junction. The driver was enjoying himself no end, and so was I. Within moments of arriving at the studio, I was saying good morning to John Palmer on NBC's Today Show, reporting on my meeting with Chernenko and saying that the prospects for a summit were good if the two leaders would seize the opportunity which had arisen. No sooner had the NBC transmission ended than CBS's Bob Schieffer began interviewing me. Then it was time for Stuart Lowy of CNN. In the space of less than 20 minutes, without moving from my seat or adjusting my position, I had spoken live from Moscow into the homes of millions of Americans. As the sun was coming up across America, night was falling in Moscow and my day was ending. For a moment I had bridged the divide between the two countries and, I hoped, brought them closer together. It seemed like a satisfactory day's work. In the evening I went to the American embassy for dinner and to await the response from the White House. When it came, it was dispiriting. Larry Speakes dismissed the idea of a no-first-use agreement, saying that nuclear weapons were a critical element in deterring Soviet aggression in Europe, where the Warsaw Pact has superiority in conventional forces. In my talks with the press, I had suppressed the part of my conversation with Chernenko about conventional forces. Since he had not given a definite reply to my idea, I had not wanted to complicate matters, and perhaps embarrass him. But now I was beginning to regret my caution. A special effort was going to be called for to pry open this obstinately sticking window of opportunity. And a good moment to speak was coming my way. First, however, I was to have an extraordinary meeting with Chernenko's doctors. Alexandrov had promptly followed Chernenko's instructions, had summoned the doctors to meet Dr. Daniel Simmons in the very early morning at the Kremlin Hospital, just outside the walls of the Kremlin on Kalininsky Prospect. I can't say the gentlemen looked very pleased to see us, which was understandable, we were invading their turf, after all. Their greetings were peremptory and edgy, a tense atmosphere filled the room. The Russians gave us a brief account of Chernenko's condition, describing a typical case of emphysema which was being treated in conventional ways. Opening a large case that he had brought from California, Simmons tried to offer a selection of his medicines and equipment. The Russians waved them away, saying that their own products were superior. Simmons tried to ask some investigative questions, but he received only cagey or soothing replies. The overall message was, there's nothing terribly serious about Mr. Chernenko's condition, and in any case we've got it under control. They said that it was unnecessary for Danny to examine their patient. Danny asked if there was any question of heart trouble and they replied that there was none. That answer puzzled us both. If it was true, why were the two top cardiologists in the country attending Chernenko, while his lung specialist obviously could not match them or Dr. Simmons for experience? The uneasy interview continued for a short time and then, to the obvious relief of the Russians, we decided that there was nothing to be gained from continuing our questions and rose to go. Then they became much more friendly, and invited Danny to take advantage of his time in Moscow to visit the All-Russian Institute of Cardiology. They even picked up the bottles of medicine and boxes of equipment which Danny had offered them and said that they would examine them. I suppose we can easily understand the difficult dilemma those doctors faced. They had something very serious to hide. As was soon to become evident to the world, Chernenko's condition was far graver than his doctors would admit to us. Part 2. Opening the window. The next day I was on my way to Madrid, to open the Armand Hammer Conference on Peace and Human Rights, which was to be held in the Chamber of Deputies in the Spanish Cortes, its parliament. On the plane, I decided that as soon as I got the chance I would tell the whole story of my discussion with Chernenko. I had to take the risk of embarrassing him. If I could say that the Russians were willing to consider an agreement not to be the first to use conventional or nuclear weapons, I might be able to show the White House that a genuinely new mood of conciliation existed in the Kremlin. In any case, I could reduce the risk of embarrassment if I emphasized that the idea was mine alone, and that Chernenko had not made any clear commitment on the question. The conference in Madrid was the sixth held under my name and with my sponsorship. These conferences have attracted the presence of men and women from all parts of the globe, former prime ministers and foreign ministers, parliamentarians, jurists, lawyers, judges, professors of law, all dedicated to a common resolve. At these conferences, delegates from Russia and the Warsaw Pact countries have frequently been challenged with great rigor and sharp criticism on their country's records in the field of human rights. In no other convention that I know about, not even the United Nations, have these Eastern countries been held so publicly accountable for their repressive laws and practices. Opening day I decided to set aside my prepared remarks and speak straight from my heart. The delegates didn't want to hear me recite a catalogue of clichés. They wanted to know what I had said to Chernenko and what he had said to me. As you have heard, I said, I had the privilege and the honor of meeting with President Chernenko for more than an hour and a half the day before yesterday. I would like to say that I think it is relevant that I came directly from that meeting to this conference. This is advertised as a conference on human rights, and I think the most important human right is the right to peace. And I feel optimistic after my meeting with Mr. Chernenko that we have an opportunity before us to have peace if we are able to take advantage of it. I spoke for about 20 minutes, giving a full account of my interview with Chernenko. I have never addressed a more attentive audience. The emotional atmosphere in the chamber lifted me. I'm interested in survival for my family, for my children and my grandchildren, I said, and I'm interested in trying to find a solution. I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we have a solution, and it's so simple, we wonder why it hasn't been thought of before. The solution is for both sides to meet and agree not to use weapons of any kind on a first strike. Now is the time to talk to the Russians as equals, I went on. Now is the time to say to the Russians, let's stop spending hundreds of billions of dollars on worthless nuclear weapons which will never be used and never should be used, unless we want to commit suicide. I ended with a call for action. I urge every member of this delegation to use his influence with his own government and with Washington to see that Mr. Schultz and Mr. Gromyko, when they meet next month in Geneva, place, as the first article on the agenda, the avoidance of the first use of weapons of any kind. Then let's take our time about determining how many missiles each side should have, whether we should militarize space or not. This may take years. But if we wait until we get agreement on all those points, there will never be a summit meeting and we'll expose ourselves to the risk of utter destruction. The reaction of the delegates was truly astonishing. Those sophisticated and accomplished men and women rose together in applause which lifted me as though I were surfing on a huge rolling wave of feeling. I think it was my words about future generations which struck home so forcibly with them. We all care most for the children, and dread to think that nuclear holocaust will be the legacy we will leave them and our grandchildren. In my suite at the Ritz in Madrid, I urgently composed a letter to the President with copies to Robert McFarlane, his National Security Advisor, and to Michael Armacost and Mark Palmer of the State Department, describing the scene at the Cortez and the delegates' response to my speech, and urging him to consider my proposal. Was I going too far? Was I pushing too hard? Among my staff there was unease about the approaches I was making to the White House. They felt I was in danger of provoking an adverse reaction in Washington by seeming to interfere in delicate political business. I was convinced, though, that on a matter so transcendent as the future of human life itself, fine distinctions of protocol should not prevent the responsible citizen from attempting to make his voice heard. I also wanted to reach the President himself, without having to go through the wall of suspicion that surrounded him. In my meetings with Ronald Reagan, I had found him intelligent and lucid in expounding his own views and inquisitive and attentive in asking questions and listening to new opinions. I had come to the conclusion that he was not being fully informed by some members of his circle, who were almost as suspicious of the Soviet Union as some members of the Politburo were of the USA. Somehow I had to find a way past Reagan's advisors and touch the warm heart of the man himself. That was my task. It wouldn't be accomplished if I succumbed meekly to sending messages through proper channels. I wasn't back in the United States for long before Washington and the Western world were humming with renewed rumors about the health of Konstantin Chernenko, who was reported to be confined to a sanatorium, in critical condition. I was getting conflicting messages from my staff in Moscow. Chernenko had certainly disappeared from public view, but my informants believed that he was merely refusing to waste his time on formal engagements with insignificant visitors. I went to the studios of ABC in Washington to record an interview for Nightline about the Soviet leadership. Mikhail Gorbachev and his wife were then in the middle of their triumphant visit to Great Britain, and the world press was in a frenzy of excitement at the sudden appearance of this magnetic man of whom the British Prime Minister, Mrs. Margaret Thatcher, had cheerfully declared, "I like Mr. Gorbachev. He and I can do business together." In the absence of hard information, I counseled caution. It was very important, I said, that we should face reality and not dream our opportunities away. For the time being at least, Chernenko was the man we had to learn to deal with, and it was fruitless to speculate on his successor while he was still in power. I acknowledged that Gorbachev was an interesting and powerful figure, but I suggested that we had more vital business on the international agenda right then than the cut of Mr. Gorbachev's suits and the charm of his wife's smile. There was no denying, however, that death was advancing on Russia's aged Politburo. One after another of its septuagenarians was passing away, causing changes in the Kremlin which even the best-informed Westerner could only guess at. Even while I was sitting in that Washington studio, discussing Konstantin Chernenko's health, Marshal Dmitry Ustinov, the Soviet Union's defense minister and one of its most implacable hardliners, was on his deathbed. Along with the rest of the world, I watched with fascination when pictures of Ustinov's funeral rites were transmitted on television, and we saw Mikhail Gorbachev apparently relegated to obscurity in the line of mourners, while Chernenko appeared barely able to catch his breath in the vicious cold of that Moscow day. As the new year began, I felt frustrated. My efforts appeared to be producing little change or progress. No word had been published from Moscow to develop my proposals, and despite my constant knocking, the door to the Oval Office in the White House remained jammed. Meanwhile I was back in Washington to attend Ronald Reagan's second presidential inaugural. The day of the inauguration itself was one of the most bitterly freezing Washington mornings in living memory. The wind chill factor was so extreme that the grip of frostbite began to tighten around one's mouth and jaw after about 15 minutes. Exposure to the wind. The organizers had no choice but to cancel the open-air ceremonies and conduct the swearing-in the warmth of the Capitol. Invitations to witness the ceremony in the rotunda were few and far between, and several of my political friends pulled my leg when they saw me. "I might have known you'd be here," said Bob Dole, Majority Leader of the Senate. Edward Kennedy reminded me that when Ronald Reagan was first sworn in as president in January 1981, I had sat beside him on the platform reserved for senators, immediately behind the podium. "Meet the 101st Senator of the First Senator of the United States," was how Teddy introduced me to his surprised colleagues. After the ceremonies, as we left central Washington to drive to Dulles Airport to meet my plane, it struck me again, as it has so often in the past, how much Washington and Moscow resemble each other. The similarity starts with the weather. That morning in Washington, lit by sunshine of crystalline brilliance, with a ripping wind whisking flurries of snow into the air, was like a typical January morning in Moscow. The resemblance goes further, in the mighty frozen rivers of both cities and the countryside which surrounds them, rolling hills, densely wooded with larch and spruce. Both cities are the grand architectural expression of mighty political power and aspiration, and it should not be forgotten that they are both the capitals of revolutionary republicanism, small r's, though the revolution produced government by democracy in one capital and government by oligarchy in the other. Even the fur hats worn by the traffic cops, with their deep earmuffs and flat peaks, are identical in Moscow and Washington. As this thought ran through my mind, I was saddened all over again by the knowledge that the people of those great cities have no idea how much they share in common. January wore on, and I continued to be frustrated. What could I do to force a break in the wall of indifference and complacency which was blocking the road to the summit? Then, on January 29, late in the afternoon, while I was working at my desk in Los Angeles, came one of the most exciting and rewarding moments of the year. One of my colleagues in the building came through an internal line to ask if I had seen an Associated Press dispatch from Stockholm which had been collected in that day's briefing assembled by Occidental's news bureau. I had not yet gone through the briefing. "Well, doctor," he said, "I think it's terribly important. Shall I read it to you?" "Go ahead," I said. "It's by David Mason, AP's chief European correspondent, and it's dateline today," he said. It begins, "The Soviet Union opened this year's session of the 35-nation European Security Conference today by proposing a treaty that would commit nations not to be the first to use military force." "What?" I said. "Wait a minute, doctor," he said. "There's more." It goes on, Soviet Ambassador Oleg Grindovsky, Moscow's delegate, outlined the proposal to the conference, which includes the United States and Canada, the Soviet Union and all European countries except Albania. The treaty outlined by Grindovsky would impose on all Soviet-led Warsaw Pact and US-led NATO forces an obligation not to be the first to use either nuclear or conventional arms against each other, and hence not to use military force against each other at all. "That's your proposal, doctor," said my colleague. "Chernenko has actually put it on the table and made it official." There was no doubt about it. A policy development of this importance could come only from the Politburo and on the direct instructions of Chernenko himself. "Now maybe we're getting someplace," I said. Part 3: Nearing a cure for cancer. Meanwhile I continued to pursue my other great goal, a cure for cancer. Over the years I have given many tens of millions of dollars to important causes, but of them all, only two have really occupied my heart and my mind: the search for world peace and the search for a cure for cancer. That hasn't stopped a lot of people from writing in and asking me for money, though. Recently I pulled out a bunch of letters at random, representative of the crop I get every day of every year. A man from Syracuse in Italy wrote to ask to obtain within limits of absolute legality and honesty a financing or donation of $20 million, to form a productive activity for the purpose of to help the people in condition of vital necessity. It is very urgent. My correspondent thoughtfully did not trouble me with the details of this proposal. He asked only that I credit the money to his account in Lugano or in New York. In return he offered to give me my life, my blood. "I give to you total assistance, humane and effective as brother or as father. Can you adopt me as brother or father?" The next correspondent displayed a touching concern for my well-being. He wrote, "Last night I had a very unusual dream. It was about you. I saw your financial empire collapsing, with considerable losses to you. In the dream I wanted some way to help you, but there was nothing I could do. Then a voice said that if you would help me your losses would be overturned and your lifespan increased. This kindly soul requested only that I give him the money to buy his house. He thoughtfully attached a savings deposit slip made out to his account at the Valley National Bank in the amount of $100,000. I should think he must be a well-known customer there. He signed himself the King of Israel and the Messiah of all Israel." The next letter, from a dentist in Geneva, was similarly considerate. "Dear sir," he wrote, "your time is precious, so I will be short. I want to ask if you can rent to me $650,000 for 13 years. I can give back to you $50,000 a year. This would give me the possibility to change profession and so I can continue to work for my family. What, I wonder, is so bad about being a dentist in Geneva?" The next letter was very unusual, almost unique in my experience. It offered me money. My correspondent told me that he had recently read an article about me in a German Sunday newspaper. According to that article, he said, "You live in a 20-room house in Los Angeles. It so happens that my family and myself will spend a part of our this year's vacation in the United States and arrive by plane in Los Angeles on July 3, 1986. Reading that article, I got the startling idea to ask you whether it would be possible to spend one night in one of your 20 rooms before we continue to Oceanside. It goes without saying that we are willing to pay a reasonable amount of money for the overnight stay. It goes very much with saying, in my book. Nobody has ever demanded bed and breakfast from me and Francis before. I don't know exactly what it is about Germany. A great number of weird requests come from there. Perhaps things are tougher than we suppose in the land of the miracle economy. There was, for instance, a really impressive communication, embossed with a magnificent coat of arms, from a hustler in Essen. The letter was exquisitely word-processed, with a justified right margin, set on the kind of stationery you could use to make big bills of currency. It began, This letter contains an exceptional and indeed unique offer which is not without a certain delicacy. A member of the German high aristocracy asked me to find a person who would be interested in assuming his titles and to bear his name for society reasons or for business purposes. The member of the high aristocracy is Prince, Duke and Count. The assumption of the three titles is possible by adoption or marriage, or by contract at the use for business purposes. What could this man have been thinking of? Did he imagine that I was going to marry his daughter? Or be adopted by him? So delicate was this unique offer that no charge was mentioned. My guess is probably better than yours, I'd say, not less than 10 million. Nearer to home, from Salt Lake City, came a simple little request. I would like to ask you for $4 to $5 million, wrote a 31-year-old who described himself as a yuppie. The inexactitude of the sum he wanted was very charming. 4 million, 5 million, who's counting? He went on. Although this amount is insignificant when viewed in the context of your entire fortune, a gift of this magnitude would have a dramatic impact on the quality of my life and enhance the lives of others. It's comforting to know that $4 or $5 million would improve his lifestyle. I feel tempted to answer that $4 or $5 million would have a dramatic impact on Adnan Khashoggi's quality of life, and he works for his money. Mr. Salt Lake City disarmed this reply, however. He continues, while I have done nothing to deserve such generosity, my determination motivates me to solicit your support. All I can say is, you're not the only one, brother. So it went. My very favorite among recently received requests was from the ambassador of the Galactic Alliance, whose headquarters are in London. This man, if human being he is, appears to be the sole repository of the unifying truths of the universe. Strange how letters from kooks always come in capitals. For a sum yet to be disclosed, but likely to equal Occidental's total net worth, I could myself be appointed an ambassador of the Galactic Alliance and, presumably, live forever. You've got to admit it's imaginative. Needless to say, none of these causes ever got any money. But about the search for a cure for cancer, I was perfectly serious. There has never been any equivocation. The search for that cure has cost me an average of several $1 million a year for many years, and I have never regretted a penny. My passion on this subject came about as a kind of living memorial to the medical work of my father. I have never forgotten the misery and sense of hopelessness my father felt as he battled the polio epidemics in the early decades of this century. He felt a cure for that dreadful scourge would never be discovered, and yet it was, by Dr. Jonas Salk in 1955. Several generations have now grown to adulthood free from the menace of that mutilating and killing sickness. My father considered polio to be as incurable then as many people suppose cancer to be today, as if it were a rogue development of nature which is beyond the powers of human beings to control or defeat. I have never shared that pessimism, yet we have been miserably deficient in applying adequate resources to the defeat of cancer. As chairman of the President's Cancer Panel, I, along with my colleagues, have charge over the $1 billion of federal funding which is allotted to the National Cancer Institute, headed by the brilliant Dr. Vincent DeVita. $1 billion sounds like a lot of money, but it's not enough. Over 400,000 Americans die of cancer every year. Divide that number into $1 billion and you see that we're spending the grand sum of $2,500 on cancer research for every victim. Compare that amount with some other items of federal expenditure and it begins to look like a nominal gesture. For instance, a new nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, with all its weaponry and aircraft, costs $4 to $5 billion for the price of a single aircraft carrier. We could spend $10,000 a head for the present victims of cancer. I first got involved in cancer research on a Sunday in May 1968. I was at home watching Walter Cronkite on a program called 21st Century, and Cronkite was interviewing Jonas Salk, who was explaining the purposes of his new Salk Institute, then being built in La Jolla. He said they were short of funds to complete the institute. I called him immediately and made an appointment to go and see him in La Jolla. I said, "Can you possibly tackle cancer the same way you beat polio?" "Theoretically," he said, "it ought to be possible to develop a vaccine. But it would cost a tremendous amount of money." "How much?" $5 million, for a start," he answered. "All right," I said. "I'll give you $5 million. Go to work." Jonas created the Armand Hammer Cancer Center at La Jolla, a wing of his building containing laboratories, library, offices, and conference rooms. He also inaugurated a series of symposia, drawing together many of the world's top medical scientists to pool their findings on cancer research. It was at one of these symposia that I first met Dr. Ronald Levy, whose astonishing work I had read about in an article in the Wall Street Journal. Using techniques derived from research into monoclonal antibodies, Dr. Levy had relieved a cancer victim of all his tumors, and others of his patients were showing some signs of improvement. Having met Dr. Levy at La Jolla, I went to see him at his laboratories at Stanford University. He and his assistants were jammed together and bumping into each other in about 1,000 square feet of space. Cages filled with mice and other animals were hanging from the ceiling. I was appalled. "How can you work in these conditions?" I said. "It's not easy," Dr. Levy said ruefully. "I need about 4 times the space I've got here, but I can't get any money from Stanford for construction and remodeling." "Well, how much would it cost to remodel the floor?" I asked. "I should think about $500,000, he said. "You've got it?" I also gave Ronald Levy a half share in the first Hammer Cancer Prize, which was awarded in 1982. In that year, I created the Hammer Prize Foundation, pledged to give $100,000 a year for 10 years to the scientists deemed to have made the greatest contribution in each respective year toward a cure for cancer. At the same time, I announced that the foundation would award $1 million to the scientist or scientists who achieve a cure for cancer similar to Jonas Salk's vaccine for polio. Sharing the prize with Dr. Levy in 1982 was Drive. George Stevenson, director of the Tenovis Research Laboratory in Southampton, England. Dr. Levy joined the selection committee for the Hammer Prize, along with myself, Dr. Vincent DeVita and Nobel Prize winner Dr. Renato Delbecco. In 1983 we gave the prize to 4 American scientists for their discoveries about oncogenes. Oncogenes are normally silent or inactive cells, present in the bodies of all humans. As our prize winners had demonstrated, they cause cancer when activated. The prize winners were Dr. J. Michael Bishop and Dr. Harold E. Varmus, of the Department of Microbiology and Immunology at the University of California in San Francisco, Dr. Raymond L. Erickson, of the Department of Cellular and Developmental Biology at Harvard University, and Dr. Robert A. Weinberg, of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and the Whitehead Institute. My other major contribution to cancer research was the donation of $5 million to Columbia University in 1975 for the creation of the Julius and Armand Hammer Medical Center. I was very proud that they elected to name the center after their Hammer alumni, and especially touched that my father should be commemorated in this way. At the ceremony to open the center, I was presented with a bound volume containing the record of my father's achievements in his classes from 1898 to 1902. I felt that a circle drew near to completion that day. It will finally be linked on the day that a cure for cancer is announced. I hope to see that day, and I know that the spirit of Julius Hammer will rejoice then with all the world. On February 11, 1985, I presented the 4th annual Hammer Prize of $100,000. This time, 3 Japanese scientists Shirao Hinuma, Isao Mayashi, and Kiyoshi Takatsuki shared $50,000, and a further $50,000 went to Dr. Robert Gallo of the National Cancer Institute's Division of Cancer Treatment. All these men had been working on related fields of research and had made connected discoveries about the nature and growth of adult T-cell leukemia viruses. It was Dr. Gallo who isolated the first human leukemia cancer virus and discovered interleukin, a biological growth substance produced by the body which enhances the ability of lymphocytes to fight disease. He also discovered the virus which causes AIDS and is working on a vaccine. During the lunch, Dr. Vincent DeVita, who is a member of the panel which chooses the prize winners, told me about the work being done at the National Cancer Institute at Bethesda, Maryland, by Dr. Stephen Rosenberg. Vincent said that Rosenberg was applying Gallo's discoveries in clinical practice and getting astounding results in reversing the progress of cancerous tumors. I almost jumped off my chair. That could be the beginning of a new approach to a cure for cancer. Vincent DeVita had some trouble restraining me from blurting out the news to my guests right there in the Beverly Wilshire Hotel. The research is at a very early stage, he said, and we must be careful not to raise people's hopes unduly. If word of this gets out too early, Rosenberg will be besieged from all over the world and his work may actually be hampered. I could see the sense in what Dr. DeVita was saying. What I did was to go and see Rosenberg as fast as Oxy 1 could carry me. Within 3 days I was in his laboratories and wards on his medical floor at the NCI in Washington. Accompanying me was a very exceptional aide film producer Sherry Lansing. Sherry's own mother had suffered from cancer and, having cared for her mother during her terrible illness, Sherry swore after her mother's death that she would do everything in her power to help find a cure for cancer. She came to me and volunteered to help in any way. Without any previous medical training, but with her great gifts of drive and application, she very quickly familiarized herself with all the latest developments in cancer research, and she became my eyes and ears in this field, traveling the country to meet research scientists in their laboratories and doctors in their surgeries. It is greatly to the credit of this talented and highly successful woman that she vigorously and selflessly gives so much of her valuable time to this effort, where it would be so easy for her simply to write a big check and let it go at that. So there we were, Sherry and I and one of my Washington assistants, Eleanor Connors, driving up to the National Cancer Institute. Just as darkness fell on a freezing Washington afternoon, Dr. Stephen Rosenberg was waiting to meet us for one of the most thrilling moments of my life. He had the classic appearance of the scientific scholar's slightly worn clothes, curly hair carelessly combed, a bright and healthy face whose earnestness was emphasized by rimless glasses. His eyes looked tired, faintly bloodshot with fatigue. He looked like a man who was working himself like a dog. There was no weariness or weakness, however, in his presentation of his work. Eagerly and quickly, he explained the principles of his research. His enthusiasm caught us up and brought us to the edges of our seats as he spoke. Since approximately 1976, he said, he had been working on techniques for the development of adoptive immunotherapy, to enhance the activity of cells in the body's own immune system which have a capacity to recognize and kill tumor cells. Because of the extreme technical difficulties of obtaining these cells, Dr. Rosenberg's research had for many years been chiefly concentrated on efforts to enhance cells and find ways to reincorporate them in a body. Finally, through the serendipitous coincidence, as he called it, of Dr. Gallo's discoveries on T-cell growth, Dr. Rosenberg and his team had been able to develop a system for administering the cells. Together with interleukin-2. He moved to a light box to show us X-rays of his experiments. The pictures he clipped to the box made us gasp. First he showed an X-ray taken from the lung of a mouse with tumors which had metastasized, spread. The X-ray was heavy with the fatal black spots of tumor. Then he showed a photograph of tissue cross-section from the lungs of the same mouse after the treatment he had described. The black spots were gone. The lung was clear. Sherry and I almost cheered. He showed us more evidence of the results of his animal experiments. They were all similarly dramatic. Have you attempted to apply this treatment to humans? We asked. We've just begun, he answered. Can you tell us the results? They're encouraging, he said quietly. The treatment had been given to 2 patients. In both patients the tumors were now receding. Dr. Rosenberg took us on a tour of his wards and introduced us to the very brave people who had offered themselves to be experimented upon for his treatment. One of them was a man who told us he had quite a chunk of Occidental stock. He was particularly delighted to meet me. Back in Dr. Rosenberg's office, I tried to tell him how excited I was by his report. I believe we're on the verge of something tremendously important here, I said. Something which could make a difference to the whole world. Steve Rosenberg counseled caution. The experiments were at a very early stage, he said. It was too soon to tell whether the process actually worked. He had suffered too many reverses and disappointments over the years to be overly optimistic now. I need at least another month to get more results from these 2 patients and start the process on another 2 before I'll begin to feel confident. I understand your caution, doctor, I said, but a month's delay could cause hundreds of people to die who otherwise wouldn't. Is there anything at all which can be done to facilitate this process? Is there anything you need? He seemed mildly embarrassed for a moment and reluctant to speak. Then he said, the main problem we have is that the process of cell extraction is extremely laborious, and if we had a few more assistants to help in that process, we could immediately double the number of patients under treatment. If I had $100,000 additional appropriation, we could work with 4 patients instead of 2. You've got I said. He seemed about to protest. We're not talking about money in a business way here, I said. We're talking about life and death. I've never met a man more reluctant to take money than Steven Rosenberg, but he consented at last that I make my contribution through NCI. Rosenberg was able to start treating an extra 2 patients. Soon after, with the help of Dr. DeVita, he was able to double the number of his patients again, to 8. After I returned from seeing Steve Rosenberg, at the suggestion of Dr. William Longmire, my colleague on President Reagan's cancer panel, I went to see the cancer group at UCLA headed by Drs. Carmack Holmes and Sidney Golub. I reported Dr. Rosenberg's findings to the UCLA group and encouraged them to contact him and see if they could pool their efforts. The UCLA group also needed funds, so I provided them with $100,000. I then linked Steven Rosenberg with Dr. John Lloyd Old's group at Sloan Kettering, where one of his doctors, Roland Mertelsmann, was working along similar lines. I gave $200,000 to Sloan Kettering to further the work of Dr. Old's group. While Steven Rosenberg was attending to the regeneration of life in Washington, the world had been thrown on its ear yet again, and I was attending a funeral in Moscow, the 3rd such occasion in 3 years for which I had made a sudden flight into Russia for the state funeral of a Soviet leader. My journey to Moscow for the funeral of Konstantin Chernenko was, however, among the more dramatic flights of my life. Part 4. The old order. Changeth entered Gorbachev. The first intimation that death had struck again in the Kremlin came obliquely. I was packing my bags for a business trip to West Germany. When the news came on the radio that Vladimir Shcherbitsky, the Ukrainian party leader and Politburo member, who was then in the U.S., had suddenly interrupted his tour to return at once to Moscow. It was also reported that Moscow radio was playing solemn music, a sure sign of a death in the Soviet hierarchy. I said to Frances, "You'd better pack my galoshes and my fur hat and give my mink coat to Andy, my driver." "What for?" she said. "Because I think I may wind up in Moscow," I said. No definite news was available when I left Los Angeles in Oxy 1. I was asleep in my bedroom when the plane touched down at 2 a.m. to refuel in Newfoundland. My principal personal aide, Rick Jacobs, went to a telephone in the airport buildings and called the offices of CBS News in New York. Then he ran back to the plane to wake me up. "Doctor," he said, "it's been confirmed that Chernenko has died. It has already been announced that Gorbachev will be in charge of the funeral, which is tantamount to naming him as Chernenko's successor. President Reagan is asleep and he has not yet been informed." I immediately wrote a telegram to Mikhail Gorbachev, expressing condolences on Chernenko's death and asking permission to attend the funeral. We sent the telegram to Los Angeles, to be relayed to our Moscow office and thence to Gorbachev. Then the plane took off again to continue the flight to Germany. In Düsseldorf, on a morning of glittering brilliance which lit the frozen fields and forests of Germany with the colors of spring, I made arrangements to go to Moscow. No reply to my telegram to Mr. Gorbachev had yet arrived. Obviously I could not instruct Fred Gross to fly my plane into Soviet airspace without permission. The funeral was scheduled for Wednesday, March 13. Time was getting short. I decided to take a chance. Though we might have to wait to get permission for my plane to enter Russia, there was nothing to prevent me from taking a scheduled commercial flight to Moscow. I didn't have a visa, but my people in Moscow could fix that. I would leave the plane behind in Düsseldorf to await the arrival of 3 of my close associates, who were coming post-haste from Los Angeles, and Fred could bring them in once clearance had been obtained. I hadn't flown on a commercial plane for some 20 years. Lufthansa had flights from Düsseldorf to Frankfurt and thence to Moscow. The first-class cabin was full, but I made friends with one of the very kind stewardesses on the plane and asked if she would let me stretch out and sleep on 3 seats if by any chance they became available. My luck, 3 passengers did not turn up and, with blankets and pillows, I was able to make myself a cramped and uncomfortable bed for an hour's sleep. Michael Bruck had been busy in Moscow while I was sleeping in the air. My telegram to Mr. Gorbachev had been well received and acknowledged. Bruck had contacted my good friend Vladimir Promislov, the mayor of Moscow, who had obtained entry visas for me and Rick Jacobs. They were waiting for us at Sheremetyevo Airport when the Lufthansa plane touched down. I went directly to the Hall of Columns near the Kremlin, where Chernenko was lying in state on a bier. As we drew up outside, I could see a line of people stretching blocks and blocks, ordinary people lined up side by side in the cold and the dark as far as the eye could see. I was escorted up a huge, wide flight of stairs, and at the top was a beautiful chandelier completely enclosed with black crepe, and all around the stairs were more people lined up to go in. A military escort brought me into the room itself. There were banks of flowers and the casket was up high and open so that people could see. The room was darkened except for the television floodlights and the spotlights over the casket. An elegant honor guard stood watch over the bier, changing guard in a solemn, slow-motion goose step. They let me stand alone in front of the casket after they placed my wreath. The sorrow of that moment, while I stood there before his open casket, was very painful. I felt that he and I could have become friends and that if he had lived, he might have done real good in the world. I also felt thwarted that the progress we had made toward a summit meeting and a no-first-use agreement had been halted, and that I now had to begin all over again with his successor. Next day I called on Mayor Promislov to thank him for helping me. "Soviet airspace is always open to you," he said. Our friendship went back a long way. He and I had worked together on the Hammer House, and Promislov had personally arranged to have the urgent last stages of the building completed with the help of the Red Army. The mayor of Moscow has extraordinary powers which far exceed those of his counterparts in America. He is in charge of all the utilities and the bulk of industrial production in that city, operates all the bakeries and supplies dairy products to the city and all its restaurants. It is as if the mayor of New York were also the chairman of General Motors, General Foods, AT&T, U.S. Steel and most of the Fortune 500 list. Promislov and I discussed the likely effects of Gorbachev's succession, which had been confirmed. He very guardedly hinted that a new age might be about to dawn and that big changes could be expected. He seemed genuinely depressed by the attitude of the American administration to arms reduction negotiations with the USSR. He thought there was no chance of progress unless the Americans could begin to believe that the Russians negotiated in good faith and genuinely wanted peace. Promislov, who was in his late 70s, subsequently retired with honors. After the funeral of Yuri Andropov in February 1984, Konstantin Chernenko said that I must have been the only man there who had also stood in a favored spot in Red Square on the day that Lenin was buried. On Wednesday, March 13, 1985, one stood on almost the very spot where I had stood for Lenin while the Politburo buried Konstantin Chernenko. Images of those earlier occasions flooded my mind. As the funeral procession shuffled mournfully into Red Square, creeping along to the strains of Chopin's Funeral March, I was struck again by the similarities of the new Russia and the old. The funeral of a communist leader of the USSR is almost exactly the same as the funeral of a czar, except for the absence of priests. The portraits of the deceased which are borne aloft in front of the casket merely substitute for the portraits of the saints in an Orthodox funeral. The casket is open. Members of the mourning family throw themselves upon the corpse in a last, racking farewell. In some ways the century has changed Russia less than she likes to think. I had plenty of time for such thoughts. I was standing for 3 hours. The temperature was murderously low. If I hadn't had my full winter gear on, including packets of self-heating chemicals in my boots, I would have been a basket case. Mikhail Gorbachev spoke the eulogy from the top of the Kremlin mausoleum on behalf of the Central Committee of the Communist Party. Gromyko stood beside him, impassive and enigmatic as ever. Gorbachev's speech was harsh with aggressive attacks on the U.S., and while I listened to it I felt a foreboding that perhaps the changes which had been predicted might not be so sweeping and dramatic. Gorbachev's public voice, that day, was the voice of the old Politburo. His private face and manner, however, were something else. When I was introduced to him in the receiving line in the great Kremlin Hall of St. George, his face brightened with charming warmth, his handshake was firm and friendly and his gaze direct and open. "I received your telegram and acted immediately," he said. "I'm very glad you were able to be here." I said that I was looking forward to coming back to Moscow soon and that I hoped we might be able to meet then. He said that he would be glad to see me and told me to let him know when I was coming. I moved on to shake the hands of Nikolai Tikhonov and Andrei Gromyko, standing in their accustomed places at the right hand of power. Little did any of us know, at that moment, that their occupancy of that prime spot in Russian life was about to end. Both of their positions would change in a matter of months. Gromyko certainly gave no sign of being affected by it. He greeted me jovially with the almost imperceptible pursing of the mouth and wrinkling of the eyes which passes for a grin on Gromyko's face. "We've taken many teas together," he said, "and I hope we'll have many more." Leaving the hall, I met President Zia of Pakistan. He said, "Remember, we're expecting you for dinner at the end of the month." Margaret Thatcher said, "I expected that you would be here." And George Bush, who was talking to Senator Howard Baker, looked up and said, "Armand, what are you doing near the back of the line? I thought you'd be at the head." As we had all met together in the same place after the funeral of Yuri Andropov, there was something curiously informal and unsolemn about these moments. It seems absurd to say that the atmosphere was like a family occasion, but it certainly felt like the meeting of an intimate club to bury one of its members. The mood of Moscow itself, on the day after the funeral, was also unexpectedly light. All the flags of mourning which had been flying at half-mast had been removed. The people on the sidewalk seemed to be moving buoyantly, many were even smiling, a rare sight in Moscow. A distinct touch of spring was in the air, and as I drove to the airport to meet my plane, I noticed that the pipes and gutters on buildings, which had been blocked with ice only yesterday, were now gently dripping in the thaw. I took that as a good omen. A dramatic change also occurred that day in the behavior of the police and customs authorities at the airport. In a magical transformation, their usual hindrances disappeared. As the cars of my party approached the airport's perimeter fence, a jeep swung in front of us, surmounted with a large sign saying, "Follow me." It led us directly onto the airport's tarmac and to the steps of my plane, whose engines were running and was ready to go. An army officer at the foot of the steps briefly inspected our passports and visas and glanced at our bags as they were carried aboard. Then the doors of the plane were closed, and we were on our way. In 65 years' experience of Soviet customs officials, I have never seen anything like that. Part 5. Shuttling the road back to Moscow was long and winding. Before June 1985 came, and I finally went to Moscow to see Mikhail Gorbachev, I had many matters to attend to, chief among them being Steven Rosenberg's research. At the Cancer Ball in Washington, D.C., on May 11, 1 introduced Rosenberg to Drive. George Keyworth, then President Reagan's science advisor. I urged Keyworth to go to the president and ask for an additional appropriation for the National Cancer Institute to launch Rosenberg's work all across the nation. He said that he would ask the president for a $20 million supplemental appropriation as soon as Steven Rosenberg could report successful treatment of 20 patients. That day was coming fast. On June 11, 1985, at 11 a.m., I finally departed from Los Angeles in the direction of Russia to see Mikhail Gorbachev. Like Konstantin Chernenko, Mr. Gorbachev chose to see me in his office at the Central Committee building, the very same room in which Chernenko had received me on December 4, 1984. Andrei Alexandrov met me and Michael Bruck when we arrived in the anteroom and, exactly as he had done when I visited Chernenko, warned me that I was likely to have only a very short meeting with Mr. Gorbachev, who had to see a number of heads of state that day. It may be as little as 20 minutes. Or half an hour, Alexandrov said. As I entered the office, Mikhail Gorbachev came quickly toward me, shook my hand, and said how glad he was to see me again. He then guided me toward a seat opposite him on a long table covered with a green cloth while two TASS photographers snapped pictures. The General Secretary and I began to talk. No interpreter was present. Mr. Gorbachev preferred to speak in Russian, though I had the impression that he had some, less than fluent, understanding of English. Occasionally Michael Bruck or Alexandrov would help me out with a word or two, but our talk was free-flowing, spontaneous, and informal. Gorbachev had not prepared a speech or any notes. He spoke off the cuff, with unmistakable authority, understanding, and knowledge. From the first moment it was obvious that he was entirely his own man and very much in charge of himself. He made an extremely effective first impression and I had to search my mind to think of another Soviet leader whose presence was so immediately commanding. Khrushchev, Brezhnev, and Chernenko were all dominant characters in their different ways, but Gorbachev's bearing had upon it the stamp of leadership, the sense that he was cut from an extraordinary cloth of humanity which I had encountered previously only in Lenin. I kept this thought to myself, watching the General Secretary closely and thinking, as our interview progressed, Ronald Reagan will need to be on his best mettle if ever he meets this man in a summit, because he's obviously going to be a formidable negotiating adversary. The conversation began with a brief business discussion, then the talk turned to politics. Anatoly Dobrynin had already told me that Gorbachev would definitely not be attending the General Assembly of the United Nations in New York in September, as had been rumored. I therefore urged Mr. Gorbachev to make alternative arrangements for the earliest possible summit meeting with Ronald Reagan. I am in contact with the President, he replied. We are communicating on this question and we are willing to have a summit meeting, but we have yet to fix a date and a place. I realized that I had been given a startling item of news, the chances that there would be a summit looked favorable. I beamed with pleasure at Mr. Gorbachev. He looked less excited. I don't feel much optimism about it, he said. I don't think that it will be worth doing unless some good comes from it, and there is not much chance of that as long as the Americans keep up the arms race and insist on going ahead with their Star Wars program. I told him about my meeting with Mr. Chernenko, how I had proposed a no first use agreement and Chernenko had been non-committal. When the same proposal was made by the Soviet representative at the Stockholm conference in January, I said, I felt sure that instructions must have been given by the Politburo. Gorbachev smiled and said nothing. Since my meeting with Mr. Chernenko, I said, I have had discussions with senior people at the State Department in Washington, and I have the impression that if the Warsaw Pact nations really will agree to no first use of conventional or nuclear weapons, President Reagan might go along with it. Well, we've tried to get him to agree to this before. He started to say. I think the United States really will eventually agree to it, I went on, because otherwise it will look as if the United States is really interested in a first strike, which is not true. There I must disagree with you, he said. I believe that the United States is very interested in having and maintaining a first strike capability, and we think that this proposed Star Wars development is part of that ambition. The SDI can be of advantage only to a power that is seeking to preserve a first strike capability, and, in that sense, it is an aggressive plan. I doubt your president's sincerity, I'm afraid. I do not believe that he is genuinely seeking peace. I was very disturbed to hear Mr. Gorbachev speaking like that, and I was reminded of the stern and inflexible impression he had made when speaking from Lenin's tomb at Chernenko's funeral. I am in no doubt whatever of Mr. Reagan's desire for peace, I said, but if you doubt his sincerity, why don't you test it? By what means do you suggest? He asked. 2 ways, I replied. First, you could repeat the proposal for no first use of nuclear or conventional weapons. Second, if you are so disturbed about the Star Wars development, why don't you propose that you share in the research immediately and conduct the research not in space but on land? They would never agree, he said. I don't see why not, I replied. President Reagan has already said that if the system is successfully developed, he will offer it to the world at cost so that everybody can share its benefits. In that case, what's to prevent us sharing right away? Now came the most disturbing moment in our interview. Mr. Gorbachev said that President Reagan would never be allowed to make such an offer. The president is a prisoner of the American manufacturers of armaments who control the White House, he said. He quoted President Eisenhower who, he said, had warned the people of the U.S., on his retirement, to beware of the influence of the military-industrial complex. I was shocked. The President of the United States is nobody's prisoner, I said. He is supported by a freely elected Congress and a free press which would never tolerate the domination of the presidency by any interest group. Naturally, there are powerful interest and pressure groups in the United States, and the arms manufacturers certainly do represent a powerful lobby. But it is a great mistake to suppose that they can control the president. His powers make him completely independent. Mr. Gorbachev said, I'm sorry, but I must disagree with you, Dr. Hammer. This exchange made me very uneasy. Gorbachev's opinion of the presidency was not original, but I had never heard it expressed before by a general secretary of the Communist Party of the USSR. I began to see Mr. Gorbachev's character more clearly. He was obviously a man of enormous intelligence and strength, whose attitudes toward domestic policy and to his country's economic needs were acutely pragmatic. At the same time, no doubt because he had never visited the United States, his view of our country seemed disturbingly limited. I saw a very striking example of that when I showed him a copy of Occidental's annual report for the year of 1984. Alexandrov had to explain to him the concept of a corporation's net worth. I had an opportunity to eliminate a basic misconception. I had to do everything I could to ensure he met Mr. Reagan as soon as possible, so he could learn that the president was not the tool of any group, and I had to talk to Ronald Reagan personally, to let him know about this disturbing feature of the new general secretary's thinking. My interview with Mr. Gorbachev had now lasted nearly an hour and a half, despite Mr. Alexandrov's earlier warning, and I think that it would have continued even longer if I had not risen to leave. Accompanying me to the door of his room, Mr. Gorbachev said, I know that America can live without Russia, and Russia can live without America, but this is not good for either side or for the rest of the world. The West must realize that it will never destroy socialism. I don't believe that your people understand that. Well, I don't believe that's our aim, I said. We have something to learn from socialism, but you don't get things done the way we do in America. Ours may sometimes be a demanding system, but it motivates people, and that's why we have the highest standard of living. Maybe someday we'll have a system of peaceful coexistence where the good things in socialism are mixed with the good in capitalism. Gorbachev made no comment. He invited me to return to Moscow and see him again. I said that I was always willing to come. Newspapers all over the world carried reports of my meeting with Mr. Gorbachev. As had happened after my meeting with Chernenko in December 1984, I was besieged by reporters and television crews, and again I appeared in live broadcasts to America. I was circumspect and cautious in my remarks, however. I wanted to report to the president first. On June 23, 1985, one had 2 appointments. At noon that day I met Anatoly Dobrynin. At 4 I was due in the Oval Office. I found Anatoly in an uncertain state of mind. The Americans, he said, were fumbling the chance to fix a time and place for the summit and were not advancing any concrete proposals for discussion. He said, again, that the president's insistence on the development of the strategic defense initiative Star Wars was bound to stymie any chance of real progress. He said that Gorbachev had already invited Reagan to go to Russia for a summit, but that the White House had refused. I promised to bring all that up with the president. Quite a group was waiting for me at the White House. Along with the president was Jack Svahn, the president's domestic policy advisor, Chief of Staff Donald Reagan, and representatives from the State Department and the Office of the National Security Advisor, Robert McFarlane. The president looked fine, in good health and spirits, and it was amazing that he appeared to be bearing up so well with the TWA hijacking drama unfolding right then. I apologized for taking his time during such a crisis, and took the opportunity to start the meeting with a description of the work that Dr. Rosenberg and Dr. Old were doing to fight cancer, and recommending the money for national clinical trials that I had discussed with George Keyworth. The president seemed very interested, but it was the question of the summit meeting that was uppermost in his mind. He told me very emphatically that they had already gotten agreement from Gorbachev to have a summit meeting, that a meeting would take place before the end of the year, in a neutral place, and that they were trying to determine where that should be. When I asked when the date might be, Don Reagan interrupted to say, before the end of the year, but he would not specify any date, which led me to believe they had not agreed on either the date or the place. I then urged the president to accept the Russians' invitation to visit Russia. Before he could answer, Don Reagan interrupted again to shout, "No, Mr. President, it is the Russians' turn to visit the U.S. We sent them an invitation and they refused. So there is no reason for the president to go to their country. The last summit between the U.S. President and the Russians," he went on, "had been when the president went there. I presumed he meant when Ford went to Vladivostok to meet Brezhnev, and now it was their turn. What is important," I interrupted, "is to get results and not to stand on ceremony." I said to President Reagan, "You're too big a man to stand on pride. You are the president of the most powerful country on earth and the most powerful man in the world." I said that he should show how magnanimous and generous he was by accepting the invitation and going to Russia, that he could appear on Russian television and make friends with the Russian people, who would see that he wanted peace as much as they did. Don Reagan tried several times to throw cold water on my proposals. The president said, "We have made all kinds of proposals to them. They have never answered for several months." I said that Gorbachev had only been in office for 3 months. Don Reagan interrupted and said, "We made these proposals to him right from the start." I replied that I thought it was vital that the president should sit down with Mr. Gorbachev face to face, and the president agreed. I said that Gorbachev was under disturbing misapprehensions about America and the presidency, and that he was surrounded, still, by men giving him hardline advice, but if the two men could meet, things could be different. He could go down as the greatest president since Franklin Roosevelt. It was the opportunity of a lifetime. The meeting had been scheduled for 15 minutes. Half an hour had already gone by, and people were waiting outside. I felt that the president would have kept me longer if he could. He thanked me warmly and rose to show me out. The atmosphere in the room seemed different, better, as I left. Even Don Reagan seemed much softer. It is almost eerie for me to remember how suddenly so many points in my conversation with Mr. Reagan became active issues commanding worldwide attention. Within 3 weeks the president himself became a patient of Dr. Stephen Rosenberg, undergoing surgery for cancer. Gromyko was removed from his apparently impregnable position as Soviet foreign minister and was transferred upstairs to the presidency. And a firm date and place were announced for the summit. Meanwhile, I was in China with Deng Xiaoping, signing the agreement to develop the Antaibao mine in the Pingshuo mining area of Shaanxi province. As I have described many times over the years, it looked as if the project would fall through, and as one of my men remarked after the signing, it never would have happened but for the determination of two pretty tough old birds, Hammer and Deng Xiaoping. When those two octogenarians make up their minds, things tend to get done. Deng and I get on splendidly. Of course he's a young man compared with me, and I keep telling him that if he'd quit chain-smoking cigarettes he might live to a ripe old age. He laughs and says that, having reached his 80s, he doesn't believe that the habit can do him much more harm now. He always has a spittoon at his feet for his cigarette butts. Deng must be one of the smartest men in the world. His very survival of the Maoist excesses of the Cultural Revolution, when he was publicly disgraced and humiliated and his son was murdered, is a kind of miracle in itself. Yet he seems to feel no vengefulness toward his former enemies. He just wants to get things done. He wants to ensure that the impetus of China's massive leap forward into the modern age will be sustained, and that the progress made in the last few years will not be reversed even after his death. He is a man possessed of an active vision who knows that he has little time left in which to see it come true, so he is a little whirlwind of ideas and actions, an inspiration to elderly people everywhere. Deng Xiaoping is the living proof that a person can rise to the peak of his powers, making his most valuable contribution when others of his age are passively nodding off in their senescence. He sets a wonderful example to the world which could only be improved if he would throw away those filthy cigarettes. There is nothing more delightful than a political discussion with the Chinese leaders. Their perceptions are so acute, their judgments so deft, their words so delicate and elusive that a conversation with them is like one of their banquets, an array of exquisite pleasures. Deng and Vice Premier Li Peng all quizzed me closely on my meetings with Gorbachev and Reagan. They agreed with me that Gorbachev would take control of Soviet foreign policy and that the days of the old Kremlin hardliners were numbered. They hinted that a rapprochement was in the cards between the USSR and China, so long as Russia did not attempt, as Li Peng put it, to embrace China, a very witty way of saying that the Russians had better mind their own business. Like me, the Chinese leaders were vexed by the posturings of the Kremlin and the White House and the exchanges of recriminations between them, occupying energies which should have been directed toward the peace process. Ideological dicta would never be allowed to dominate the policies of the current Chinese leaders. Their overriding political principle is always to act in the best interests of China and her people. Ideology comes a very minor second. I told them about the impending announcement that Reagan and Gorbachev would meet in a neutral country in November. They knew it, too. None of us knew, however, that two stupendously important announcements would be made after I had left China and had not yet even landed in the United States. In Moscow it was announced that Andrei Gromyko would cease to be foreign minister and would be promoted to the largely ceremonial position of president of the state, and that his replacement as foreign minister would be Gorbachev's close ally, Eduard Shevardnadze. From the same announcement, we learned that Grigory Romanov, Gorbachev's main rival in the Politburo, had stepped down, for reasons of ill health. No clearer sign could have been given of Gorbachev's driving determination to be complete master in his own house. Next day, July 2, 1985, administration officials in Washington announced that the two leaders would meet in a Geneva summit from November 19 to November 21. At last. Like everybody in the world, I felt my spirits lift, but I was disheartened by the downbeat prognostications which issued from the White House, where every spokesman was at pains to say that no great progress should be expected from the summit. It was as if they were saying in advance that the occasion was bound to be a failure. I couldn't understand such negativism. What was the point in creating an opportunity and scuppering it in advance? On July 5, 1985, Viktor Afanasyev, editor-in-chief of Pravda, told a group of American editors visiting Moscow that I had played a significant role in bringing about the agreement to hold a summit meeting. He said that Mr. Gorbachev's decision to meet President Reagan had been based in part on the desires of Western European leaders and that I had done a lot to facilitate the negotiations. When the editor of Pravda speaks, he is repeating official truths. One of the main differences between American and Russian journalists is that the Americans say more than they know and the Russians say less than they know. Part 6. Time out. Shortly thereafter I went into the hospital at UCLA to undergo an operation for ureter implantations. While I was recovering, Ronald Reagan was on the operating table at the National Cancer Institute at Bethesda, Maryland. To my great surprise, one of the surgeons called into consultation to assist the operation to remove a cancerous tumor from the president's colon was Stephen Rosenberg, who found himself plucked from the scientific isolation of his research laboratories and thrust into the glare of the world's attention as he led the press conference on the president's condition. Reportedly, when they first met, Mr. Reagan said, "You are the doctor who is doing all the research. You must have been talking to Dr. Hammer." Stephen Rosenberg replied, which the president smilingly confirmed. Though the president and I were spared in that month of July, my brother Victor was not. Toward the end of the month Victor suffered a stroke at his home in Florida and died a few days later. He was buried in Los Angeles, in the family crypt in Westwood, where I will also be buried when my time comes. Apart from Francis and my brother Harry, Victor had been my truest and dearest friend all my life. I benefited from his artistic judgment in 101 art purchases, and my daily contact with him always brightened and enlivened my life with his effervescent wit and his overfilled quiver of gags and stories. Louis Nizar spoke with the beauty of truth at the funeral, saying of Victor, if everyone who was a beneficiary of his goodness would place a petal on his bier, he would lie in a forest of blossoms. The only time that Victor made anyone sad was the day he died. Asterisk. With Victor's passing, the last surviving member of my parents' family had departed, leaving me alone. His loss was a heavy blow to me, especially coming suddenly as it did and while I was weak from the after effects of my operation. The last days of July and the first days of August were very bleak. Asterisk. There was one unfortunate after effect to Victor's death, though. After he died, I began taking care of his widow, Irene, who was confined to a nursing home, unaware of her situation. Relations with Victor's adopted stepdaughter deteriorated. I had put in a claim against Victor's estate for money I had lent him. He had issued me notes, but she attempted to have me removed as one of the executors of Victor's will. The courts ruled in my favor, but it was a sad send-off for my beloved brother. Star Wars. Throughout August, while I was still recuperating from my illness, I could do little more than keep an uneasy eye on political affairs, and the shaky and stumbling progress which both sides were making to the scheduled summit in Geneva. To my deep despondency, they seemed to be going out of their way to make sure that it would fail. An absurd and damaging propaganda battle had been joined, with each side trying to outdo the other in painting itself whiter than white and the other side blacker than hell. The Soviets took out a half-page advertisement in the New York Times praising their own peacemaking intentions and deploring the ways of the United States. The Americans countered by making a fuss about spy dust, a powder supposedly sprinkled by the Soviets on the steering wheels and doorknobs of American diplomatic employees in Moscow, which allowed the employees to be tracked and theoretically had the potential to cause cancer. If there were any truth to the allegation, it had to have been something the Americans had known about for a long time. They were making a fuss about it now only to score a propaganda point. As a private citizen, I felt that I had gone as far as I could go. There remained little more for me to say or do. I had one last card to play before the summit, however, and it turned out to be the most influential card in my hand. I believed I had the solution to the conflict over the Strategic Defense Initiative Star Wars. Star Wars was the biggest stumbling block on the road to the Geneva summit. Both sides were implacable. The Russians stated that nothing would result from the Geneva meeting unless the Americans were willing to abandon the arms race in space. They said they had no desire to waste the billions of dollars required to create a system of their own, but if we proceeded with our own system, they would certainly have to adopt measures to counteract it. The president, meanwhile, declared that research and development of SDI would go ahead, but he repeated his offer to let the Russians and the world benefit from the system's advantages if it proved to work. As I had suggested to Mikhail Gorbachev, I had a possible answer to this impasse. If the Americans were willing to share a finished SDI system with the Russians, why not an SDI system in progress? Why couldn't they offer a mutual partnership with verifiable on-site inspection on both sides to research and develop the system together, from the start? Gorbachev's first response to the idea had been the same as most people's. Your government would never agree to it, he said. American friends with whom I discussed the idea said, we can't let the Russians play freely in our high-tech backyard. Others were less polite. It's the screwiest idea I've ever heard, was one reaction reported to me, not said to my face. Everybody thought that it was impossible. That's often a hallmark of a good idea. It seemed to make simple good sense to me. If the Americans were going to give the Russians the fruits of their research after the system had been perfected, then the Russians would be able to deduce any high-level secrets involved in the system, anyway. They are not dumb. And there was precedent for such a program. The 1975 space link-up between American Apollo astronauts and Russian Soyuz cosmonauts had required just such cooperation. If the Russians and Americans could be encouraged even to consider a joint development of SDI, the way to success at Geneva could be cleared of its biggest obstacle. On Sunday, September 22, 1985, the New York Times printed my idea in its editorial pages. The timing couldn't have been better. The General Assembly of the United Nations was about to open in New York for its 40th anniversary, and Manhattan was jammed with world leaders. Eduard Shevardnadze, the Soviet Union's new foreign minister, had just arrived and was preparing to make a big speech during the week. The president was coming in any day. I made arrangements to have my article distributed to every leader who had come for the UN General Assembly, to every member of Congress and a host of politicians around the world. The results were extraordinary. I have never written or said anything which met such wide approval. Letters flooded in from senators and congressmen supporting the idea, and when the article was reprinted in the International Herald Tribune, from foreign leaders as well, including two former Prime Ministers of England, Edward Heath and James Callaghan. Less than a week after the article's publication in the New York Times, I was in Washington to discuss it in person with Eduard Shevardnadze. He had made a surprising speech at the UN, impressing everybody with his seriousness and strength while suggesting, in the intellectual flexibility of his speech, that a genuinely new order might have come to power in the Kremlin, replacing the dreary old days of wooden dogmatism. He impressed me greatly. At first his manner was cautious and quiet, even reserved. He let me do all the talking for quite a long time and seemed to be sizing me up. Our interview lasted a little more than an hour, and by the time it concluded, he was holding my hand while we sat beside each other on a sofa. As we walked to the door together, Anatoly Dobrynin, who was also present, summoned his photographer and we were photographed together, all three of us with our arms around each other's shoulders. Shevardnadze and Dobrynin were still skeptical about the president's willingness to share any form of Star Wars, let alone Star Wars in progress. I said that in my opinion the president had made the offer in full sincerity and furthermore that he had genuinely undergone a change of heart in his attitude to the Russians and definitely wanted peace with them. They nodded their heads. Shevardnadze said that he had come to America with a long letter to Reagan from Gorbachev, listing a complete set of firm proposals for the summit, but the Americans, he said, seemed determined to avoid specific business and to ensure that the summit produced only generalities. If the leaders went home from Geneva with nothing more to show than a sheaf of goodwill cliches, he said, the meeting would have failed and the opportunity would have been lost. This time it was my turn to nod. Shortly thereafter I heard from one of my friends in the State Department who had been sitting in on deliberations with the president over the summit that Mr. Reagan had considered my Star Wars proposal, but had been fearful that if we shared SDI research now with the Russians, we might provide them with the means to get ahead and deploy before us. Then they would have a huge advantage over America which they now feared we were going to create for ourselves. Surely, I said, it can't be beyond the powers of imagination to devise a treaty and terms of verifiable on-site inspection which would obviate that risk. I'm just telling you what he's afraid of, said my friend. I'm not saying that it makes sense. He went on. There is one thing I have impressed on the president when quoting you, namely that only one person makes the final decision in the Politburo and that is General Secretary Gorbachev, therefore it is vital that the president should concentrate on meeting him alone. As events were to prove, this message got through. Palm Beach I had plenty to occupy me while we waited for Geneva. Also looming in the immediate future was the visit to America of the Prince and Princess of Wales and the grand gala I was organizing for them, for the benefit of one of my other favorite causes, the United World Colleges. Nothing in my recent life has given me more pleasure and pride than to be asked to help the Prince of Wales and to be close enough to observe this remarkable young man as he has grown to full manhood. More than that, I have seen him emerge completely from the chrysalis of his late youth as a man who stands ready to impress the stamp of his character upon the world. It is said that Prince Charles was inhibited by shyness and uncertainties in his adolescence. I never knew him then, but there remained, when I first met him in the late 70s, some subtle but obvious signs of uneasiness in his attitude to himself. His manner was unfailingly warm, his sense of humor keen and his intelligence as shining as a beacon. But his constant fiddling with his cufflinks and with the signet ring on the little finger of his right hand and his curious sudden gestures of hand and arm suggested that he was not fully comfortable with himself. Perhaps I am guessing he seemed less than sure that he was entirely worthy of the immense prestige and privilege of his birth. Perhaps he did not know exactly what he should be doing with himself while he remained heir to the throne. Over the last 8 years a friendship has grown between me and Prince Charles. Many stages of that friendship must of course remain private, but I see no harm in writing about a few moments which might give a peek into his extraordinary world. On one occasion, when Francis and I were visiting him at Buckingham Palace, we asked if he would show us his own paintings. Prince Charles was reticent at first. He said that he wasn't much of an artist and that he wasn't very proud of his pictures. We pressed him, and finally he went off to another room and came back with a few watercolors under his arm. I thought they were pretty good. They showed a strong control of line and color and had considerable emotional power. I said, why don't you let me organize an exhibition of your work at Nodelers? It would be a tremendous success. Oh, I don't know about that, he said. I don't think I'm good enough to have a show. I tried to talk him round, but he wouldn't budge. His technique, he said, was much too rough and amateurish. He really needed to practice a lot more, he said, and perhaps get a good tutor. I know one of the best watercolorists in America, I said. His name is Bob Timberlake. Why don't you let me bring him over here and give you some lessons? Do you think he'd do it? Asked Prince Charles. I think so, I said. When I got back to the States, I contacted Bob Timberlake, who was represented by the Hammer Galleries, and he, of course, said that he would be honored to give Prince Charles some lessons. Next time I flew to London, Bob came along. It was his first trip outside the United States. He comes from a little bit of a town, with a population of some 800, in North Carolina. And here he was, on his first trip abroad, going to Buckingham Palace to coach the heir to the throne of England. Bob was in awe when we drove past the bear-skinned guards and through the palace gates. He was speechless when Prince Charles emerged from a room, dressed in a flowing ceremonial robe with the star of a noble order pinned to its breast. Prince Charles explained that he was sitting for a portrait. Bob was mightily relieved. He thought, Prince Charles always dressed like that around the house. Then Prince Charles said, so you've come over to give me some painting lessons? Yes, sir, said Bob. Well, what I want to know, said Prince Charles, is, how do you do clouds? Oh, said Bob, that's the easiest thing in the world. You just soak a Kleenex in paint and dab it all over your sky. That's the best way to get clouds. But that's cheating, said Prince Charles, aghast. Then I told Prince Charles that Bob had never been out of the United States and he said, perhaps you might like to see the palace. The Queen is away today, so I can get my secretary to show you through all the private apartments. So there was Bob Timberlake, from a dot of a place in North Carolina, walking through the private quarters of the Queen of England, studying her private collection of pictures and admiring the wonderful furniture and decorations. Bob turned to me at one point and said, where I come from, this is what we call walking in tall cotton. Francis and I once had a delightful lunch with Prince Charles at his new home, Highgrove, in the Cotswolds. He was tremendously proud that everything we ate that day, fruit, vegetables, meat, dairy products, had been grown or prepared in his gardens and on his farm. We ate at a table set out on the lawn, and Prince Charles was at his most informal and unregal. After lunch he and I took a walk around his farm, while his little boy, Prince William, scampered with us or was carried in his father's arms. I couldn't afford this farm myself, he told me, but my mother lent me the money to buy it. When we were about to leave, Prince Charles suddenly disappeared and returned to present us with several boxes of the plump, sweet strawberries which he had picked himself as a present to us. I think his pleasure in those strawberries tells you all you need to know about him. He was more delighted to give us berries he had grown, and picked with his own hands, than if they had been jewels from the family vault. As I came to know Prince Charles well, he inspired me with his enthusiasm for a multitude of projects. One night I was sitting next to Princess Diana at dinner and said, you know, I can't say no to him. Whatever he asks me to do. I have so much confidence in him that if he asked me to jump through that window there, I think I'd jump through the window. She smiled and replied, well, I'd jump right after you. Every time I saw him, he would have some new project buzzing in his brain that he wanted to discuss with me or for which he wanted to solicit my aid. He enlisted my support in the successful raising of the Mary Rose in 1982, the flagship of the fleet of Henry VIII that sank before the King's eyes in 1545, carrying with it an archaeological tree sure trove of Tudor artifacts. Because of the prince, I became involved in the organizations that saved two of the loveliest buildings in the world, the cathedrals of Wells in Somerset and Salisbury in Wiltshire, both of which had been threatened with severe decay, and made large donations to the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden, London, and the Royal Academy. Perhaps the oddest of Prince Charles's enthusiasms for which he lassoed my support was the Transglobe expedition of 1979 to 1982, the first longitudinal pole-to-pole circumnavigation of the world by land, sea, and ice. This cavalier display of daring-do was being led by a friend of his, a polar explorer who gloried under the name of Sir Ranulph Whistletone Wickham Fiennes, better known to everybody as Ran. When he was once asked how he managed to endure all the tortures and deprivations he had imposed upon himself in his adventuring career, he answered, "With this damn stupid name I've got, I learned to be tough quite early in life." When Prince Charles told me about this expedition, he said, "Of course, it's completely insane, but it's rather gloriously insane, and glorious it was, as well as entirely successful." The project that always meant the most to Charles, however, and which cemented our friendship, was the United World Colleges. On November 8, 1978, Prince Charles invited Francis and me to attend a reception at Buckingham Palace for Friends of the United World Colleges. I didn't know much about UWC then, except that it was an international education movement and one of his favorite causes. At the reception, Prince Charles promptly steered me into a corner with his beloved great-uncle Lord Louis, Earl Mountbatten of Burma and Britain's last Viceroy of India. Lord Louis had been the first president of the International Council of United World Colleges, and it was largely to honor and serve his uncle that Prince Charles had become so vigorously committed to the movement. Lord Louis was the perfect model of the English aristocrat, tall, erect, startlingly handsome, naturally dignified yet easy and approachable in his manner and speech. Explaining his own interest in UWC, Lord Louis spoke some of the most memorable and inspiring words which have ever been addressed to me. He said, "I witnessed the horrors of 2 world wars, and one came to the conclusion that, if we were ever to have peace in the world, we would have to start with young people of an impressionable age who would learn to live together, regardless of their nationality or religion or their ideology. I have been a citizen of the world all my adult life. I have lived abroad and traveled so much in the world that I know, with the certainty of long experience, that people are the same wherever you go, and that they are divided from each other only by ignorance, misunderstanding and prejudice." Lord Louis could hardly have found a more sympathetic ear. Even in 1978 there weren't so many people left in the world with clear memories of both world wars. Lord Louis and I were 2 of them. He had seen the horror of war at first hand in many battle actions. I had seen them from a distance, but I had lived through them and, even as early as 1915, when I was 17, been possessed by a dream of a world without war. If 17-year-olds all around the world could share that dream and act upon it in their adult lives, they might become the ushers to an age of peace on earth. Lord Louis explained that this was precisely the object of the United World Colleges. Founded in 1962 by a group of 5 men, the UWC movement was mainly inspired by Dr. Kurt Hahn, the founder of Prince Charles's Old School, Gordonstown, and of the Outward Bound survival programs. Dr. Hahn held that the education of young people should involve non-academic experiences, mountain survival, service to others, a mixture of all kinds of adversity, and instruction in how to overcome it, as well as a top-flight academic education. The United World Colleges was formed to provide this style of education for the brightest of the world's young citizens, in the belief and hope that in their later lives, when they assumed positions of influence in their own countries, they would be influenced by an education which had brought them in touch with the cultures, beliefs, and ideologies of other people and countries. The first of the United World Colleges had been opened in 1962 in William Randolph Hearst's old castle at St. Donats in Wales. Earl Mountbatten had traveled the world, forming committees of educators to choose the students, most of whom received scholarship grants and subsidies for their fees. No student was to be excluded from UWC by reason of poverty. Since then, colleges had opened in Victoria, Canada, and in Singapore, and plans were well advanced for more colleges in Trieste and Waterford Kamitlaba in Swaziland. At the Buckingham Palace reception, Lord Louis said, "It has always been my dream that there should be a United World College in the United States. We have tried several times to establish one, but I am sorry to say that we have failed completely." Prince Charles smiled and deftly put the hook on me. He said, "I don't know why you don't turn this over to Dr. Hammer and see what he might be able to do." "I'd be delighted to," said Lord Louis, "but I don't see why he should succeed where others have failed." "Well, in my opinion," Prince Charles replied, "if anybody can do it, Dr. Hammer can." They had no sooner thrown down the gauntlet than I picked it up. "I'll be happy to help you," I said. Within 2 years of the original conversation, the purchase was completed of $1 million property, formerly occupied by the Catholic Church as a training center for young priests, for the new United World College in America. 2 years later, on September 14, 1982, the Armand United World College opened its doors to 102 students from 46 countries. It was in a place called Montezuma, in the foothills of the Sangre de Cristo Mountains in New Mexico, 60 miles from Santa Fe and just outside Las Vegas, New Mexico. There we found the historic and abandoned buildings of an old hot springs resort. The main building was a romantic castle, with Gothic towers and turrets, dating back to the days when the Santa Fe Railroad had opened the Southwest Territories of the United States. The wild beauty of the area and the location of the buildings at 6,500 feet in crystalline mountain air made it a perfect spot for a college, allowing us to develop a range of wilderness programs for the students. When I had first visited the site in 1981, I had been immediately enchanted with the place but daunted by its dereliction. The buildings were almost in ruins. Every window was broken. The castle's roof was a maze of holes. The grounds were completely overgrown, and we walked around them through mud up to our ankles. Nonetheless, my mind was made up immediately. This was the place. We renovated 5 buildings to create residence halls, a dining room, library, and academic facilities. The grounds were landscaped, tennis courts built and roads and walkways laid or improved. Many of my best friends gave their support, their time, and their money, and the college flourishes today. We still need money, though, and that was why I was so delighted that the Prince and Princess of Wales had agreed to make one of their few stops in America a benefit for the colleges. $1 million of the hoped for money was to go to establish an endowment fund for the UWC World Headquarters in London. The rest we would use as scholarships for my College of the American West. It costs about $15,000 a year to provide for tuition and living expenses for one student at the college, and although the tuition is $10,000, the great majority of the students pay nothing at all. Needless to say, to raise that kind of money, we weren't running a $100 Blue Plate special. Invitations to the party did not come cheaply. Nobody could give less than $10,000 a couple, which provided for one scholarship at the college. For $50,000 per couple you could be a benefactor of the occasion, with the chance to meet the royal couple and be photographed shaking hands with them. I don't know that any charitable occasion has ever been priced so high and been sold out. From all over the country, from all over the world, the checks came in, and it was exhilarating to see how willingly and warmly people pitched in to help out. Naturally, at those prices, the occasion was within the reach only of the super affluent, and, equally to be expected, there were those who claimed the whole affair was elitist and ridiculous. Prince Charles himself took on those charges, however, when he gave an after-dinner speech that positively raised the roof. "What is wrong with being elite, for God's sake?" he said. "How on earth does anyone expect anything to get done in life unless there is some effort to educate people's characters as well as their minds? How are we to have any hope of balanced and civilized leadership in the future unless there are some people who have learned about service to others, about compassion, about understanding, as far as possible, the other man's religion, the other man's customs and his history, about courage to stand up for things that are noble and for things that are true? After all, there's so much to be done in this world, so much famine exists, so much disease, so much poverty, so much conflict, bigotry, and prejudice, and there are so many people who are crying out for help, for their own simple dreams to come true. So what the hell can the United World Colleges do about it? We have 6,000 ex-students after 21 years of operation. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is a veritable army of potential talent, energy, and initiative. We have an ultimate ambition. And that is that the ex-students, when they are in their 50s or even their 60s, might be in influential positions in their own countries. They might then have some role to play in terms of trying to bring about some degree of understanding. And how on earth do they expect to get anything done without money? How do you actually achieve what Dr. Hammer has achieved, what these colleges try to achieve? Without some form of finance. There is money needed constantly for scholarships. They cost $12,000, $15,000, you name it. There is no other way to obtain funds. You're certainly not going to get them from governments. That is why we rely on your generosity and your enthusiasm and, ultimately, on your sympathy. And we are extremely grateful. Thank you. An almost audible exhalation seemed to run around the room. The guests had come expecting to look with interest and, perhaps, some skepticism on two pampered creatures of fairyland. They had not expected to have their socks knocked off by as forceful a speaker as any of them had ever heard. The evening served all its purposes triumphantly. That very evening I was able to present a check for $1 million to Sir Ian Gourlay, Director General of the UWC. The remaining $3 million raised would provide approximately 300 scholarships at the UWC College in Montezuma, New Mexico. The Prince and Princess of Wales flew away from Palm Beach to hasten back to their children for a family celebration of the Prince's birthday. I flew to Washington, where I had a day of business meetings to conduct before I headed for home in Los Angeles. Finales at the end of the first week in December 1985, exactly a year after I had met with Konstantin Chernenko, I took that long haul back to Moscow again. I went to attend meetings of the US/USSR Trade and Economic Council, the first such meetings in Moscow since the Russian invasion of Afghanistan, and I went to put the new cultural agreement to work. I felt confident that, with the cultural agreement signed, I could now persuade the Russians to send to America their Hermitage and Pushkin traveling collection of Impressionist and Post-Impressionist masterpieces which had been loaned to Baron Thiessen for exhibition in Lugano in 1983. Not many other people shared my confidence and, as it happened, it took all my 60 years' experience of doing business with the Russians to pull off the deal. On December 9, 1985, the day after I arrived in Moscow, I had a meeting with Peter N. Demyshev, then Minister of Culture of the USSR. I opened up with a big appeal. Since the one agreement signed at the summit was the cultural agreement, I said, we should attempt to accomplish something great and memorable in this field. I encouraged him to think that Mr. Gorbachev's visit to the US in 1986 would be boosted by a great popular triumph in the cultural field. In exchange, I offered my own collection, 5 centuries of masterpieces. It had been shown in Moscow in 1973, but since that time the collection had been greatly augmented. Michael Bruck read to Mr. Demyshev a list of the 26 pictures which had been added to my collection. Demyshev said, those 26 would make a great exhibition on their own. He smiled. Let's implement this exchange. The Hermitage and Pushkin collections could go to the National Gallery in Washington from, say, May to August 1986, and then, maybe, it could be seen in Los Angeles and at your Noteler galleries in New York. Meanwhile we can prepare to get your own collection exhibited in Leningrad and Moscow next summer. I said that my collection could open in Leningrad as early as March 25th and could then go to Moscow to be shown at the Pushkin. I then gave Mr. Demishev a list and transparencies of 40 Impressionist and Post-Impressionist pictures which Carter Brown, director of the National Gallery in Washington, was willing to make available for loan to the Russians from February to June 1. This could be the subject of a special exchange, Demishev said. When I said that I would like to see the Hermitage and Pushkin collections shown at the Metropolitan Museum in New York, he said, "Why not Nodelers? That is your own gallery and we are doing this for you." We settled on the bones of this agreement. We said that we would draw up a letter of agreement and sign it toward the end of the week. We shook hands. You might suppose that if the Soviet Minister of Culture decides that a deal will be done, it will be done. Not so. Every arrangement made in Moscow is tangled with as many obstacles and complications as an octopus has limbs. Mr. Demishev wanted to make the exchange. Some of the lesser officials in the ministry had other ideas. When I followed up my meeting with negotiators for the agreed contract, they said, "There are many difficulties. This is a standard line of Moscow maneuvering, and it amounts to a call to sharpen your wits." They took this tack. The Pushkin Museum had already agreed to lend another collection of 40 Impressionists to Baron Thiessen for the summer of 1986. If, at the same time, the Lugano pictures were to be in America, the Pushkin Museum would be virtually bare of its most essential treasures. They could not allow this to happen. It would not happen, I replied. You will have my collection and the National Gallery's pictures to exhibit. I am confident that the Soviet people will be eager to see these works, which have never before been exhibited in Russia. They asked if I would get in touch with Baron Thiessen and ask if he would be willing to postpone his exhibition until 1987, which I did, and to which he generously agreed. Well, that should take care of it, I thought. Wrong again. The agreement was supposed to be ready for signing at the end of the week. As the days ticked by, however, I got messages saying that complications and difficulties had arisen, and final agreement could not be guaranteed. I replied that, a deal being a deal, I was not going to leave Moscow without a signed agreement. On my last day in Moscow, Friday, December 13, one went down to the Ministry of Culture. I was told that Mr. Demishev was attending a writers' congress, was unavailable, and that therefore the agreement could not be signed. I refused to budge. Somebody here must be empowered to sign, I said. I sat in the offices of the ministry for about 2 hours while discomfort and embarrassed officials tried to edge me out. Finally, Mr. Zaitsev, a deputy minister, invited me into his office and agreed to sign for the minister. The Lugano collection would go to the National Gallery in Washington and to the Francis and Armand Hammer wing of the County Museum in Los Angeles. The 40 pictures from the National Gallery would be shown in Leningrad and in Moscow from February to May. My collection would be shown in Leningrad after the National Gallery collection, then in Moscow, Novosibirsk, Kiev, Odessa, and finally Tbilisi, Georgia, until January 1987. We signed. I immediately held a press conference to announce that the first fruits of the summit's cultural agreement had materialized, and left for London. No sooner had I got there, though, than I got a call from the New York Times. They were extremely disappointed that New York had been excluded from the venues for the Soviet collection and they could not understand why such a major exhibition was going to bypass the largest city in the U.S. I agreed with them. I, too, was disappointed, but said that we had done well to get agreement for Washington and Los Angeles. Still, it nagged at me. I decided that the moment had come to appeal directly to Mr. Gorbachev. I quickly dictated a letter to him, which was telexed to my Moscow office, translated into Russian and delivered by courier to the offices of Mr. Demishev and Mr. Gorbachev. It is important for the collection to appear in New York City, I wrote. New York is not only the largest city in America, it is the center of opinion formation in this nation. The letter was sent from London on Saturday, December 14. On Monday, December 16, while I was flying home to Los Angeles, I received a telex aboard my plane from Michael Bruck in Moscow. The Lugano pictures would be shown at the Metropolitan Museum. As I always say, if you want to get something done, you'd better talk to the boss. No better example of the benefits of dealing directly with the boss could be given than the deal which I concluded right in the last dying days of the year. Lost in the suburbs of Chicago, seated in a family car, I hacked out an agreement with Mr. Cliff Davis, the CEO of Midcon Corporation. I don't suppose that a $3 billion deal has ever been done in odder circumstances. Just after Christmas, on Friday, December 27, 1985, the First Boston Corporation approached Occidental to ask if we might be interested in being a white knight to Midcon, to save them from a hostile takeover. Were we ever? Midcon, based in Lombard, Illinois, operated approximately 30,000 miles of interstate and intrastate gas pipelines, one of the largest and most flexible pipeline marketing systems in the nation. Their resources were exactly what Occidental needed. The appearance of Midcon as a potential acquisition was like the arrival of the Christmas fairy. I had a conference with Ray Irani. Other companies were also interested in being white knight to Midcon. I said, the only way we'll make this deal is if we go to Chicago ourselves and meet them and convince them that we'll let them continue to run their own company. Midcon's executives said that they would be happy to see us for Lunch in Chicago on Monday, December 30. I had to get up in Los Angeles at 4 a.m. that day for a 6 o'clock takeoff in Oxy 1. A whole retinue of Occidental's top staff went with me, including the president, controller, 2 vice presidents, and Occidental's chief lawyer, Jerry Stern. In Chicago we were to be met by lawyers from Skadden ARPs in New York and by representatives of First Boston. The heavy crews were in the field. Cliff Davis was at the airport to meet my plane. There was a rank of limousines waiting to ferry my staff to Midcon's offices, but Cliff Davis was driving a vintage Cadillac sedan, and he invited me to get in beside him in the front seat while Ray Irani slid into the back. The limousine set off in one direction. Cliff drove away in the opposite direction. I presumed he knew where he was going. It was his town, after all. I took to him right away. I liked his lack of ceremony and his open manner. He was a big, burly Midwesterner, about 5 feet 11 and 200 pounds, just turned 66 years of age and justifiably proud of the corporation he had built up. Sitting in the car, while I, naturally, took no notice of where we were headed, we got right down to business. The hostile raiders on Midcon had indicated they were willing to pay shareholders $70 a share. Our advisors had calculated that we, as white knights, should offer $72 to beat off the hostile takeover. Midcon's own valuation of the company's worth was $75 a share. I told Mr. Davis, look, I'm not going to haggle with you. I want this acquisition to be on the best and friendliest terms on both sides. We'll give you $75, half cash and half stock. What do you say? He stuck out his hand. You've got a deal, he said. We both shook hands. The lawyers and financial officers could work out the details, but we had struck a deal in the best way possible. We were all very relaxed, jovial and happy as we drove along. We were also lost. Cliff Davis had been so absorbed in our business that he hadn't noticed where he was driving. Suddenly he said, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I don't know where the hell I am. It took us an age to find our way back to Midcon's offices, where all our highly paid executives had been twiddling their thumbs for over an hour while we did our deal in the car. The boards of both corporations were summoned to meet at the same time on the next day, New Year's Eve. My board unanimously approved the deal and we waited to hear from Chicago. Time passed an hour, 2 hours, 2.5. I began to get uneasy, but finally, the deal came through. Cliff Davis had had trouble with some dissident directors, but he had stuck to his word, and after 3 hours, the Midcon board endorsed the deal and it was done. In the last hours of 1985, I announced that Occidental Petroleum had become the nation's 12th largest industrial concern, with total estimated annual sales of approximately $16 billion. There are worse ways to end a year. At the beginning of this chapter, in November 1984, the peace of the world and a cure for cancer were as far from reality as they had ever been. By the end of 1985, both these dreams of humanity had drawn just a little bit closer. The summit conference in Geneva seemed to make the world a safer place, and the publication of Steven Rosenberg's paper in the New England Journal of Medicine heralded a new approach in the fight against cancer. He reported that he had treated 25 patients who had not been cured by standard therapies. Objective regression greater than 50% in volume had been seen in 11 of the patients. 1 patient had undergone complete tumor regression. 10 partial responses had been seen. Steven Rosenberg's more recent results, too new to be reported in his paper, on more than 100 patients, substantiated his earlier findings. As you might expect, it was decided that Rosenberg should be the recipient of the 1986 Hammer Prize. On January 30, 1986, the $100,000 prize was presented to him and to Dr. Tadatsugu Taniguchi of Osaka University, who had succeeded in isolating the gene for IL-2, cloning it and making it possible to produce large amounts of the substance artificially. As of that date, in addition to his earlier reported successes, Dr. Rosenberg had treated 10 patients suffering from kidney cancer and had obtained 9 out of 10 successes with them, a phenomenal result in the treatment of a type of cancer which has hitherto been incurable. One of my lifelong ambitions is drawing within reach, while the other world peace may be dimly spied as a distant prospect over the horizon. I believe the Geneva summit was a limited success. It produced little of substance, but that was never very likely. Both sides could easily have come away wringing their empty hands and denouncing each other. Just before the summit began, I heard from one of my friends in the State Department in Washington that it was proving impossible to frame the terms for a joint communique which could be issued at the end of the meetings. Hearing this, I feared the worst. Ronald Reagan very intelligently and nimbly hurdled the bureaucratic obstruction between him and Mr. Gorbachev. He sat down, one-on-one, with the General Secretary, for 5 of the 15 hours available to them, and, just as I had always predicted and hoped, when the two men met face to face, they found that they could do business with each other. They warmed to each other. Neither man was ever going to surrender any important article of his political beliefs. Ronald Reagan was not going to come away from Geneva a communist convert, nor was Mikhail Gorbachev likely to return to the Kremlin to preach the benefits of capitalism. However, in talking to each other at such length, they found that they were able to knock out some essential compromises by which our two systems may be able to live together in the future. The first and most important of their agreements was to continue the peacemaking process begun in Geneva, with annual summits in the next 2 years. One cheer for that development. Another cheer for the progress they made in Geneva on the question of arms reduction and Star Wars. Though no agreement was made, the president took up and endorsed the Russians' plan for a 50% reduction in strategic nuclear weapons, and he offered to let Russian scientists inspect America's Star Wars laboratories to see for themselves that the SDI is genuinely not an offensive system. Neither of these points is, in itself, a great breakthrough, but they both mark essential beginnings. If Russian scientists are to be allowed to inspect research laboratories working on SDI, the logical next step will be to go the whole distance and begin a joint development, pooling the research and knowledge of both sides. When I proposed that in my New York Times piece in September 1985, some people said that it was an impossible fantasy. The Geneva Summit put a joint development of SDI firmly on the agenda for future business. And a third cheer for the cultural agreement, which was exactly what I and everybody else had hoped for. It opened the way for the peoples of both countries to see and experience each other's best artistic creations. So 3 good, rousing cheers were deserved for the Geneva Summit. Mr. Reagan and Mr. Gorbachev amply earned the heroes' welcomes they received on returning to their countries. It was particularly notable that the Politburo promptly endorsed Mr. Gorbachev's report of the summit and the proposals arising from it. The world was not made safe by the Geneva Summit. It is still a hauntingly dangerous place. A single misjudgment in the maintenance of the balance of terror, a single human error in the working of the doomsday machines, can still destroy us all and our planet. But I believe that we can sleep a little easier for the beginning made in Geneva, and we must press on until the menace of the nuclear holocaust is completely removed from our and our children's lives. And I plan to live to see it happen. These must be my parting words. The moment has come to end this book, 2 years after it was begun. During these 2 years an unprecedented opportunity has emerged for the creation of peace. It has emerged unexpectedly, none of us could have predicted it, few of us can see it even at this moment. With one decisive step, with one great gesture of trust and goodwill, the world might now end the insanities of the nuclear menace. We could set aside the death-laden doctrine of mutually assured destruction, appropriately known as MAD, and embrace the opportunities of a new doctrine, which I want to call mutually assured defense. Which doctrine sounds more rational? Which is more inviting? The opportunity arises out of an impasse. The brightest hope for the future of the world comes from an apparently hopeless deadlock. The Reykjavik summit of October 1986, which seemed to promise such unexpected steps toward a nuclear-free world, founded on a single obstacle, was riven by equal and opposite intransigency between President Reagan and General Secretary Gorbachev. The obstacle, of course, was the Strategic Defense Initiative, or Star Wars. The Soviets went to Reykjavik prepared to make immense concessions in missile disarmament. Their proposals were so far-reaching, offering such deep cuts, that the president and his advisors were caught off guard. The Soviets' offers were conditional, however, they required the Americans to abandon testing of Star Wars in space and confine themselves to laboratory research. President Reagan, rejecting this demand and calling it intolerable, said, on leaving Iceland, that no president of the United States could surrender the right to develop defense systems to protect our people and our freedoms. He had made a counter-offer to Mr. Gorbachev, which was rejected on the Soviets' part. Mr. Reagan repeated to Mr. Gorbachev his previous promise to share SDI technology with the Soviets if it were successfully developed. To this offer Mr. Gorbachev had responded with characteristic bluntness, "I cannot take this idea of yours seriously, the idea that you will share SDI results with us. You don't even want to share computers for dairy plants with us at this point." Nobody could deny that Mr. Gorbachev has a point. Knowing how deep is Soviet distrust of the United States, and our distrust of them, can he reasonably be expected to sit on his hands for 10 years, watching us develop Star Wars in the hope that we might hand it over to him? As a present, once we have made sure the system works, we have to consider this problem rationally, assessing the difficulties and then trying to arrive at a mutually beneficial solution. In other words, let's try to frame the conditions for a deal. The Soviets must understand that, despite their complaints and their rhetoric, President Reagan seems determined to proceed with SDI development, just as they themselves seem to be doing their best to perfect such a system. That much is obvious. Whether Mr. Reagan will be able to get all the funding he has asked for from Congress is open to question, especially now that he no longer has a Republican-controlled Senate. As of this writing, the president has funding only for research in the amount of a few $1 billion. Before proceeding to development and production, authorization from Congress must be for hundreds of billions of dollars. Nonetheless, it is possible to suppose that SDI may be developed by a future president with the approval of Congress at some point before the end of the century, or beyond, if, for instance, the number of warheads on each side were to be drastically reduced by successive agreement from the present approximately 10,000 each to perhaps 1 to 200 each. We would still have a nuclear deterrent against the present superior conventional forces of the Warsaw Pact nations as compared to the NATO forces. Hopefully, both sides will reduce the size of their conventional forces as they come to see no need for them. The history of the world teaches us infallibly that mankind always proceeds toward the consummation of potential progress. It is essential to human nature that we should. Therefore, despite the objections of the skeptics who say that it will never work, we can assume that the US will try to develop SDI. We should remember that the skeptics also said that man would never walk on the moon. In earlier times, the same skeptics said the Earth was flat and That Columbus would fall off its edge into the crack of doom. So much for them. So the problem we have to solve is in two parts. First of all, the Soviets may fear that the technological and scientific capacities of the West ensure that, if it proves feasible, we will develop SDI before them. Consequently, they fear that we may attain an immense advantage which could guarantee our survival in a nuclear exchange. This advantage, they point out, would negate the deterrence philosophy of mutually assured destruction upon which arms control has rested during these last decades. The second part of the problem is not stated by the Soviets, but we may reasonably assume it. Star Wars research will be so expensive that it could be an intolerable burden on the Soviet economy. If they are driven to make the sacrifice, we may be certain that they will make it. The history of their society in this century leaves no room for doubt that they will do whatever they feel to be necessary to protect themselves. But the cost, they recognize, is far greater than they can bear without imposing a cruel scale of material privation upon their people. Our problem will be similar inability to get rid of huge deficits while spending billions on Star Wars. There is the problem. Here is one proposed solution. During the summer of 1985, as I have described, I proposed, subject to adequate verification, that SDI should be jointly and mutually researched and developed by America and the Soviet Union in a common U.S. research facility with both sides sharing information and costs. The proposal was met with widespread approbation, but the time was clearly not right for it. At that moment President Reagan and Mr. Gorbachev had yet to meet for the first time in Geneva and, being new to office, Mr. Gorbachev had barely had the chance to frame the policies of his administration. Now the moment has truly arrived for the proposal to be given effect. I believe it is a genuinely workable solution. And, more than that, it can point the way to an entirely new order in relations between the superpowers. I believe that President Reagan truly intends for the US to provide the Soviets with SDI technology when it is successfully developed. Therefore, why not invite the Soviets to share with us in the system's research and development from the start? We have a new age and a new world to gain. A cooperative endeavor of this scale would set aside more than a half-century of distrust and fear. If Soviet scientists and military experts worked side by side with their American counterparts on a joint enterprise of such importance, with such mutually desirable ends, our societies would be drawn closer than we might ever have imagined. It is natural that the first objection to this idea should be, as Mrs. Thatcher wrote me, that our potential enemies might learn the innermost secrets of our defense plans, or that they might cheat us. This anxiety can be allayed. Rational, adult planning, the framing of a grown-up deal could take account of this danger and avert it. What it takes is the creation of full and mutual verification procedures. The Soviets would have to be open with us about the quality and extent of their own research, and we would have to be open with them. Mr. Gorbachev is the first leader of the Soviet Union who has offered this. Why not test him? Both sides would need to be sure that the other was being fully candid. Ignorance, not knowledge, is the source of fear. Such inspection and verification procedures are not unprecedented. The joint US-Soviet space effort which resulted in the Apollo/Soyuz link-up gives us the model we seek, proving that we can happily and successfully exchange information at the highest level. The joint French-Soviet development of fast-breeder nuclear reactors also points the way. This project was originally set up in 3 stages, reflecting the mutual distrust with which both sides approached each other, but at the same time to be competitive with the US. The first 2 stages involved preliminary exchanges of information by which the partners could test each other's trustworthiness. The third stage called for full, active cooperation. The French and the Russians moved smoothly and quickly to a full completion of the third stage. Our first step toward mutually assured defense should be the creation of a study group, or think tank, to examine and evaluate the possibility of sharing SDI. Discrete signals have already been given from Moscow that a preliminary exchange of information might not be spurned. We need to establish some elementary ground rules upon which we might proceed. It is not good enough for either side to say that the idea would never work. We must try, we must push at the limits of the impossible and create the possible. Given the remotest chance of mutually assured defense in place of mutually assured destruction, we must go for it. After the failure of the November 5-6, 1986, meetings and the bitter exchange of views by Secretary Schultz and Foreign Minister Shevardnadze at Vienna, it seems unlikely that another summit between Reagan and Gorbachev will be held unless we find some acceptable compromise. Mr. Dobrynin indicated to me at one of my recent meetings with him that the Russians are ready to be flexible over the term laboratory research. By laboratory they do not necessarily mean a building with 4 walls and a roof. My proposal is not, of course, the only route to such a compromise. Plenty of intelligent and less drastic suggestions have been aired. My friend Senator Al Gore, Jr., has come up with the imaginative and practical proposal that arms reductions should be effected by the elimination of multiple warheads and a bilateral agreement on single warhead mobile missiles. This idea would at least reduce the insanity of the present situation, in which both sides are assured of each other's destruction not once but 10 or 20 times each, as if it were possible for a person or a planet to be killed more than once. Again, an imposing group of commentators, led by McGeorge Bundy, Robert McNamara, George Kennan, and Gerard Smith, believes that the dispute over SDI development could be contained within modifications to the existing ABM treaty. Both of these approaches provide practical and pragmatic compromise solutions to the immediate problems of peace negotiations. If implemented, they would not, in themselves, rule out further progress toward my own proposal for joint and mutual development of SDI. These ideas could all mesh together, bringing us nearer to a balanced and mutual elimination of the nuclear menace. We must find a way to protect ourselves and future generations from that final and cataclysmic nuclear disaster. Our responsibilities for the planet and the future of the human race demand no less.